What is up, you guys? Coming to you live from Red Star in Austin, Texas today. Beautiful Sunday here. Have a lot of exciting action lined up for you guys here today. My name is Sean. I will be filling in for Mixon as best as I can today. I will never be the commentator that you guys will always love to enjoy. Here's the lineup today, as we do have Flat White in the 3 seat. Not all 9 players are just here yet. We have 2 coming in here. As they come in, I will add those players to the lineup here. We do have our boy Skywalker, Lucas in the 4 seat. Daniel, Lateralus filling up the 5 seat today. Exciting to watch that guy play. And sitting to his left is Professor. I have come to accustomed to love watching Professor play lately. He is really in tune to this game. He is a student. He almost is at the table more than I am. And you guys know that around town, various different locations, and getting to play some of this action around Austin, Texas is amazing here. Then there's That's So Gabe sitting to Professor's left. That's So Gabe coming up from San Antonio. Exciting. Appreciate having Gabe join this action. Sitting to his left is Garrett. Excited always to watch Garrett play. He seems locked in today. I know that you'll see our man in the sunglasses put on that poker face we're so accustomed to watching. And then sitting to his left in the Atlanta Braves stuff is TJ. I have played many years with TJ around various states. I met him probably 8 years ago in Vegas, and we've become really good friends, and excited to have him here today. Thank you, TJ. So, like I said, tuning in to this action today on Sunday, it's all 1-3 Texas Hold'em, a 200 to a 1K cap buy-in. They will have a couple side games that you will see them play today. One being 7 Deuce is usually always on here for either $10 or $20 a bounty. And the other 2 seats are coming in now, and I do believe our boy Henry Zhang is in the action today in the 1 seat. Lock in and get ready to watch this lineup today. Sitting to Henry's left is Andrew Stein, Austin local crusher. Always excited to watch him play, and it's just a really good group of guys we've gotten in front of this camera on a regular basis. Now, you will see familiar faces here on this Red Star live stream consistently. However, we do welcome new people always, and I do have an influx of new players wanting to play, and always I want to let everybody in, and this game is not just set to these players, even though you will see them occasionally and ever so often. But if you are local, and especially if you have not come and check out this Red Star location, it is a little hidden gem in our poker community. Small room, lots of big action. Every single night we are open from 11 a.m. to until the game's close, typically around 4 a.m. or so. We have a table running. So if you have not come down, or even if you have, if you haven't come in a while, come back, and we have a lot of good stuff happening on this Red Star. In the poker world, it's tough. It's tough to always fill, and that's the one thing I just love about this group is they're so willing to play with each other, and we'll see today that hopefully we have 6, 7, maybe 8 hours today. I'm going to turn the table mics up today and let y'all tune in and listen to this action as our wonderful dealer Selena starts this action today. We will get this first hand out. Get ready, get locked in, grab your popcorn. It's going to be a long day of poker action here at Red Star. Yo, Casper, thank you for tuning in. I see the chat is working, and we'll challenge Mixon today how long it takes him to get into this chat. But our boy Mixon is in day 2 in the Gulf Coast main event out there in Biloxi, so we do wish him the best today. It's a stacked field out there and a ton of Texas players making day 2 of that Biloxi main event. It was good to see. As the first hand dealt here, Henry in the 1 seat calling a raise from Garrett with Jack 8 of diamonds, and Garrett picking up ace queen on hand 1. Decided to go check as these boys get locked in today. And that is a beautiful card to watch. No one really knows where they're at here. I'm not surprised to go check on the first hand and both bricking. As the action picks up today, we will see Henry take different lines on that turn card, but picking up the first pot does Garrett, and we are locked and loaded here at Red Star today. Like I said, I'm going to attempt to really tune in and listen to these players today. I'm going to step away for 1 second, as I know that early on they will start the knit game. If you guys don't know what that is, I know these guys will get that going right from hand 1. All right, we've got Nico in the booth, in the chat. Keystone, flat light, flat white, South Carolina's finest. Lock in. Tell all your boys out in South Carolina that flat white is an absolute crusher, and I agree. Happy to have him. Give me a couple minutes. Let's see how the mic sound for the players, and I will be right back with you guys.
Garrett show again. Two net buttons. Are we doing 7 for 10 or 20? Garrett. 20. Garrett on his way to another $5,000 win.
Oh, here we go. In the commentary.
7 deuces for 20?
Yep. Oh, God. So the reverse.
For the first one? Is that okay? So we're doing the making 120. 20 for the deal.
I wanted you to bet on the flop.
Yeah,
I was gonna do that.
I was gonna say, I'm glad I didn't bet the flop.
I would have won like $20 or $30 more.
The whole struggle 20.
I like this. I didn't love it. Squid Game?
It's okay. One of the problems is if you pay out 200 and you have to pay it out in red, then like all of a sudden you might not have enough red, or like
Not eat.
I think you're gonna get invited back to stream because people think you like haven't seen it or something.
I can do it. Trust me, I can do it.
You can't. Well, I hope that you can physically. Just tossing the cards, but don't.
Got a lot of sleep last night.
Oh, that's not good for us guys.
It's really bad.
I slept very little.
I love sleep.
Exactly.
I got 6 hours, felt like
I don't share that philosophy. Sleep is where it's at.
When you're alive, die when you're in your sleep.
I actually have the feeling, I think most people think of sleep as something that enables waking life. I see it the other way around. I think waking life is to enable you to sleep.
Very philosophical.
It's not odd. It's no more odd than the opposite.
It's no more odd than you wearing the Alpha Band jacket. What is that from? What is that from?
Sleeping's the real life. Think about all the adventures you have in your dreams.
Exactly.
That's experiential, sensorious. I hope that is. The waking is the
Gumbo gumbo!
the real inner life.
Once, twice.
Go ahead.
Five call. Seven.
not good for me.
Kind of like Rick and Morty.
How many times again?
One time.
One
Oh, no.
time.
You said it's not good for you? I think it's pretty good for you.
Again, one time.
The number of the beast.
He didn't have to beat your ass.
Number of the beast. Boom. And it's unpredictable. How do you do it? Flops the flush draw and then gets there. Nice back for a flush draw. Runner.
I can't believe it.
Or he hits a 10.
Hey, I like your shirt.
Or he hits a 10.
Seven.
Oh!
Seven.
Chop!
Call it.
Chop!
I need 7.
No one loses their nip
I
button.
didn't lose.
Anyone?
There was no doubt that that was going to be a chop. Or that Daniel was going to hit a club.
I would have preferred the club. Yeah, TJ.
So the buttons stay right?
Yeah,
Stay.
he knows
I
it.
mean, I have a nip button and $280 in my
That's
stack.
literally the hand to do it with. You're calling with worse.
If I think you're gonna call the worst, I'm
You could have
gonna
shot with A7.
Alright,
For value.
you have double straddle.
I have an
on
honest,
C3.
I have an
I got
honest
a
question.
question. You go, guessing I can't play the nuts.
This is about football because we can't talk about
It's an
football.
honest question for discussion. I mean it, I'm not, why is football so popular?
People like to see people get hit.
Is that it?
I mean, it's like a historical thing too. It's the longest. It's basically one of the longest running professional sports leagues.
No.
Yeah, that behind the MLB. I mean, which one is
It's a
it?
very American
I
sport.
got
I think that's what
three.
I have one
What
card.
does that mean?
This one.
Oh, you got
It's
me.
played all
You
ages.
got the last one.
US
You're right.
in the US, we don't really have any
Okay, that's
all
fine.
those
Yeah,
sports.
There's
so-
two guys.
My fault.
Sorry.
That's my fault.
But you think that's why people watch it? You think it's like, they're like, this is very historically American?
No, I think it-
Oh, but like when your parents and stuff
Why
watch
is it so
it.
popular?
It's really
Oh.
You think I'm joking?
No.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like gladiators back in the day.
It's the indoctrination. Every little kid always wants to play football.
Why?
Especially in Texas.
No. The button.
I know
is
it's
here.
bigger in Texas than almost anywhere, but
Well,
like,
Yeah. I was
Professor,
thinking
why was the
eight.
gladiator? Like, why was the Colosseum
So
like
C3
popular?
is double straddle 20.
well,
People like
one
seeing
reason
blood
is,
and
one reason is
carnage.
that was almost the only entertainment available, whereas today we have
Monster.
So that isn't really
It's
satisfying.
just
But
yeah,
people
it's-
gravitate towards the.
you want to root for something by default, and I think football draws in people who want to see violence, but it also draws in people who really enjoy strategy because there's so much
There's a
that goes
ton
on.
of
Oh my
strategy.
gosh, it's yes, okay, you get that. I'm a big strategy guy, so like I enjoy watching baseball, but most people don't. I
Like-
understandably
It's too slow.
It is very boring. But
This
live,
is so
I love
slow.
It's too fast.
This is so painful.
Yeah, it's like play 45 seconds.
Compared to like soccer though, it's probably not as so.
Oh, I just don't get it. It's so boring.
I love just thinking between plays about like what would I do here against.
So you don't think it's impressive that a quarterback can throw a ball like 60 yards? They were trying to throw a football last time.
No, of course
Insane.
it's impressive. Of course it is. But it's not
The
gonna
wide
tell us.
receivers are making little crazy catches. Saquon Barkley is jumping backwards over people's heads.
Right.
He jumping backwards over a dude's head. That's just crazy.
That's pretty
How
funny.
often does that happen?
Well, once ever.
a year, yeah.
No, once of all time. Actually, people hurdling people happens a decent amount.
front way is
Backward
normal.
turtle.
If
Yeah,
you're going
backward
backwards,
turtle's great.
it's not.
Sigo Bark is another planet. He just kept getting hit too hard to find the line this year. He's doing
Prefer once, up to you.
I'm always
He got the
Part of the historical thing is like the regional thing, right? Like people have always had regional, like they have a team that's been in the
Right.
city
The
for a while.
thing I don't really understand.
It is
I'll
kind of
do
weird.
whatever.
It's a little bit of tribalism too. You want to root for your team. Like friendly tribalism.
Tribalism, populism.
I prefer 1 or 3.
No three. They won't let you do three.
Yeah, I know.
So one and you ask for 3 times, you get kicked off stream. Is that,
On the
is that cool?
river.
Dana, you got jacks or what?
What are we doing here? Nice hand.
JJ.
I had.
Against flat white?
Who had the jacks?
Okay, king 9-0.
Always flipping flat.
Jax is no king 9.
I had the button.
You were the cutoff.
No, I had the button.
You're right. You're the cutoff.
I got confused. Shit, I would have folded.
Yeah, button cut off.
I'm adding 300. Yeah, you're good. Thank you.
I'm subtracting his 300 to my stack.
Dementia set again?
You know what would make this more like football? If after every hand we could change our stack size, and we took like a minute and a half to do it. All right, you got. I'm gonna. If we change stuff at every hand, it would be like football.
Yeah.
Huh?
That would, that would provide not a lot of strategical advantage.
What's the analogy there?
Yeah, that'd be
Changing your stack size
There'd
every
be
hand.
like a little moment something would happen, and then there'd be a whole bunch of wasted time and adjustments based on stress. And it would just happen over and over and over and over and over again.
I enjoyed it.
We are back here. Sorry guys, I just want to give some credit today to the production team. They have really got these cameras dialed in, the audio dialed in. I do believe we are able to hear the players.
That's why I'm thinking about it. I'm not going there.
Keystone, I know, I see that. I'm going into what we have to work with until I get some player mics, which I do believe we will have soon. We have some microphones above the table that do their best, and I am trying to go inside and turn those up a little bit today. So as I take some breaks away from commentating, that is what I'm doing today. I'm trying to find a way for you guys to hear a little bit more of this action and the table talk, the banter, as these guys are, developing some new friendships, and especially in the poker world, when you have a few players that you just like to play with because they just like to play back and play hands, and it's fun. It makes this game fun and enjoyable. And Henry not in the hand, but looks completely locked in today. And our boy Andrew continuing on this turn and taking down the action. Gonna get rid of his knit button. Easy does it, Andrew. Welcome
I
today.
got Professor's phone number, so we're going to be doing a lot of off the felt work. The Daniel GCO.
We're going to Greenland.
Yeah, we're going to take a little Greenland sabbatical. I'm telling you, like right now, flights, like, book them.
All right, we've got 21 in the chat and watching already today. Do me a favor, guys, and if y'all can, hit that like button. If you want to go even further and hit that share, ask your friends to maybe tune into the action today. You never know, doing it a couple times may land us a few more players, a few more subscribers, and here at Red Star with this channel, that's what I really need from you guys. And I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying watching these guys. I'm enjoying the production and all things of this. It's a different angle of the game for me, and
Penguins are hard to obtain.
it's really, really fun. As our boy Henry on the button with his knit button, going to call Gabe's raise here. Get back to this action today. Skywalker picking up a beautiful ace-3 of clubs.
Stein, did you know the Mona Lisa is a French painting?
Does decide to get in the action. Our boy Daniel, son Lateralus, in the 5 seat, getting out of there.
Bring like 2. Boy and girl. We bring a boy and a girl penguin to Greenland,
watch
or we
them
get
until they
one
hate.
with it.
We go.
You just have to be like,
Why wouldn't they? Not panda bear.
yeah. Give them one thing back.
Penguin.
Beautiful flop for Skywalker.
It's very similar.
Awesome when you have it first act, and you can just easily check and let your opponent's
Fun.
pile in the chips here as
I don't know.
that's
Google's a
so
fan of ours.
Gabe
There's like a website.
going to continue the story that he is trying to tell with a $45 bet on the flop and off to the turn. As we know Skywalker's not going anywhere with that ace high flush draw.
Nobody cares, man. Stop being a nerd.
Wait, you guys call me a nerd at the commentary?
You are a
Look
nerd.
at you.
How am I a nerd? I'm just
It does not surprise me with a first action check here, and as That's So Gabe picking up a beautiful card that he desperately needed in this hand. When you do decide to, take a line pre-flop that gets yourself into a situation that your opponent cannot fold here. As that hat on his face at Skywalker Poker, let's see what he decides to do here.
You know who has the best job? The people that make up the problem.
The bet was 140 by Gabe,
You just sit around and you think, like, what kind of crazy shit can I get people to say today?
and I do believe that there was a raise incoming by our boy Skywalker in the first, raising it to $300 with not that much back. Gabe will posture here for a minute, count his stack.
Is Grog propping it up?
I think it's his history
I
professor.
believe he found out the information that he needed to
That's literally
probably not fold here. I do not see Gabe doing anything but
just because it was painted.
barely in the chips here.
never seen a baby pigeon. Most birds are real.
Just because Greenland wasn't part of America.
Now, it's a beautiful thing that we do know that he is good, but, not so easy making some of these
It's just
big calls as he does correctly. That's So Gabe.
Kangaroo.
Safe card for That's So Gabe.
like an hour.
Gabe has a full house. Oh, he does?
San Antonio's
Skywalker has no choice but in a desperate manner to call or to put the rest of that stack in.
Bluffing the flop. Turns it king.
And That's So Gabe picking up a big one here. Almost $1,400 pot going Gabe's way.
Ace through.
And one of the first big pots of many that you will see here today
Did we know who sold the mic? Did we? Or did we not know?
going Gabe's way.
He's still out of town, right?
Yeah.
He made the
Our boy Lucas will pick up some more chips, put them on the table. Let's see how much he's coming back for
I'm trying to jinx it.
in this 1-3-1 cap game. Our boy does elect to come back in for $1,000, and here we go. Gabe going to take a minute building castles back there with the chips that beautiful camera work is
On the poker website.
as you will see here.
Anchor stack physically small.
Go over the nominations. Of course, these the red chips in the poker world. You know those are always just a beautiful, easy $5. The also bright greens that we have are the $25 chips. The blacks are the $100 chips, and I do know that we do have our first purple chips on the table today. Or somebody may have sold them, but there's a beautiful lavender color, which is a $500 chip.
Definitely.
I napped it more than once, and I got eye contact.
And I do know, and what Professor, as I heard Professor when he commentated last week, says he loves the big pots and a lot of chips here at Red Star. I will continue to put as many chips on the table. I've even wanted some of them not to color up so much, so some of these pots are massive, and it takes them a while to stack as we get right back to the action here. Skywalker in the big blind with Lateralus's straddle of $10, and Professor under the gun raised to $25. TJ gets in this action with a beautiful ace 10 of hearts. And we will be 4 ways to this flop more than likely. Let's see if anyone wants to get cute here. And
Whoa, things have changed.
but it is a beautiful thing in Texas that, no matter the raises or the blind size, you will have multiple, massive pots. As a big 4-bet from Professor does come in for $909, and I do think it might work. Now, Lateralus, he does know that playing with Professor, that Professor's capable of, you never know here.
The rest of your life?
You definitely like zoom in. That's me.
Oh my God.
The amount of people who are playing a
It's
video
dust. I
game
mean, for your
on
fingers.
TikTok, it's just whatever sporting event's going on.
Or
And the
tennis
ball
balls.
is
Slightly
smaller.
more advanced.
They never get taken down.
More advanced stuff.
Slightly more advanced.
Oh, no, I'm not even talking about
Piece of
the
crap.
broadcast. I'm just saying table conversations.
Honestly, if this was a slow
Here
roll,
and there.
I would potentially high five him after this. Like not within your presence, Chris. I would do it outside.
We talk about it later.
We would talk about it. I would text you and be like, I'm sorry, I high fived him. That was not cool. What's the flop again? Not folding? What does that mean? You have a pair, Danny?
Okay.
All right, Seabiscuit, I am working on this. Everything is a work in progress. Now, the word volume in huge letters there. I'm not sure if that is a good thing or a bad thing.
You did say 9%.
Back to the action here, as we do have an all-in and a call by Lateralus.
No, that's not too
A
bad.
beautiful flop for Professor.
Backdoor.
Flopping a set in this world is never a bad thing, and that will do it for Professor. Gets himself a nice pot here early on. That is an $1,800 pot. Biggest pot of the day, going Professor's way.
I'm not good at math.
You got your covered.
And he played king. Oh my god, he's not playing 9%, he's playing any hammer.
Seabiscuit, I am with you here in this chat, and I am working. I am moving back and forth, trying to get tuned in and get everything working properly. A goal of mine is to just hear the players talk today a little bit more, so I will be back and forth, and I am with you here. I will do my best to communicate with you. I'll be here with the chat and fill in for Mixon today, as he will be back this week, so you guys will not have to have me too much other than today, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy watching this game and watching these guys, and really for that matter, any poker. I am a student myself, and I have got the opportunity to play a lot with this group specifically. And
It's like, and I'm not trying to block anyone from
all of them are not afraid of action, and I will do my best to give some of my knowledge, not so much about them, but maybe what they're thinking is Daniel Lateralis just going to grip it and rip it here with Jack 7 of clubs. Or, no, excuse me. As the graphics will catch up, that is Garrett's hand. We will Lateralis with pocket 8 and a $400 stack, deciding to put it all in there. Does seem like the graphics are behind just 1 second as the action's on Henry.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it got canceled.
And easy does it for Lateralis, gripping and ripping it, taking down that pot. Nice job, Daniel.
I don't want to say pissed off. I get it. I was a little bummed. I thought it might be better just to play the game in their honor.
Seabiscuit.
I get it.
Is there any suggestions on the audio end? I'm going to try one more time to tune into the table today. I will be back and forth, as much as possible, but I do want to communicate with y'all. So, I mean, anything that you have for me, Nico, I do see that you say that you cannot hear, and be nice to hear the commentators. I will never be the commentator that you guys have had on this show in the past. Now, Flat White, this is day 2 that he has played here today, raising it to 45 with pocket 4s, folding around to Professor. Does not get in there with the King 10 offsuit. Back to the straddle by Gabe, and does just decide to let it go. Now, we are still in the middle of a nit game, so keep that in mind. While you may see a few, not so common movements pre-flop as they navigate through the nit game, and if you have not played a nit game, that the variation that we have here is most of the time that's progressive, and the first one starts out at $20 a player, goes up to, I believe, $20 each time, and by the end of it, here you will see some big bounties being paid throughout the remainder of these nit games.
Have you seen the video? You know. This is the whole reason I ordered it. Chris took us to a bougie coffee shop, and I wanted to get something.
Nico.
So not only did I decide
I
name, but I took
am going to go in and
realizing why it's in the thumbnail.
turn up the table one more time. I do know about the. I actually, Nico, I think these commentator mics sometimes are very loud and can sound almost like a radio show versus some of the other comments that you've seen from other streams now, and that's what I kind of like about it, and I really have enjoyed listening to Mixon and Ron. I enjoyed TJ and Keller last week.
To be honest with you, I did not catch that UVA Tech basketball game. I think I was playing that night.
Guys, give me 2 seconds here. We'll be right back.
Virginia Tech has pulled in some foreign talent, and those guys, as freshmen, are probably one of
You are? We're basically the European Union team at this point. UVA is. We have a. Why would you? Oh, right. Got it. Basically get Euro pros. Why not? You are.
One call.
No, you're not.
Same hand clubs.
Oh.
I had 8-7 of clubs.
The nines again.
I
Nines
was gonna
again?
put it in against him.
The nine.
Penguin Viagra.
One time. Take a look.
Penguin Viagra.
But
Let's go.
why? Why is it?
Because like Wayne Gretzky looks like a penguin.
This is a very interesting flop.
I like this one.
So because he's on
Especially
ice.
given the
Seven.
not today. Give him an 8 dealer. An 8 from space. You get 9s twice in the first 7 hands.
So rolled both times.
So lucky.
You guys see how I've done in recent history?
Yeah, you've been crushing it.
No.
You were up 5 grand yesterday, or
No.
was that 2 days ago?
No. I got you. So what are you? Yeah, of course. Of course we can do that. This is Oh, 2 lappers. Okay, there's the first bit.
Yep.
There
So
is
there's
the
a
second
guy
bit.
where we played.
You can do more change if you want.
Very good player. However, he wanted to have
What
big
did you-
chips.
what did you
Wanted to
do?
have big chips.
What is it?
Oh, well, if this guy has big chips,
Talking shit, dude.
he's getting them.
I heard him say I'm a good player. I don't recommend that.
Yeah. Just telling
There's
everyone.
people who want to have small chips.
He doesn't know my strategy.
Someone
It
told
was
me
really
this.
annoying. My
No
first
one knows. If I'm doing commentary at some point, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I think I've got the
Proven right
professor
to me
pretty good,
time and time
pretty well
again.
figured out. I think I know what professor's three betting with.
Uh,
I'm gonna wait for you to make an action. I'm gonna be like, I knew he was gonna do that.
Just in case anyone wonder, I have 2 purples, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You informed. I have 2 purples.
Yeah.
If you want to change them out, I can.
Yeah, we can if people want to. I won't object at all.
It's double straddle.
Oh,
Six, four.
in fact, I'm going to.
You got that look in your eye, bro.
Oh, Jack's pretty good.
Oh my goodness.
Call.
Big leagues.
Swapping these out.
I haven't played in classes.
Nine.
This 65 minutes. that,
so,
Mikes?
like,
Get him.
How
Confess to
how
the
do you
crime.
be on
I am
leash?
chill. Smoking mostly. Sometimes.
No boofing?
Sometimes you eat.
Boofing is a legal way to do it, but not in my mind. That's the look. I'm gonna comment on it every time it happens.
Definitely have the highest people grade.
That's why I gotta fold it.
He gets nines every hand. Give me eights. I'll put it all in.
So we go have a nice vegan lunch somewhere for like 2 hours.
And now, and he said he slept well.
I did.
So bad,
I
bro.
slept a lot.
That's why you win your flips if you sleep.
I had the
Yeah,
electric
that's good
blanket.
shit.
I had the electric blanket all the way up last night.
Oh, I got 2 little dogs that sleep under the blankets. It's kind of like an electric.
When I dog sit, Morsi, the tiny little dog, she gets under the electric blanket. She loves it. She's cold.
Yeah.
I rescued a dog this week.
You have a dog now?
No, not for me. A dog
you
was
saved
running
it.
around the neighborhood, and I got it from the cold.
What do you have on?
Good.
Started with about 1,000.
Lost animals find me.
Yeah.
To ask for money.
They know the fish when they see it.
For real. Sucker. Like, this guy's a sucker.
He'll probably feed me. As long as I want.
That time I was getting straight left in the neighborhood too.
C7 all in.
I prefer once, it's up to you.
Whatever you want to do.
C3 call.
I have a small pair. If you have a big pair, you're
I
good.
have a big pair.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
One time.
I'll repeat my belief that if one guy
not
says,
that big, though.
how many do you want, and the other guy
How
says,
big is
it's up
that,
to you,
really?
any version of that,
It's the biggest
they
pair.
should automatically
Bigger than pocket
all
ones.
the
It's
power
bigger
be
than
distributed to
ones,
everyone
but
else
not
in the hand.
everything.
One time.
Will it be a 5, or will it be ace, deuce, 3, 4?
Could be a 5 though. So
Will it be ace, deuce, 3, 4?
Oh, I think I see it.
Will it be ace, deuce, 3, 4? It's literally impossible.
Queen, king.
Queen, king, yeah.
I mean, like,
Queen first, though.
That's
Okay, well
close.
now it's literally, there's no way that anyone can.
I'd like a diamond,
I
please.
think they're chopping it 100%.
That's such a nasty way to put the card out because I'm the last one to see it there. So I'm like, dude, that's like, whoa!
I've done it a couple times here. To Garrett.
We're supposed to have kings here. We're supposed to have ace king. Might be a chance.
But Garrett's just a stone face and took his glasses off.
Or refuse to move.
5, 8, 9, 9, 34.
Not 30.
9.
30. Oh, yes.
14 pets.
Fortunate.
See, Dave?
Yeah,
Some people want to watch football. Bring Woody on in the back.
That's honestly
What's
pretty
on
good.
and now it's not? What
That would
happened?
tell me more than
Um,
I used
sometimes
to watch so
TVs
much of the
don't
show,
work
but
perfectly.
the episodes just
Modern era.
there's something
First
about
world
them.
problems kind of I agree with it. It's absolutely outrageous that
I-
creature comforts are given to us.
Rick and Morty's just funny to me. I don't know.
Ever since the Szechuan sauce.
That's
Just the amount of like
Alright. C3 is double straddle 20.
I'm remembering now that I had
My first year at UVA was
sincere intention to
after
look
the
up K-pop
Unite the Right
demon
rally.
hunters.
We had something that was really annoying though, because like every single semester for literally 2 years after that, I was like, if anyone feels
We can put that on.
unsafe, like, bro, we're in like the bluest part of Virginia. It's not that.
it's,
No one's
it's crazy
here.
how blue it is right there in the trail strip.
Yeah, Nova's pretty. Yeah, near DC.
Virginia Tech is like pretty split.
Yeah, Virginia Tech's more.
C6.
It's kind of funny. We expected we kind of view Tech as like country bumpkins, but it's only like 50-50 like that.
Yeah, the inner schools we call
C9 all in.
ag is usually
Yeah, he also have the connect board there too.
Alright, C2 raise 600. C3 fold.
Alright, I punted off enough that hand. I have to log in now.
huge punt. No one will ever forgive me for that one.
I'll pull the professor there. It wasn't deuces, but wow. You flip out of deuces last time I played.
Pulled
No, I'm sitting right here.
How bad am I?
I mean, you're up enough. It's okay.
Do it twice?
Just once.
Oh,
Give me
that's a
two
good
very
move.
live.
That's a good
Oh
move.
shit.
The
I'm
17.
getting my mind
Y'all
ready.
get your 20s ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Honestly, pretty smart.
Get it ready. Here, I'm gonna get rid of this too while we're at
Yeah,
it.
just
fold
I'm
mind
gonna
it.
river a deuce.
All right, one time.
Honestly, that's the way to do it.
On the river.
On the river.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Oh, come on,
Who's on the
baby.
flop?
Heart, heart.
Come on, baby.
Heart. 3-4.
Paddleboard.
3-4. Yeah, give him a 5. I'm okay with that. That's good. Oh,
Nice.
4 ounce.
Good.
Not like that.
Not like that.
Yes.
This is the worst day of my life.
Woo. Ship it.
Great fold by me.
Looks like 226.
You cost us all $20.
Bang, bang.
No, I would have lost, and I was dominated by Stein. So great fold by me.
Did you just get into the ace jack?
26.
That's exactly what I had.
I know.
Ace jack suited too.
Oh my
Wow, the stream is gonna look really
His
nitty.
version of Queen Tank for $400. Folds the
Mid.
ace jack suit. What the?
Correctly. You know
Yeah,
what?
that's a real play. Get this guy out of here. Bring us some real
Okay,
play.
just scored again.
What
21-10 or 5.
So that's the 9% beat them.
All right, so 120, 123 here. All right, 64 is lost.
It's been a while since I won.
Alright, I wanna win this hand. I don't care about the other hands. Well, okay, I kinda
Double
do.
the 20.
Let's start with this one. 20 is going to.
Uh,
I will go to
That's a super. Coming on the river.
I'm gonna wait and look.
That was good though. Man, it's still a little sweaty.
just
Fold.
I probably will.
That turns.
I'm probably gonna fold.
I'm locking it up.
91% chance.
I would like a walk to 7 deuce. That would be
91% chance. I guarantee it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's triple straddle.
I don't see that happening.
No, it's 100.
Look,
it's
guys,
120 for you.
I have a dream.
So 120 total.
That's tomorrow.
Is that a double?
Six,
Triple?
a triple straddle. So 6,
Oh,
7,
yeah,
8
forget it.
are full. Yes. There.
Just gonna go in
That's
for
right.
it.
Down two.
Henry Roger, he's not gonna let me walk with 7 deuce.
All in.
Here we go.
If you have 7 deuce, you still have to play.
It's like when the teacher gives the boy a stick and says, hit people with it.
That happened all the time.
It happened every day.
No. Crazy.
C5 fold.
Some days Daniel forgets the full button, but today he's got it on the top section of the screen.
All right, guys, I am back here. As we are right back into the action. Looks like Andrew with an all-in for 890 pre-flop into our boy Henry, who does decide to let it go.
We've been doing that.
And we are in the nit game, as you will see Andrew just table his hand there, which does get rid of that nit button, and well done,
If you don't show up with
Andrew.
the splash money will stay in. You do know the splash money.
Lots of people play this stream don't know that yet.
Unless it's-
I'm not saying.
Unless it's the professor who will give him one because he did it on the Lodge live stream where he didn't show. And that cost him $400.
Let me get the
$500.
chat back up here.
And you guys
He
got
didn't show his
Poker Bunny.
cards.
And what?
Splash.
You got your ass kicked by Poker Bunny.
Keystone, I agree. We will hopefully get to see our South Carolina boy, Flat White, taking down massive pots today.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
She is a shark. I spent a lot of time myself. She's very good.
C5 fold. 6 fold.
Our friend watched her play that stream and was like, I'm telling you, she's cheating.
Me?
And Gabe picking up pocket kings here, putting a $35 raise out there. TJ is going nowhere. ace jack offsuit, electing to get into this pot, going over to our boy Henry with no fear, calling $35. Andrew getting out of there. Flat white, ace four of diamonds. That's so Gabe and we are off to a five-way flop. Beautiful Texas poker action here on a 9-9 queen, two spade board. Really hits nobody. Leaves the door open for the other four players to really tell a different story here. See if TJ decides to get a little frisky here. He does not. Now, Gabe's hand here being very, very disguised going into the turn. And again, helping really nobody. Henry does pick up a small gut shot there with a bunch of checks back to Gabe. I do see him putting some chips in here. Got to protect some equity here, and that is a very nice size wager in this situation of $95, it looks like. TJ getting out of the way, and it does make, it's really good sizing by Gabe. It does make it hard to continue, as you guys can see that nobody hit anything. Poker is easy watching when we all can see the cards, and it's a beautiful game that none of them know exactly what's going on in these situations as Gabe picks up another pot here.
Thank you. Nice, you guys are looking out.
We just can't all walk away from the table.
I do believe that the knit game is over. I do not see any buttons out there. Lateralus in the 5 seat with the straddle on this hand.
Can I be on both teams and just be like the? I mean, you made that joke before. I like
The all-time QB.
Yeah. That's great.
Remember back in grade school, one person.
2.5x under the gun.
You know?
So which nines do you
Oh,
think
you're
are
gonna be
better?
QB for both teams.
I always wanted to be it, but there was always someone better.
Always.
25 to
Fun
call.
down on this table a little
Real,
bit.
it's too fun in this
Too
one.
fun.
Alright, C1 call.
I'm opening 2.5x under the gun. I'm doing real
Everyone's
shit.
flat.
I would have made it 22
We
if I
are
could.
all in a Discord making fun of you right now.
Good.
Can you believe it? Professor's opening this
I'm right where I want them.
Okay. Watch it back.
No one picking up much here on this flop. Queen high, all diamonds. Henry does bet and try to protect some of his equity that he might think he has here. $50 by Henry. And it does look like Skywalker coming in with a very fiery 175 raise in this situation, but no fear. Henry just ripping on him with that top pair. Says, "I'm good in this situation. Let's just rip it and flip for it." If you get there, you get there in his mind, and you will see that we have a hand by Skywalker that doesn't appear to be much, but it is an open ender, and it's a beautiful situation. Let's see what we got on the turn here. Nobody with any diamonds here. Doesn't help much.
8 of diamonds.
And that will do it for our boy Skywalker. In this situation, one nice one going Henry's way.
Not my most impressive.
And there is some more very good production by our team. Showing off the Red Star colors there with the chips. And if you have not yet joined our, we have 29 of you in the chat. If you have not yet hit like and subscribe, let's see how many we can build today on this beautiful Sunday. While, I know there's a lot of exciting stuff happening in the world of sports, and you know, here in our beautiful world of our sport, we're trying to film something different here, here at Red Star. There's a market for, you know, this stakes, which in an everyday poker situation, these stakes are just more relatable to the average poker player out there, and I do challenge everyone, if you have not yet played on a live stream and want to, a couple things you will find out is you get to really watch yourself from a different angle and see yourself playing, and you know, studying that is a good thing for those that are actual students of the game. So, you know, it's not for everyone, the live streams. If you do and are interested in playing here at Red Star, you can reach out to myself, Sean O'Brien, or our main commentator, Cameron Mixon at Mixon Poker, on his social handles. Please reach out to either one of us. Get your name in this lineup here at Red Star. And we do have a raise from Andrew, call from Henry. Both players smashing this flop, as we do see Henry checking top pair, top kicker. Andrew betting a $55 wager, and a snap click by Henry of $200 being called. Of course, as we can see, Andrew is open-ended, and off to the turn we go, which does not help either player. Does put a flush draw out there, which not surprising to see Henry check being first to act. Let's see what Henry decides to do here with the fourth diamond. Does check it over to Andrew, and Andrew does decide to go for a milky 150, and Henry does not like to see it. It's painful, that diamond. I know the 150, you know, in some poker worlds it's such a small amount, but why pay it? If the guy has one diamond, why pay it? And that is what's going through Henry's mind right now. As he does let it go and does not pay that man that money. Andrew picking up a very nice pot, even though it's not in the Nick game. He does decide to show it, and well done, Andrew. It is always nice having him here. In that, I'm going to make him sign that hat, Virginia Tech hat. It is a memorabilia item in the poker world. If you have ever got to play with our boy Andrew Stein, not scared of taking down pots in most situations. And we are off to the next one. I expect an exciting day of action as I'm going to let this stream run. Please, guys, let's build this chat up. We are at 31 people watching at the moment. Henry here raising, I believe. We got a few folds before him, raising with King 10 of diamonds. That's so Gabe getting in the action here. Jack 8 of diamonds. 3 to the flop. We have action with a 2 diamond flop. Ace for our boy Skywalker. It's a beautiful card for him. Gabe decides to check it over, and Henry checking today is, I really like to see it, mixing it up with what you guys have seen from him in the last few streams. So, you know, it's really good to see all players, different gears, and I'm really excited to see what Henry has for us today, picking up the nut flush draw. Skywalker does protect his equity, betting $55 over to Gabe. And both players with that flush draw do decide to call. We are 3-way to the turn. 3 of clubs not helping anybody. Gabe, first act, checks over. And I like this sizing by Skywalker here. just betting half pot here, a little less over to Gabe. If it's more of a one-card situation there for Gabe, that you're jack high flush draw, and even if you hit your 8, you're not good, so just get out of there. Now Henry's ace high flush draw, not surprised seeing him getting in this action. Calls for 100, and like I said, if Gabe does hit that 8, which is irrelevant as you would see, you're just dead. And Henry first act just checks it. Oh, Skywalker was first act, does check it, goes check, and
I think there used to be some in
Henry got out cheap there. Got out cheap there, chasing that nut flush draw. Nice one by our boy Skywalker here, and anytime you can pick up chips, no matter how big they are, in any game is a win.
You can't hear what we're saying anymore, but good luck. Good friend.
Now
Yeah, that was bad.
Garrett
Jackson's like, oh no.
in this straddle for $10 puts TJ under the gun.
You were a mercenary.
And you will see as this game ramps up that there will be multiple straddles and multiple knit games being played as the first one is done here. Right back to the action.
Trevor Moore? Yeah, he died several years ago. Of mysterious circumstances, Stein fell off of a second-story porch at his house. He has some videos about the Illuminati and about the government.
Sure he didn't get raped in the mouth?
That's what I'm saying. They killed him. It's for sure true. You don't even have to look it up. Everybody knows it.
He made the whole thing.
Andrew raising to $50 pre here.
Oh, it's happening again.
Lateralus getting in the action. That's so Gabe picking up pocket 7s here. Does decide to get in there for his $50. I do believe there is a game on that. You will see
I would have gotten
their
really hurt
attention
if I tried to
being
get that
taken
ball.
away from the poker action here for a little bit.
It's funny that he just went
As Henry does get in there with 4-3 offsuit. Let's see if anybody flops anything here. Little bit for a couple people, everybody having a piece of it.
conspiracy theory stuff.
Henry getting out of there. Only one not flopping any of this one, so jump the ship as Andrew
Whitest kids you know.
picking up top pair.
He's gonna stumble across that one day on YouTube.
Betting a third pot, does he, with his beautiful top pair of queens. $85 wager called by Lateralus. Over to That's So Gabe. More than likely not going to continue here.
How you feeling about this flop, Stein?
It's weird. It's
You
kind of
don't
weird.
just fall off of those second-story balconies.
They have some hilarious
9 on the turn.
videos that are like
Lateralus does not have much back and cannot call the shove by Andrew. And nice job there by our boy Andrew Stein picking up another decent pot. Stack those chips, good sir. But Andrew, lock in. It's going to be a rough, long day for everyone here, where we are not afraid to battle here at Red Star. Come on down and check this action out, guys. We are located at Burnett Road and 183 in Austin, Texas. Unique little room here, guys, but the action is nonetheless, some of my favorite. Lots of green chips on the table, and I do think it's some of the best action for, Hold'em and occasionally a PLO table, as I do. We are filming only Texas Hold'em now, but for all of you PLO players, I will throw out there down the line very shortly we will be running and spreading some PLO in front of the camera for you guys. So tune in for more of that action as TJ's in the $10 straddle here. As the graphics are catching back up to us, we do see Garrett just gripping it and ripping it. Flat white deciding to raise to $75. Garrett ripping it. Most likely getting a few folds over to our boy Henry, and he is out of there. Flat white says no, sir. Take that pot down, Garrett. Very nicely done. And yes, I agree. Let's go flat white. Not scared of the action. With the word flight and flat white, I did not know that what I was going to expect the first time that I got the pleasure of playing with him. But in a very, very short minute, I learned what this guy is capable of, and I do love watching our boy Flat White here. And we have Henry in the $10 straddle, Andrew under the gun. Flat White's having a good time.
So I actually have a bottle of wine in the car. That would
He's
also
fueled up with his coffee here, coming in with a $35 raise. 10-8 of hearts. Over to Skywalker. This is Texas, baby. And Choctaw Nuts, you know, for all those that are up there in Choctaw this week playing the Circuit Main, good luck. I do have a few friends up there. If they made day 2, I wish you all the best. And actions over to Professor here, picking up Pocket Kings with a healthy stack already in this stream today. I do believe we will see a nice healthy raise of $170 by Professor. Garrett getting out of the way. TJ, I believe I saw an ace in Garrett's stack. We will
You got one through.
Prove it.
He can't. He won't.
Can't, you're right. It's a
Maybe
pretty
tomorrow he will.
king. It is king.
That actually is getting one through. Wait, CJ Stroud through
It
4?
does get through. Professor, unfortunately, not getting any action with that, and it's painful when you pick up Pocket Kings, Pocket Aces, or any premium in any matter, and you know, elect to put some raising chips out there, and it just flat folds all the way around to you. It is very frustrating, but it's a part of the game. On to the next one.
No wonder he has four.
As Professor here, Flat White and Professor, I do know I've played a lot with each other. And as we continue filming these guys, I do believe we will see some great poker action by this group, you know, that we have seen already. And I have some exciting new stuff coming out for all the viewers that have been with us and that continue to tune in. I do thank you guys. It does mean a lot to me having you guys. As we do have 30 people watching today, thank you guys. Let's continue to build this as we will run for a few hours. I've got a few dealers lined up, and we are wanting this game to run as long as these players want today. As we get off to this flop here, all spades, ace high, Henry smacking it, and quickly putting out $60 is not surprising here with an all spade flop. You know, I even think with like a deuce of spades in his hand, Henry might, you know, elect to play that one a little slower, but does a nice job picking that one off. And Selena's doing a wonderful job today in the box, moving this action along. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hit the like button for me. Just that one little thumbs up means a lot. And you know, let's see how many we can get today. I challenged TJ and Keller last week on Wednesday that they couldn't get 50 of you guys, and I was shocked that quickly they were able to attain that goal. And in the middle of the week there, so I mean, it was a nice job to TJ and Keller in the commentary booth, and for you guys for really interacting well. And while Mixon's out playing day 2 of the Biloxi series out there. So good luck, Mixon. Can't wait to hear about it. Right back to the action. It is TJ's button, and as the graphics catch back up today, Professor on the second here.
That's always good after salmon premiums. I just feel like 60.
That was a sick call. That's one
Well,
of the
it's a negative.
Huge raise.
like legitimately that was one of the sickest calls I've ever seen. To call the raise and the turn and the
Yeah?
raise.
I have your hand.
Fifth
Seven
sickest,
deuce?
fifth sickest hand that I've seen.
Who's opening for Bad Bunny in the Super Bowl?
Is it you?
No, it's Green Day.
Green Day? Dude, with all the stuff with Greenland's going on,
So
Green
they're
Day's
gonna
gonna
play
get a
American
huge
Idiot,
boost.
like 100%.
Where's the Super Bowl? San Francisco. Yeah, they'll get your.
We must have Green Day. Green Day is essential to national security. We must
Alright,
take
so
over
now
Green
I
Day.
can-
They have precious minerals. Oh, Green Day? Green Day. I
Alright,
think
double
Green Day.
straddle 20.
Said no one ever did.
The game is on. The game is on.
Alright, now we're gonna start
Run out.
making
Yeah, they have to
140.
I didn't think that lineup would work. But
Sounds like you have a little faith, man.
what? On the surface,
Little
none of
faith.
it doesn't.
Don't have enough faith. You need to believe.
6 fold.
Whatever Bad Bunny lineup things.
No, no, like having Green Day open for Bad Bunny is like not a matchup you would think of.
Wait, wait, 60.
Don't worry about it.
You raised? Okay. Make you suck.
9 call. C1 call. C2 fold. C4 wait. 250. C5 fold. C8 all in. C9 call. C1 call. C4 call.
Pretty good crackers though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best thing.
Alright,
Yeah, that's just your.
one time, right?
Yeah.
Over the nine.
At least the space are covered. But beyond that, pretty.
Back door!
Pretty hard, man.
On a lane flop.
5 saves isn't up there.
Oh god, it's always a sweat.
Oh god, it's not like this. Not
Pull some mile on that shit.
I've been going 3 weeks and still talking about it.
Oh man.
Iowa Matt. Yeah. I mean, that was pretty
The
legendary.
runner, double gunner, the
9-10.
runner gutter stuff is like,
I told him last time I talked to him, like, they're still talking about it. Of course he loves it.
That's got to be the hand of the stream so far. Since they started it. It's got to be. That was what I was saying.
I mean, he kind of is the guy now where it's like if somebody has like the runner gutter, that's like, that's the guy associated with that.
That's a pretty legendary hand set. There have been a couple. Your 9-6 was one of them.
There was a hand where somebody got in at Jack 7 on like Queen Jack against pocket sevens.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And he binked the 1-outer on the river. That was very sick. That was sick hand.
There's a couple of 1-outers in stream.
Verging into poker nerd territory here.
Oh no, nerds.
What's up, guys? We are back here. Joe Pick in the chat. What's up, buddy? This is Sean. Tell Stein to stop picking his nose. Are there any commentators, Joe? I am here. Thanks for tuning in. I am back and forth and filling in for Mixon today. I do have the table comment or the table mics turned up, so I do want you guys to listen to the players a little bit more than just me today. But I am here for you guys. Hey, what's going on, buddy? As our boy Henry raising up to 60 here. Pocket sixes. TJ picking up some heat in the 9 seat. Pocket queens. Lateralus. 8-7 of diamonds here. I believe Lateralus. Oh, he did rip that. Is all in for 160 as they got the stack sizes correct. And TJ nonetheless ripping it here in our boy Henry's face. 575, I believe. We'll see if that is 605 stack out of TJ. Henry is in a folding position. However, our boy Henry loves to gamble, and there it is, 605 in this pot. And we are going 3 ways to this flop here. It's a beautiful thing in Austin, Texas, as Selena does a great job getting this pot correct, and we will be off to this flop.
6, 5, 10.
3 ways, pocket queens, 8, 7 of diamonds here. Let's check out some percentages on this board. Pocket 6s. You'll be surprised that pocket 6s and 8, 7 of diamonds run their equities pretty close here, as TJ has the most of it. And off to the flop, and pretty safe for TJ. Ace, ace, deuce, rainbow. No help, and that will do it for our boy TJ here on the turn, just smacking. And this pot will go TJ's way, picking up a nice $1,400 pot in the 9 seat. And I believe, yep, knit game is on, and TJ does just get rid of his knit button here. And our boy Lateralus did not have much in front of him, or TJ would have had a near triple up here, as this action will move, but does get rid of his knit button. And there is some really good camera work here, showing off those beautiful red star chips and logo. And Selena will quickly move this action. And what do we got here? Lateralus getting some change, and Professor Straddle of $10 puts Gabe, that's so Gabe, under the gun here with ace 10 of diamonds. Beautiful holdings here. Let's see what Gabe decides to do. Now, as this chat grows, guys, and there's more of you coming in and joining us here today on this beautiful Sunday, I thank you guys, but hit like and subscribe for me here. It really, as we're building this channel, goes a long way for me. So if you've not yet hit that thumbs up button, we are going to have a lot of action today, as Garrett does decide a 3-bet of 150 is in line for this ace jack of spades. Folding around, Lateralus getting out of there. Back over to That's So Gabe, raising pre-flop, getting 3-bet. See what he decides to do here. I believe around $700 in that stack behind him, and does just decide to let it go and live to fight for another day, as Garrett does a nice job showing his hand there, not forgetting, getting rid of his knit button. And I'm a go 50-50 on what I think about the knit game. I really like the version where it's the reverse knit game and you get a button as you win more hands. Those set up way better for an aggressive player. Now both versions, as you see, you may see both of them today as we're on the second knit game of the day, I believe. And it is a progressive format, so as we play more knit games, they will go up for these players, and those bounties will grow as this game grows today. As Gabe's in the straddle for $10, Garrett under the gun, getting in there with ace queen back to back. Gotta love it.
I don't think you are either. I watched you play on Wednesday.
In some ways.
Our boy Henry, any 2 cards getting in there. And Andrew picking up the opposites of our boy Garrett here in the same form. Does decide to raise to $55. And a beautiful holdings by Lateralus here. 9-10 of diamonds gets in there for the 55. Back over to That's So Gabe getting out of there. And action back on Garrett. And here we go, guys. Grip It and Rip It by Garrett. Now, this is a different decision by Andrew here, as he has about 1,500, 1,600 back in his stack. Garrett does, I think, as we will see how much that shove was for, around 600. Let the graphics guys get that count accurate there, and the all-in, yes, $560 by Garrett. Back over to Andrew. Let's see what ace, queen decides to do with this, and does not surprise me here. I think that is a great fold by Andrew Stein. Now, Garrett, or Lateralus here, getting in here with Garrett does not surprise me. These two are very good friends and love to gamble with each other. So let's two to this flop. Let's see how many times they're going to run it. More than likely just once. Yes, just once. And I am a fan of running it once. They're ace high and a 10. Both players picking up a piece of this board.
Drawing completely dead on the turn. Let's go. We're walking.
Four of spades on the turn, helping nobody.
Oh God, don't do it to me. I can't believe you did it.
And Michael Simmons, hello from Lynchburg, Virginia. I have actually driven through there, as I have been a mobile person my entire life, and on the East Coast I've spent quite a bit of time. Thank you for tuning in, as you do see this pot, I believe, going Garrett's way.
Think about this German people. You're like,
Nicely done by Garrett.
they're all there to like. They have
Puts Lateralis in a position that is sometimes hard to say for me, as I let Sean catch back up here. Lateralis is not afraid to gamble with his boy Garrett there, having a great time there. And cumulative winnings today, Professor already up a cool $2,000. TJ picking up the very nice couple pots, up 900. Andrew Stein having a good day in the green, flat white. Garrett both in the green. Few players in the red, but that will continue to change as we go along here. Garrett's in the $10 straddle. TJ's first, 9-5 off, getting out of there. Nico, we talked about that. Yeah, Gainesville, Virginia. It's a really pretty part of this country. Blue Ridge Mountains. Very familiar.
There
has to be a lot of land that's available over there. Like, there's a house.
Andrew picking up King 9 of diamonds, raises to $30. Folds over to Professor. Looking sharp today. Does get in this hand here with a nonetheless, but a 3-bet to 150 from Professor.
Yeah, I know. I already knew that. I knew it 5 seconds ago. I know it was 2 or 3 seconds.
And that is an all-in by Gabe here with his ace 10. It's going to be exciting to see what Professor decides to do with that ripped down his face.
Oh no, it's a bluff.
And Professor does fold here. Gabe picking up another nice one.
I didn't say show.
Getting rid of his knit button, I believe.
I did not encourage him to show in any way. Anything, I distracted him.
That's true. I was distracted.
Bruno, don't be cheap.
Hey, man.
Yeah, same man.
Nice to see you, Bruno. Missed you, buddy. Next time you're in Austin, I definitely want you coming to check out Red Star. Have not got to see you in a while, and it is a shame, Bruno, but I hope you're enjoying that beautiful, probably beautiful weather you always have down there.
Thank you.
Getting pretty bad. Okay, 2-2 PLO on the river. Flush gets there and the board pairs. And then the guy says out loud, one guy says, I have a set. And then he asks, do you have a flush? The other guy tables his hand.
Lateralus picking up pocket ones. Here we go.
He does have a flush. Even though the
Nothing
guy
but black chips in his stack.
But then after the hand, the guy eventually figures out he has a bow and he tables that and wins. And then the guy who has the flush
Professor's looking to get frisky here.
is like, hey dude, you can't like stay like
Jack 6 of clubs.
hand, like you're not supposed to comment on the hand.
Calling the $30 raise, trying to just go after and punish Danielson.
And then the other guy asked if he had a flush.
Folds over to TJ in the straddle. Does decide to get out of there.
If he's
Down on the
good,
table.
it's your responsibility to say something.
In fact, yeah,
Yeah, or because the dealer wasn't like paying attention at that time. The dealer was like talking or
the dealer
something.
fucks
Like
up
that.
on players too.
Yeah. And it wasn't like I was like
Heads
hey,
up to
man,
an ace-high flop. Lateralus just getting the best of it. He's over a 99% to win this hand, as Professor is under 1% to win this hand. That is actually kind of funny.
If he tables his hand, it's the responsibility of the whole tip. That's the way
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's my
Lateralus with a milky $20 bet into this pot.
Yeah, exactly. Hammer was the dealer, and he's like, dude, you can't be doing stuff like that. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The hand was on the table.
exactly like that. If the dude asks if you got a flush, you take it. In fact, you're supposed to.
I think so too. Like the player's asking me, it's an older gentleman, like he might not really. be able
King
to
on the
like,
turn, helping nobody.
probably be able to-
9 on the river, also
The dealer was talking to him.
not helping Professor. That is not what Lateralus wanted to see, as he picked up just all of this board that he could, earning himself that check mark, putting the rest of his stack in there.
He had a conniption over this exact thing.
Now, this is a painful spot for Professor. Now, most people could just say it's a straight fold, but these guys have a lot of history together, and
Oh my god, oh my god.
But he had a
now,
conniption. 'Cause, like,
don't be surprised if you do see Professor make a hero call here. But there is a world where Lateralus just does not have what he has, and that's why one would maybe consider making this call. Now, it goes check, check, turn, check, check, river. The guy your opponent does not have a king in his hand. There was a milky $20 call on the flop, which does put this pot possibly in a range where Professor, is just getting bluffed on and by Daniel. But that would be what he's considering. Does fold, let it down, and Lateralus picking up a well-deserved pot here.
Oh,
I'm not sure you can beat
the
this.
sheep. Sheepishly shows.
He won the minimum.
Exactly.
Billy
wrong,
Murph.
but no one's gonna say it.
What's going on, Bruno? Bruno has fans in the chat. If you don't know who Bruno is and have never played with Bruno, I really want Bruno on this stream one day. And next time you're in town, Bruno, Philly Murph, I will definitely put y'all together, and we will get that action back. Get you some, Murph. Murph ain't in here
He does try, but
yet, but
very good poker. In fact, most of the table is I'm the most experienced.
I will make that phone call if we do get an open seat. Your boy Murph will get thrown into this mix as we continue today on a beautiful Sunday.
That's awesome.
Yeah, happy to see it. He's kind of nitty, but he got paid off most times.
That's how it's done, man.
25
Show up to
cent?
the right 25-50 cent game and make a bajillion big ones.
Honestly, if you're really trying to win 25, 50 cent, that's probably
Lateralus
just wait for nuts.
raising early. Jack 10.
I should do a 25.
Professor just getting a smooth call in there with his king queen.
For $1,000 minimum.
Garrett getting in there. Pocket sixes, folds from TJ. Not much to work with as Henry saw a little eyeing of the stack sizes there. Seeing how many opponents he has, gets in this mix here as we're going to go 4 ways to this flop. Ace, Jack, Queen, 2 clubs. Everybody having a small piece of this except for our boy Garrett. Henry taking first lead, 80 bucks, throws in there. Over to Lateralus. Pair in a gut shot. Very common situation you face in poker with 21% equity, as some people are scared to float these cards here, as Daniel is not. See if he can pick up what he needs. Professor, same situation. Pair in a gut shot. Does let it go. Garrett getting out of there. 2 to the turn. 3 of diamonds helping nobody. Henry does have the best of it here as he does decide to just rip it in on Daniel.
Yeah, I always found the people who had a lot of money who have a conniption over $50.
No, for
I found the wrong people to play with.
Money means different things to different people, no matter how much they have or don't have.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what it's true. It's like 25.
Daniel does decide to put the rest of these chips in here as we have a $1,000 pot.
I don't care if I win or lose. Like,
Going to see if our boy Henry can fade the gut shot or
I'm not gonna
a
rag on
10. As you can see here, 9 outs, 20%. 3 of clubs, safe for our boy Henry, taking down another one. Daniel's son having a slow start today, but get ready, folks. This game is ripping up, and grip your seats because we will have action nonstop here from the Red Star live stream today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Up to 37 people now. Let's see how many people we can get hitting that like button today while all y'all are watching. Share if you have not. Bring your friends, your family, your dogs in on this one because the action today is lined up. It is packed. We are still in the knit game here as I believe 2, maybe 3 people still have their knit the game button. I do see 3 out there. Professor, Flat White, and Andrew all still with their knit buttons. Moving on, and Andrew is in the $10 straddle. I do believe our boy Flat White elected a $20 straddle over to Lateralus. Picking up some heat. Ace King this time for Daniel. Smooth flat. Gotta love it. We can talk about multiple ways to play short stack poker, but really in my mind there is only one way, as Daniel does a nice job of hiding his hand here. Professor in there with pocket sixes and essentially doing the same. Now, Henry, gotta love it, getting in there, any 2. Andrew with an ace, never folding over to Flat White, which surprising.
I'm gonna do something really, really, really crazy. I'm gonna check.
2, 4, 6, 7 ways to this flop. All diamonds, 9 high. TJ with the only big diamond in his hand, going to check over all the way around. Here we go. Diamond on the turn. Pretty safe card for TJ just to milk out $5. See if anybody has a diamond. And gotta love Henry just snap clicking it back with his diamond. Let's just test you, and here comes a little match. TJ with the 4-bet here. Both of them elect to see this river. Another diamond in your face. TJ earning himself the check mark. Gets $5 more out of our boy Henry, and TJ doing a nice job of picking up this $200 pot. As these pots continue to grow here on this live stream on Sunday here at Red Star, Austin, Texas, baby.
3 of diamonds, straight flush blocker. You should have ran it.
He's folding.
Yeah, I'm snapping.
Dude, this has.
He fumbled again. He fumbled again?
He did. The guy knocked it out of his hand again when he was
the
throwing
ugliest
it.
football game of all.
3 people still with their knit buttons as we move this action along.
Yeah, something like that.
It's like raining and snowing.
Flat White in the $10 straddle. Our boy Lucas. Skywalker. Under the gun, Queen 6 off. Not much to work with here. Lateralus getting out of there.
So is Patriots defense.
Professor, trying to drive some action here. Raised to $30. That's so Gabe getting out of there. Garrett getting out of there. Over to TJ. Ace Jack off. TJ's picking up some heat here. Decides to just call with his Ace Jack off suit. Now Henry picking up, in his mind, some super heat. Raise. 120.
No, I'm in a hand.
To be fair, I wouldn't do that for both guys. Maybe they enjoy that.
Professor does a just good job getting out of there. TJ, not surprising. just does not want to flip this early on in this stream with our boy Henry.
Crazy story about.
No one getting rid of their knit buttons, and when you're in this situation with 3 knit buttons left, you will see, especially on this lineup here, that they will do a good job of trying to shove these players off of the knit game or off of the hand while in this last stages of this knit game, making it very hard for the people remaining with their knit buttons to get rid of them.
Who it is, and I'm just gonna say what happened.
Let's tune back to the action. Let's listen in on the table and see if we can pick up anything.
Like, you know, why don't we have like poker games where like all the players are naked
Yeah. What?
and everybody? It's like the person who said this is someone who you would never
Want to see
in
naked
a
people.
million years think would say it.
There's no one at the lodge I want to see naked.
I think of 7.
Chicken Wing Jim.
I can think of 7 people at the
Seven
lodge.
Chicken Wing Jim. The specimen.
And I'm not gonna tell you any of them, Chris.
The specimen.
The fuck?
Run.
Daniel, I'll tell you who Chicken Wing Jim is.
I know who it is.
You know who it is?
Old Jim?
Chicken Wing Jim.
I know who Old Jim is.
Is it Jim?
Old Jim's even worse.
Shout out to Chicken Wing
Old
Jim.
Jim. I hear people calling me old Chris. I'm gonna
Old
kill
Chris.
myself.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
probably
Garrett.
not.
First of
Old
all,
professor.
You're scarred, Chris.
first of all, by the way, that already exists. It's called strip poker. Okay, it's good. We love it.
But you start naked, and you can get clothes over time.
Crazy is like who said it. The who said it is like so insane that you're just like.
But you're not gonna tell us who said it, so
Yeah.
we don't know.
Just send us a picture of the person.
Imagine if you walked in the lodge and everyone was naked. How fast would you turn around?
7 minutes.
That's 100.
It's not-
1 minute for each person.
Is Anastasia dealing?
Close. It's probably legal.
I don't. Everybody.
No,
Not,
you get
not,
hammered.
not.
But is Anastasia
Not
dealing?
one pretty person. If she's dealing, I would
in.
find her and then leave.
And then leave. Yeah, exactly.
I would develop a lot of scar tissue in the
200
process.
of the most unattractive people on planet
But she's in there, man.
I'm in there, Chris. Come on.
She's in there.
I'm walking around in there every
Oh, bro.
day.
I don't know, bro. I don't know why. The other place is so much better.
You walk over to my phone and the text me who said this, and I see like how shocked his face is because he's.
Oh my gosh, he fumbled again.
Was it
Like,
cornbread?
There's no way he fumbled that
You
again.
d- the person who
He
said
did.
this is
Oh,
like
fumbled
Turtle.
way,
He might have been down.
no,
Oh, yeah, you're right.
way more surprising. Way more surprising.
Heads up in the naked
Nope,
with
that
Will.
wasn't me. I
Hey,
Another
fumble.
You
Good
must
game, Will.
fight. And it's your
Good game.
best friend, too.
Good game, Will.
Dude, Will, you're about to win, dude. No
Oh,
one's gonna even
man.
try to stop you.
You guys love propping people up before their fall.
I feel like not even Gabe is gonna put in chips here.
Good game, brother.
I have everything
Stick it
based
in
on
I am so angry at Gabe, I can't talk about it.
35.
Dang, it's still in there. A lot.
9 holes.
Ray was like, thank God you got that ball back because Drake is gonna freaking blow it for us. What a game. Yeah.
51 raised.
I turn over
130.
2 battle.
2 fold. 3 fold. Four fold.
Oh man, Will's on the button.
65.
And you're in the big blind. This is a natural collision.
Chris, you just want me to go smoke?
I don't even.
Give him a chance. What's funny is you'll go smoke and then he'll like just try to win every hand.
Yeah, I'll come back 15
And
minutes
he'll
from
like
now.
be
Crystal still has the button.
And he'll be like felt it a couple
Oh no.
times.
Oh, good.
Oh no, he's showing ace jack.
I'm glad. But I had 2 unders.
I don't think anybody should be any 49ers here.
Bro, how embarrassing.
Thought you were about to flip over 7 dudes
So,
on
so
every
happy
hand.
they lost like they did.
So bad. Christian McCaffrey shit.
Well, how much you playing in case you and I gotta get all in?
Like
7,000.
1650.
Oh, God.
Right under 17, Chris.
Dull.
That's a lot of money.
Have double
Yeah,
straddle.
the double straddle's on, so it's not that much money.
7 is double straddle. 4.
Well, the triple straddle could be on, but
You texted me?
Triple
Okay.
shot could be on.
No, I
like,
can't.
yeah, Chris,
I've
we're
already
gonna
looked
get
at
it all in
cards.
for
Saving up for
$140 bounty.
Yeah, we have a trip to freaking plan. Oh my god, I looked at a card and I looked at
Want window or aisle?
What's up?
Window or aisle?
Well, I'm gonna let you choose, Chris, 'cause I can sleep on planes.
This is like, are we going once or twice now? I'll let you. No,
Yeah, you choose.
No, you.
You want the
I like
window.
one. I like window, but if
You're
you
a
want
taller
aisle,
guy. You want
you
the
can have
window.
aisle.
So you can lay on the
Everyone loves the middle seat though.
No.
Nobody loves it. I always want the window seat because I can lean into it.
Exactly, that's
Yep.
the whole deal.
3 raised.
Window seats in that setting.
Oh, Will.
Sometimes you go to the bathroom.
Will
but even then, it's just
raised?
worth it.
I did not
Go
expect
before.
this.
Hold it. Believe I'm gonna
Yep.
get
The unexpected
said that, you're gonna be like, what the fuck?
Good luck, Will.
I'm not gonna believe it.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh my gosh.
Flat white. For the win. FTW, FTW. Flat white for the win.
See, I don't play with a lot of those. Watch where you play with this. I played the white player.
I mean, this one is just, you probably know who this is, and it's just like,
You ever play 225?
your brain would not think that these boards were capable of coming out of their mouth.
Oh, it's snack time.
Yeah, that's weird, but like also,
All in.
it's not incredibly unsurprising when you tell them.
Do you think so?
That person
I don't like it, but okay.
a weird person.
Doesn't like it announced.
7 call.
Yeah.
I prefer once, but it's always up to
I have
them.
heard that person say
Just rip it, go ahead.
All right, guys, what is up? We are back.
You know I don't like that.
Right back into the action as we have an all-in and a call running at once. Pocket queens from our boy that flat white and that's so Gabe.
Never expected to go lost.
Ace Jack. Let's see if Gabe can pick up what he needs here. As only 2 remaining aces in this deck.
Clubs. You said it. You said deuce of clubs.
Picks
out
up some
loud.
chop outs here.
Deuce of clubs.
Oh, it got there.
And that is not an out that Gabe wanted to see or needed to see. And that is going to do it. Locking up the check mark for flat white. Running good today. Already approaching the $3,000 mark in his stack.
You left spin attack, Stormy?
Nicely done by our boy flat white.
Raise it.
I raised 225, and then he jams. I know.
Stupid spot.
Kings and queens, huh? Next it's aces.
Absolutely stupid spot.
That's a good one. That's why you always wait to be the last one out of the Nick, like the second to last one out of the Nick, in case you pick up like king.
I do usually wait. I am always.
In for a
And I will continue to apologize for some silence, as you see here from the commentator booth, as Mixon is out of town, and this job is a precious one, and it takes a very, very good some skill to sit in here with you guys and consistently communicate. And the chat, as Keystone Dancing Ladies, Let's Go Flat, picks up a nice one here. Love to see it as Gabe does elect to rebuy a smooth $1,000. The cap here at the Red Star live stream. This is no limit Texas Hold'em. 1-3 are the blinds. $1,000 cap on the max buy-in. Is set to challenge players a little bit more, and you don't necessarily have players being able to match the stack and just come in and take all the chips that you just earned. And this is designed to, what I really want out of this structure is for some of the 1-2 players around Austin that have not got to play on the live streams yet to come and join this lineup here at Red Star. Take the leap of faith and get in front of the camera as flat white, picking up some more premiums here, raising to $100 pre-flop. Lateralus, I do think is in a gamble mode here. Does let it go. Good to see.
It's alright, I'm not going for it.
Professor not picking up much here. Does let it go. Gabe in the same situation, forced to just say no. Garrett letting it go, and our boy Henry. This is what the Red Star calls the Red Star Nuts. 6-4 offsuit.
Part of the reason I didn't jam there is because I wanted to give myself a chance to fall, but I just don't
When you
think
have this hand, it is kind of like
That stack depth with 2 and 2 left.
home court advantage,
maybe if I have another 100 in my stack, I can find it.
as neither player picking up anything here. This one is anybody's game. Is going to be the first one to bet. However, Henry picking up a 6 on the turn with the Red Star Nuts, taking the lead for 125. Flat white says, you cannot hit that card. You don't have an ace, but does decide to let it go and live another day. Henry showing it.
There tomorrow. There ain't no game tomorrow.
Got a couple pretty big stacks here.
Nice job as Henry does pick up another pot here.
9, double straddle, 20. Thank you.
So we move along the action. It does look like Henry has a nice size straddle out there. Let's see how much that's for, putting Andrew under the gun.
I don't think anyone's like, oh, I can't. I gotta fold here to save my life.
Folding around to Skywalker. I do believe we are having a $40 restraddle here by Henry. $10, $20 by TJ, $40 by Henry. Professor picking up ace king of diamonds with a raise to 300. That's so Gabe going to pause and think about this one. 9-8 of spades. We in the poker world gotta love the 9-8 of spades as he wants to get in this pot. Garrett letting his 8-7 off go back to TJ. Tough situation for TJ here. Gotta let it go. Henry with a $40 straddle does let it go. Am I seeing things correctly? Skywalker not afraid of getting in this pot here, as we do have 3 to this flop.
How much do you got?
13.
Everyone picking up a small piece of this thing, with Skywalker and Professor picking up the best of it. We should see some fireworks here, folks.
Another one? Almost, dude. So close.
You should just run the ball. Why, we can't do that either.
Professor's going to be the first one to get out in this pot with $450 wagered on the flop with his ace king. Gabe getting out of there.
I had one arm in the middle.
That's a pretty good.
Back over to Skywalker. Flush draw. Let's see what he decides to do with this one.
How much of the country
He is going to look over Professor's way. Ask him how much he has, sir. And more than likely ask for all of it.
Is that T. Higgins?
Yes.
No, because I thought T. Higgins was still on the thing. Yeah, he is. Jaden Higgins. The other rookie. Guessing related.
The University of Alabama.
You know in this spot that when you are posturing, you know when Professor here puts that much out there that he is not folding. So you do know that you are going to have to put all of this in there if you call off just the 450. So, Skywalker, what do you want to do with this one?
Yeah.
For sure.
It's wide open.
Nice hands, Speed.
You think they would have put something on their hands to make the ball stay? Or like,
It should be like legal in this game.
well, they have the gloves now. It's like not supposed to ever be able to let go.
He is going to take a full inventory count of his stack and does decide just to call here and try to spike what he is looking for on the turn here. Let's see if Skywalker can pick up a heart here. And a beautiful card for Skywalker, picking up everything in the deck. Queen, Jack of Hearts. Smashing this turn card. Professor not going anywhere for the rest of it, and we do have all-in action called by for Professor. Unfortunately for him, he is going to see the bad news that he cannot win this pot, and Skywalker is going to earn himself a nice $3,000 pot here, running it once. Queen on the turn, helping nobody, and that will do it as Skywalker here picks up one of the biggest pots of the day, $3,000 going his way. Nice job, sir. Let's tune into the table here to see what they have to say about this one.
I remember when I used to play this stream and I would just win.
Yeah, that used to happen.
I thought you'd love to get stuck.
He does, and we were talking about it earlier, right before the stream.
I mean, I like to get stuck, but I would just win. I just show up and
Lose. Go all in, your opponent has the nuts. And they don't fold.
I mean, to be fair, that was a terrible fucking play, but I just decided I wasn't folding any turns.
Ace king. Yeah.
Here's the 10 here before you act.
All I'm saying is, I kind of suck.
Sometimes we have better days.
We all have our moments.
We all have our C game days.
Yeah.
This is one
I've
of
been
those
on tilt since Matt got you.
I mean, I've been on tilt since the first time Matt got me 7 years ago. I remember the first hand I ever played with Matt. It was my first time ever playing 5-10, which was a really big game for me at the time. And we got all in. I had ace king, and queens, and he won. I remember that hand very well. That might have been the biggest pot I'd ever played up that point. That was like a $4,000 pot. I mean, that was a big hand for me. Big. I played.
You even have freedom of speech. Allegedly.
Yeah.
For now.
All right, guys, we are back with another multi-way pot here from this group. Red Star Live action on the felt on this Sunday as the stack sizes continue to grow. Kurt, our boy Kurt, this started right at around 3 o'clock. Good to see you in the chat. How you doing, buddy? As we are growing, we've got 40 people watching today. Let's make sure as all you new members are coming in today on this live stream, hit that like and subscribe button for me. It goes a long way as we pick up some heat here. 3 clubs on this board. 2 players have it. Unfortunately, Professor is going to find out that Lateralus has the best of it here with his nut flush draw with a gut shot to the royal. And a boat draw by Skywalker here. And a healthy stack. Not surprised he decides to call for the 175 wagered. And Lateralus just going to stick the rest of the 250 he has in front of him out there in the middle. Looks like $261 is the wager. Professor going nowhere, but does not have the nuts, so you will see him just elect to call here. No point putting the rest in just in case Skywalker does have you smashed. And we are 3 ways to the river here. Oh, did Professor... Oh, it's a little more. It is dead to Skywalker here as he can only call the 261, puts it in there. And let's see if he can get there on this river, as there may be 5 or so outs out there left for our boy. And no help to Skywalker as he checks it over. Now, here's a value bet from Professor that you just have to go for, I believe. He just milks out 200 and gets snapped off by 2 pair, and well done, Professor, to make sure that you make something back in this pot. As he knows breaking even in that situation is a win, but is unfortunate. Lateralus having a healthy one here, shoved his way, picking up a nice $1,200 pot as he's had a rough start with his high brew coffee.
I literally thought I won. I I'm gonna quit.
I was like, I thought you were taking that.
we are going to work on getting Daniel in touch with them, and
No
as
way I'm
you
making
see,
that thought talk to them. No way.
very, very nice camera shot there by our production team of Daniel's chips there, and it does look like we have a dealer change incoming. This will be Selena's last hand. Thank you, Selena, always for your hard work and dedication to this team. Gotta love it. Thank you, Selena.
Then he presumably was looking like he was thinking he won, and so I didn't want to.
No, I'm sure they love this wing play.
Casey in the chat, answering questions. Gotta love it. 3 o'clock sharp on these Sundays. Give me 1 second here. I might have some news for y'all. I'm going to step away for 1 second.
I agree that they took me there every time now. I'm like, I don't want to get in an altercation.
No, I'm coming on the boat. You can't stop me. I'm going to Greenland too.
We're taking a plane to Greenland.
No, we're taking a boat. We're gonna row.
An hour ago, we didn't even invite you.
She was scared we went in there because security at the front door, good flood parking lot, and somebody's like ripped out threads on the ground. And it's forward, it sounded about. I'm like, all right, this has the rating that we need. So we go in
Now I
and
just need to stack here.
put the holy crap in the talk. It's definitely so good. And then they finally brought one here. Like, it's like a chain dish that spread throughout.
You've tried to bluff me very much recently.
Gotcha. I don't have one at the Arboretum. Like, it's okay. It has sentimental value to me and her, so we go.
Yeah, Henry.
Yeah. Like, our names are on the wall because, like, when we got married, we signed it. The one here, the one in Dallas. I figure no. Yeah, cool. That's because it's been created. You can. We were one of the first.
My nickname should start with Sam.
What is
In my head, I was either gonna go.
the boiling crab?
All right, it is official. I am sending out the bat signal for our boy Murph. Might get to see you, buddy. As we get back to this action here with flat white and a straddle of $10. 1-3 no limit Texas Hold'em coming to you live from Red Star in Austin, Texas today. If you're new to the chat, thank you for tuning in. And we have the wonderful Vicky here getting a new deck out there, fresh deck for the players.
What kind of job should I get?
As we will continue to drive this action today. Thank all you guys. We've got a few more hours lined up for you on this Sunday. Not planning to stop it early or have a hard time stop. Really just kind of depends on how many likes we get today. In my mind, you know, I want to see maybe 30, 40. We're challenged against some exciting events out there in the world today. As look at some winnings here. Skywalker up 1,000 with $3,400 in his stack. TJ up $990. Flat white also up a beautiful 1K. Andrew in the green. Garrett in the green. All the other 4, Henry, Professor Lateralus, and that. So Gabe having a little bit of a red day so far. It will change as the stack sizes grow and these chips fly around the table here. As Vicky gets this next handout for us. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Oh my gosh, they're just
No. Male escort. You don't always have to sleep with the women, only if you want to. But if you want to make a lot of money, then you probably should.
Yeah, that's
So what I'm saying is, yes, you should be a male gigolo. I've already tried that.
I think you should run a petting zoo.
You've been petting zoo?
That's not vegan.
You don't have to kill the animals, you just pet them.
Location.
I mean, a lot of those animals like getting
Oh, it's not gonna be a catch.
food.
The
That's your way
There's
out.
only one around here.
Yeah, I saw one around here. I was stunned.
I would say
They have it.
There's a petting zoo that
I love
only
the
takes in
Cheddar Boba
animals
Kid
that
was
don't
like,
have
I think I
chance
ate
to
every
go
line for
to
seven
the
seconds.
wild.
An
Animal sanctuary.
Yeah.
Animal sanctuaries, I'm down.
Yeah.
Right, then you should run an animal sanctuary. There you go. Now it's
There's
that's
no money on
With
that.
older women.
That's expensive.
He is the older women that have money.
I think people like having tigers and stuff.
You're gonna let people
What are you,
pet
tigers?
tigers?
Absolutely.
175.
Never petted a tiger?
You know,
This guy is saying I should farm tigers. This guy stands for farm cougars.
I like that.
Nice house, good.
Oh, yeah, the 7 river to nuts.
Ace high would make it too.
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend that paid a lot of money to pet a wolf.
There's just something about
Is that your nickname?
being able to just walk out to the creek. Like from the river to the sea, just walk right in the water.
You just
I don't know if I give up
The
wolf
bee.
vibes.
you just explain the reason why I like playing here, because when I play here, I walk out in my fucking parking lot. When I play there, I can get my car, go 5 minutes, and I'm on a trail, I'm on the parkway, I'm you know.
I'm gonna take this as a compliment.
I remind myself of that when I'm blowing thousands. I think it's beautiful around. Actually, though, I think like I'm in one of those beautiful places. Whereas here, I'm like surrounded by highway.
Big hole.
I'm sure it's not really good.
Yeah,
You shouldn't. You could buy a new guy.
you underestimate my ability to play back.
I believe in you, bro.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You wouldn't be here if you didn't.
I was here before you were here, so.
This is true. This is true.
75.
Like on the earth or what?
Probably both.
Yeah, it's probably older than you.
I guess you can agree.
4 calls, 75.
Oh yeah.
I was hard to make a
Last
living.
time I went, I waited till Sunday.
Really hard to think of a job.
The rest of the days I was
One
like,
and
turning this
four.
cash game.
Really hard.
And I go Sunday and they're closing.
Drug dealer.
Like that was literally
I
the
mean,
reason
there's some
one of the reasons why I was
There are some things I'd like to do.
Open a kissing booth.
I mean, like I like.
It's a big issue anywhere in that area because as a poker player, Sunday is kind of your day sometimes.
But that's hard.
You're either in day two
You
or
have to get access to a
Yeah,
lot of money
and
to
every
even get it
restaurant's
started.
Oh,
It's
there's a lot of
hard.
You said jobs you want to do, that's a job I want.
I'm saying it's hard to get or create
Bowling
jobs.
alley is the last thing
It's really hard.
It's like, I don't know, everything in that.
the inside is not bad. It's just
We should open a cart room.
like if your credit's hard or like what's your credit?
I mean, hey,
The first 3 years I played here,
Right at home.
78.
4 bets. That's your old
Now it's like $1.60. So it's a lot better.
It's insane to me that they
become a personal assistant to a very wealthy man.
Sounds like hell.
Yeah. This is the same thing.
I wouldn't give you a penny if you played video poker. Like not video poker, as
It
in
was the only
as in
form
the
of poker
poker,
that
poker at the table, right?
10s and jacks with the king.
Not slot video poker, but like what they had 15 years ago.
Not him, Mr. Skywalker.
I mean, was it easier at any different time? Like, when were their jobs?
The casino started in 98, the poker.
Cut and steel on steel mill floor.
The children yearn for the mines?
They yearn.
The old room was hard work.
You'd be a really bad poker dealer.
I dealt the race game once. It was a lot of work.
It's in a much better location if you get you stay on property, you get in the hotel right there.
Yeah.
It's just like right.
I mean, ironically,
Right
I'm
beside
sure
it.
that
Here
actually
in the
like
old hotel, you
therapy
gotta walk.
session, clinic, or whatever they call them would be very well hosted.
Animal sanctuary.
No, therapy, like therapy place.
You get 10
People always
minutes break
just
from
trying to
the
talk
table. It's like a walk to the
whatever.
casino.
Get out their feelings.
Yeah, Austin, are you
Yeah, you
kidding me?
can-
Alright, what is up, y'all in the chat?
I have 3 cards.
We are back as we do have them starting another knit game. This will be the third one of the day. It already actually looks like we've been starting the knit game for a couple hands. 2 people already losing theirs early on.
It'd be a lot cooler if I know that.
Everyone went to 3 and everybody was freaking out.
Oh my god, it's gonna work.
I don't
Correct.
think it's replaced by
It's gonna fuck up
He
that
did definitely,
second
yeah.
you all for y'all's patience with us here as we continue to drive the action. Hand number 46 on the day.
BetterHelp is going to try to go fully AI as much as possible.
Lateralus in the straddle of $10, kicking off the action.
That's still pretty big.
Professor raising with 6-7 of spades here to $25. Getting a couple quick folds by our boys. Over to TJ also folding. Henry not much to work there with their 10 or 9-3 offsuit. Flat white picking up something here, ace jack. You will see him getting in there. Over to Lateralus. The working man's hand. 9-5 off. 3 to the flop here as we see Vicky flopping him out there. Professor flopping an open ender. Lateralus picking up a pair. Professor betting $50 and will get called by flat white. Nope, flat white did fold. Lateralus calling. Picking up everything he needs. Lateralus, how do you do it? Queen of spades not helping Professor here. Lateralus checking it over. Giving Professor some rope. And rope does look like it worked. Very patiently played by Daniel Lateralus here, getting Professor to pile in the chips here at $340 wagered. Lateralus going nowhere. Does decide to make this call. Professor's going to see the bad news. $340 more out of Professor's stack is going to go Lateralus's way here. Daniel picking up a nice one. And getting rid of his knit button. Does he?
Pretty bad mouth. Pretty bad mouth.
I mean, he did raise. He did bet.
Daniel's going to be big blind next hand. Professor forced to straddle. That's so Gabe has had a couple rough goes. That's so Gabe.
Is that a bad beat story?
I thought he was going for chips, but looks like he was just grab a snack there. And Gabe's going to start us off under the gun with, oh, is that pocket aces? I believe so. Something like that. Pocket aces, to me, is that looking hand right there of a beautiful 7-5 of the same suit. Gabe, though, just calling the $10. TJ, King 10 of hearts, going to put a raise of $35 into Henry's way. Does make the call for 35. Andrew getting out of the way here. Flat white wants to get in the action as this game is ramping up. Skywalker also in the hand with some people would call also an aces looking hand around Texas, the king queen, which I do not understand. But Professor picking up ace king has had a rough day here. Let's see if he can pick himself up one, as he has the best equity going into this situation. But that's what you can see out of in this pot where everybody picks up premiums. That beautiful looking hand of 7-5 just going to have to get in there, because as we can see, the equities are nearly as much as Professor's ace king. And why is that? It's because everyone on the other end of this board is on the other end of this board, and if that board goes Gabe's way, there is a lot more cards in the deck to go Gabe's way than it is on the other end of the board. That's all I can really say about that one. And Skywalker gets out of the way here as Professor, unfortunately, is only going to get called once here by a smaller stack, I do believe.
The tilt equity, forgetting about tilt equity.
Yeah, tilt equity's real.
That's so Gabe.
225.
may do it again.
I was joking about the
But
fuck y'all.
this is
we
one
know.
of my favorite
You had
equity
eight,
situations in
You
poker.
had eight
Well, see,
king.
that's
An
how I'm
opponent
gonna do it. I just wanted to clarify that part.
ripping his money in with ace king and being able to take the adverse size of this and put your money in with 7-5 off to the flop heads up, and I believe running it once is in line. Queen, king, or queen, jack, deuce, rainbow. No help to anybody. Got some backdoor outs for the 7-5. Now, it is going to be hard for Gabe to win this pot. And Professor does fade the 7-5 of hearts here and does collect all of that So Gabe's chips.
Professor, you pretended to be tilted. And got
Also
caught by
does
seven.
get to get rid of his nit game, but extra little added bonus as he smiles collecting that pot. Nice job, Professor.
Three, dude. Talk about it.
If I drove Growler to San Antonio, I'd bring like 20 votes. I'd
And
be like,
I do think we might have a new deck coming out.
This shit, not yet.
We are off to our, I believe, 23rd or 24th stream now, and as these cards are special cards, and they are not, I wouldn't say delicate, but
I'm not saying a word because I
you know,
won, but yeah, I'm like, I think
they're a more complicated card than an average poker card that is being played when you are in front of these RFID tables. And for the integrity of the game, more than likely, will cause us to swap some decks out and make sure that we have fresh cards through as they go through usage. And there's some people that are harder on the cards than others. So if you are one of those persons that peels cards back, and when you are playing in front of a stream table, you do have to be a little bit careful with these cards.
Alright, we got,
As that's So Gabe in the $10 straddle on this hand, and Garrett, our boy, in the under the gun spot, electing for the $20 straddle, says, "Come get it, boys." Off to TJ, under the gun. See what
I never would have guessed
Greenland,
that head.
TJ is a rough one on the cards, as he gets rid of his 8-5 of hearts.
You can guess. Daniel guessed.
Over to Henry with the queen jack offsuit.
Yeah, I would have said somewhere in that.
Does decide to raise this one up. I did see a green chip in his hand.
Where are you from?
Looks like a $65 wager.
Born in Florida, but I was in Vegas.
80 bucks from our boy Henry. There we go.
8-0.
Vegas is awesome.
You guys have a good spot for poker.
It's called
Cash games
Oh,
here.
sorry.
Make me not want to play.
And
I
Miss
know, I
Kitty,
think
yes, thank you. The microphones are on. I have the table mics on. I do want to have you guys listen into some of this action today and not just hear me rambling off. And our boy Keller in the chat, Keller H-Town, miss you, buddy. Wish you were here. Hope you're enjoying this beautiful Sunday. Thanks for tuning in. I will lean towards the mic a little bit, and Henry, our boy Henry, picking up the turn card, smashing this one. Professor, 2-pair, ripping it, and we have another all-in pot here. Professor going to see the bad news and is going to need help here.
Alright, here it comes, guys.
That is not going to do it for Professor, as our boy Henry going to scoop this pot nearly $1,700. It is unfortunate for Professor, as Professor will have to go back to the rack and add some chips. And we are live coming to you here at Red Star Social today, Burnett Road and 183 in Austin, Texas. Thank you guys for tuning in. Keller watching the football games out there. There is not a seat as of now, but thank you for the addition. As if it happens, I will let you know. We will get you out into this action. As you know, these guys do not give up, and thank you for tuning in and being available if we do need you, buddy. I appreciate it.
That would be not the right thing to do.
And we have Garrett in the $10 straddle. TJ is under the gun here with ace 10 offsuit.
It's snowing so much.
Does decide to raise this one up, a $35 wager. I will try to be as accurate as I can be on some of these numbers while the graphics do line up to everybody.
I would definitely make you pay it and then like
Give it back.
Henry with pocket queens, raising it up to 200. Moving back around to that, so Gabe folds around. TJ not interested.
Aces again?
Henry picking up another one here. Gonna show the bad news. Pocket queens, no action. Unfortunately, we did see earlier. Professor had pocket kings and had no action, and that's another situation that I do talk about. It's very common for me. I am more of a tournament player than I am a cash game player. So, in the spots where you're deep in a tournament and the blinds are big and you have pocket aces, you're big blind, you have to put those chips out there, and it just folds around to you. How fun is that one? And you just gotta scoop the pot and move on to the next one. As we do just that, Henry gonna lead us off here with Queen 8. Says no, actually. Andrew, no go. Boy, flat white helping the dealer out with his advantaged arms. Able to reach across the table as we move around to Daniel. Raising it up to $30. Back to that, so Gabe. Does get out of there. Garrett put his sunglasses on. You know what that means. It's game time, baby. Gets in there. TJ, ace 10 of the suited variety, which is different from you've seen him fold this hand a couple times here, as he does pick up majority equity in this pot, having those suited 2 cards there in TJ's stack. Raise incoming, as you do decide to TJ bets to 3 bets to 150 here. Back over to Lateralus. Ace 5 offsuit. Oop. Those are raising chips. $400 from our boy Lateralus. Not afraid to put the pressure back on his opponent, and it is a beautiful situation when you do put your chips in like this and you do get your player to fold. It looks like TJ does lay it down, and well done, Daniel's son. Chips going Lateralis' way. Very, very nice job, Daniel.
I'll take it. Not true.
You will hear me go mute. I will try not to just run out on you guys and let you know when I'm there and I'm talking and I'm not. I do want you guys to listen in to these players talk a little bit more today while Mixon is out. I do believe he's somewhere out there watching us. I believe playing tournaments in Biloxi. He did make day 2 in their main event today, so good job, Mixon, and good luck to you, buddy. As Skywalker here picks up Queen 9 of spades. Going to just call and get into this action. Folds around to That's So Gabe. And it does look like maybe we lost Professor. So, as I said 20, 30 minutes ago, the bat signal, I believe, has been sent out. And Murph, buddy, hope to see you soon. And this beautiful warm 6 seat is yours, I believe, whenever you can get here. In the middle of a nit game right now, TJ with pocket 8s does decide to raise to 110. Skywalker going to put the pressure back on this nit game from TJ. 2 to the flop. Here we go. 7-5 deuce, 2 hearts. Beautiful flop for TJ. Does decide to continue here for $200. A nice pot-sized wager from TJ, taking that one down and getting rid of his nit button.
Always play in the same game, and they always have the table covered.
Like, yes, obviously they're like old man coffee situation.
You know what you're fucking doing, guys. And even if they're not,
guys. Especially in the last little bits of these knit games, I do think there is 4 buttons left. This is one of those times where I really want you guys to listen into what kind of banter comes out of these knit games, as they will push each other around at the later stages of these knit games, making it tough for their opponents to continue. As we do have a $10 straddle from Andrew and a $20 restraddle from our boy Flat White.
One time in my life. He didn't do it, and then I called it.
Can't even speak. It's the broken.
Bane was awesome.
It was actually a good call.
In fact, you're probably going under in a few of the spots. There's like 2 stretches where you can pass somebody, and there's just like
4 raises.
Lucas Skywalker at Skywalker Poker is his handle, I believe. Go check him out, y'all. His videos are unique. I will say Skywalker has some skills in the video game editing world, and I've enjoyed clicking around at Skywalker Poker. Check out some of his clips, y'all, as he is building a nice size stack on this Sunday. 10-8 of spades, raising this one to $60 is enough to take this one down. Good job, Skywalker. Love to see it. And that knit button, I do believe, is in front of him, maybe. No, it is not. That is Flat White's knit button.
Offense is pretty bad.
Let's see who gets stuck paying the tax on this one.
You lose. You just lose. You never get the ball back.
Professor did get rid of his. He does not have to pay it, even though he is no longer here, which is a thing in this world. If you are in a knit game and do bust, you are required to pay that tax, even if you do not choose to continue. But we will miss you, buddy, today, Professor. Thank you for coming and always your continued support.
Just a punt,
Yeah. And then your other opponents have to
and
score
then they
twice.
have no timeouts. You should be able to go.
It's like you're throwing
All right, guys. I'm going to, like I said, let y'all tune into this last few hands of this knit game, and I will be right back with you guys.
7 raises. 45.
Yeah, that only works in bad.
8 raises. 200. All day.
Home card game.
Let's see how it's the glasses.
What are you used to have? $200.
9 folds. One call. 2 folds. 3 folds. 7 folds.
Okay, color Garrett.
Heads up.
You bet every single raise.
So at least like 1 point to get to the end.
1 chance.
By the way, your joke sounding board left was not calling.
Here's
It
my
is all
joke
in.
sounding board now, Sam. Do it before the win.
Stand by.
We're gonna have a Neuralink. We're gonna have a Neuralink installed in your brain, and then I'm just gonna tell my jokes.
I don't know how you would
directly
install one. My brain is smooth as shit. It would just fall off.
593.
No, we'll find a way.
Y'all
And then
in.
I'm going to speak my jokes directly into your consciousness.
Sucks.
This is a super pro.
I know there's just gonna be a bunch of Rick and Morty bullshit.
Hey, do you know how like fun that would be to just be able to talk to you like?
I would kill myself. Like, actually.
Bro, you need the number to the hotline.
No, I know. I know it.
Okay.
Although they don't always answer.
That is true.
But I do.
I like this hotline, especially the one where the guys were betting on FML if everyone was gonna pick up on the gambling hotline.
Yeah.
Like, they answer the person answers the phone. They're like, "Oh, it's a girl. Yeah, let's go. We won money." They're like, "Wait. Is it?"
One fold.
I don't even know, bro. I had the same hand.
Same hand, yeah. In my head, I was like, I might actually be ahead on this one, but I'm just gonna go with it.
I had another.
No, yes,
King Jack of Spades?
Yeah.
TJ, you don't have a button, right?
No sir, revive. Pocket 8's got rid of that one.
Flat
Yeah,
seven
I
deuce
would
in
put
play?
it all in three.
Yeah,
Where
first
you,
class.
you have ace high or something like
Ace
that?
sevens.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Yeah, if it was
that
just me versus you and you go all in.
once he calls, sucks down game there.
5 fold.
GG's.
Seven fold.
But you necessarily have to fold
8
that.
fold.
Yeah, for sure.
You?
Yeah.
Nine
If it calls
fold.
really bad though, just that position. That's why I used to fold it.
Yeah,
One
okay.
call.
Ace seven suited.
2 raises. 50.
You can see both. I haven't did that, so, but I did, I did make it really big.
3 raises. 225.
I probably fold.
4 folds. 1 fold.
Get
2
one through?
folds.
No.
You did, not even a pair.
That'd be dumb.
None in.
I'll take one of those.
And Stein.
Alright, it's my time to get queens right now. It's up to Nick.
I want this Nick game to go on for a long time. Let's have this one
I'm
drag
kind of
out.
regretting not
Hold
making
on.
Professor pay.
What's up? Not making,
Regretting not
not
making
letting the
Professor
professor
pay.
pay. That's what I was telling you. He took out a bunch of money. I was even like, I'll make change for you to pay right now.
Is he still in the Nick game?
No, he wasn't.
Okay, I was about to
He
say.
didn't have a button, so
He would be the kind to for sure pay.
Yeah.
He would
I
know.
didn't think he did it.
He didn't chase him down.
Oh, I should.
You remember that Indian guy from that one night?
Yeah, you
I
saw him.
played with him the other day,
And what did you say?
everybody wanted to play a Nick game, and I said, we're absolutely not.
Now against this guy, he
Seven
skips out on
folds.
the tax.
Yeah.
The guy agreed and then didn't
8
play.
fold.
To be fair, you lost $3,000 in about 30 minutes.
He just joined our private game. We were playing a private game here.
Yeah, that extra
And
So he got torched, so
Nine
it's just like, fuck
raises.
y'all, I'm not paying.
He didn't have any more money on it.
he,
That makes
35.
sense then.
yeah.
Yeah.
He like kind of knew the rules ish. It was probably his first time.
1 call.
But it's not like an angle or, you know,
No, he got torched.
see what you're
He
saying.
called back up and was like,
Two
"Hey, like I owe somebody money. Like, tell him." He
3
tried to
folds.
make it right. At least.
Sorry.
But Stein, you gotta go get that 160 throw.
That's aggressive.
Help me out, dog.
Alright, 3 folds. 4 folds.
This is the second or third Nick game.
This one's the third, so it's 140, right?
This
160.
160. I was talking about the other night.
My bad.
I always
My
forget.
bad. Gotcha.
2 3 fold there.
Calling
Four
purely to
pairs.
keep Stein in the Nick game.
This is really good. This is very good for us.
How you feel about this flop, Stein?
I can't say anything, we're multi-way. I think TJ's drooling over that flop though.
Check.
5 check. 9 check. 1
I
doesn't
meant Henry.
check. 2 fold. 5 fold.
You did, Daniel. You stopped Stein single-handedly.
Good job. Way to torch $35.
What is going on? Oh, the old touch the chips and fold technique. Hey, now he's
better-
definitely giving me the river.
Better than me, bro.
Let's give me the nuts on the
I
river.
think your hand versus mine, but right out.
Can't show that.
Who's ahead? They're right,
Yeah.
they're right.
Tripping a little cheap.
Alright, 8 reshadows for 20.
Ace high, no draw. Holding to Henry. Stein puts it in. I'm calling.
You're folding to me for.
Well, you don't have an in button. I have to like keep him. You know, I have to punish him.
It's me.
Yeah, but
Just fold, damn it!
I'm here to punish Stein. Not, that's,
Yeah, punching Stein is kind of the whole
It's
name.
fun.
yeah, he likes it.
Like
I am a
his
mouse
hat
against
says
Nine
BT, but it
fold,
should say NI.
20.
And that's what they are in basketball.
9 fold. 1 call.
I mean, that was a sick burn. He didn't have even a reaction over there. My gosh.
I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, it's because you have aces, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's mine.
2 raises. 105. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Guess I let him get away with it this
5
time.
folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Oh, Henry, my savior, no! Henry, no! Oh, how did that happen?
God.
7 deuce for heads up and no one calls?
Yeah.
7 dudes?
Yes! Wild, bro.
Hey?
Too many
Yeah.
I thought it was aces, dude.
Oh, that's the lamest way.
I
Oh
feel like
my
I should be
gosh.
getting more.
I can't believe the Jack 4 offsuit there. I mean, I could, but I shouldn't.
I would
I
call.
had 8 4 suited.
So,
Alright.
1, 2,
I dominated Stein.
Why did you fold? You were always. I can't pay my.
Alright, switch to the
Right,
dealer.
it was out there though.
It was his.
Oh, okay. Okay.
20 to the dealer.
Wait, yes, the net games, that was a 7 deuce. Thank That was
That's
7 deuces. That was, he was being paid for
That's
the
for you.
7 deuces.
And this
Thank you
is
very
for
much,
the
thank you very much. And it is 140 in the middle for the net
Why do
game.
you walk away during this lunch?
Yeah, the splash is
Garrett
140.
is retarded. It's okay.
I'm here, right here, not sure. Can I get some reds from you?
Here's the
Yeah,
10.
the button is right
Okay, yeah.
here.
I put it out.
Here.
It should be.
It should be on you, that is correct. It was like a little off center from you. Yeah. Button's
Yeah,
good.
yep, 10 deuce offset on the button, so yeah, we're good.
Alright,
The one time you don't call.
Yeah, I don't know.
20 is on and
I don't
9.
know.
I mean, it's gonna
20
get.
is on.
Wait, is that a true?
20 is on. The 40 is on.
Going down with the chips.
Seat 1 has the 40 on. 540. Thank you.
Weren't you returning plays?
2 folds. Yeah,
Bad
they,
play back.
yeah,
So,
they
yeah.
got 'em. 3 folds. 2 folds,
Is
3
it wet? I can't tell.
This is the wettest that's ever been.
4 raises, 100.
It's shocking
That
that
stadium
it's
is
snowing and like it's not sticking to the field in New England in January.
Yeah, I wonder if they have like a heated field.
5
Hey,
folds.
look at that! He threw a pass and it wasn't an interception.
Pretty remarkable.
DeMarco Murray, you have no
Only,
competition. No.
only team for that.
7 calls,
They
130.
also had like 30 years when they
8
won.
folds. 9 folds.
It wouldn't surprise me if Stroud has a program in the middle finger.
Yeah, messing with it earlier.
3 players.
It sucks all those players are cold, wet, miserable, and then
All right, guys, we are back here, and
Yeah, and then they gotta go back.
3 people to this flop. Ace, king, 3, 2 hearts. Has Skywalker here with the red star nuts. Has Gabe a little frustrated throwing those cards here.
playing shuttlecock.
He did apologize. It's
Chips in, but his cards in.
okay, Gabe. We will forgive you. Skywalker doing a great job today, picking up massive amounts of chips. As he last stream on Wednesday had a pretty roller coaster Wednesday. It's going to happen, but he does a nice job here today, picking up. I believe his stack size is approaching the $4,000 number. And a beautiful 1K cap game. Gotta love it. We have lots of action, and I do believe any minute now we will get the new addition to this game. As our boy Henry is in the $20 restraddle spot.
3 folds.
Not afraid to give action in this game here today. Danielson picked up a nice chip stack after having a roller coaster start. Does decide to re-raise with the ace in his hand to $60 as it does fold around to TJ. Ace king incoming re-raise to $220. Henry getting out of the way, back to Lateralus. Going to posture here for a minute, and does get rid of it. Good job, Daniel for folding here.
Oh, no, I get it, but he hasn't made
TJ does a great job here picking up another nice sized pot, tipping the dealer, and moving on to the next one. Henry's in the automatic $10 straddle.
He also jumped a little bit.
He jumped a little bit, but also that's really good. Yeah. Hands all the way.
The back of these cards, like, I thought I saw something.
Andrew under the gun here. Ace 5 of clubs does decide to raise to $30. Flat white getting out of the way.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Got to give it credit to our production team here. They have done a phenomenal job today. delivering us this action.
8 calls.
Garrett getting in there with pocket tens. TJ, big lick, laying it down.
9 calls.
Moves over to Henry. Not much to work with, but Henry says, yes, I want a piece of this. And another 3-way pot here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon.
The best chance to make him do it.
7-3 jack, 2 spades,
7 checks, 1 check.
1 club with Andrew and a couple backdoors and an ace high. 7 on the turn. Helps nobody. Garrett with the best of it so far. Checks it over.
2 bets, 50.
Gives his opponent some rope. Andrew does decide to grab the rope, throw $50 out there. And
8 calls.
Garrett says, yes, I am in. Puts his $50 out. Henry getting out of the way here. We'll have 2 people to the turn to the river. And there's the card that he was looking for. Andrew spiking that ace on the river. Barry Greenstein. And faces a check from Garrett. Let's see how much our boy Andrew wants to put in here.
2 checks. They're 10 and 7.
5.
Aces and 7.
Andrew does a nice job taking that one down. Skywalker, like I said, approaching that $4,000 number, up 1,400. TJ up a cool 925. Flat white also right there with TJ. Andrew and Henry still in the green. Garrett basically breaking even. Professor had a rough day. Lateralus is a little bit in the red after having a rough start. And that's so Gabe, as we have seen some frustrations by him today. Of course, can't always win. You're going to have these days. It's a part of the game.
We are starting
Love you,
the
buddy.
game.
Climb back.
Should we just wait for Will to get back?
I don't care, sure.
Like, just whatever hand he comes back, we'll just start it.
That's fine.
Sure.
Okay,
He
technically
might be in
we're
the bathroom.
waiting
He might be in the
for
bathroom.
C3 to come back, so Ixnay
I
on
like
the main game yet.
Skywalker here.
35.
Pocket aces. Raised to $35. Lateralis. Pocket kings. Uh-oh. And these guys are deep.
Here we live in the game while you were gone.
Lateralis with 1,600 in his stack. Pocket kings.
5 raises.
Does elect to raise. Looks like
7 fold.
110 is in order.
9.
Coming around the table.
1
Henry getting out of the way. Sometimes in poker you can just feel it. Andrew getting out of the way. And it is left for these two right here. Danielson in the worst position in poker half the time. Skywalker
They are heads up.
does elect to just flat hide his aces. Daniel at this point will think his pocket kings are notoriously good.
4 check.
However, Skywalker setting this trap at Skywalker Poker, guys. Give him a like and a follow as he goes on in one of the best situations in your poker world. Pocket aces versus pocket kings, and your opponent has no idea. Danielson, Lateralis, $70 wagered. Raise incoming. Skywalker flopping nothing for our boy Daniel here in the worst spot possible. Does decide to raise. Skywalker's raise was, I believe, $225. Getting called by our boy Daniel. And a 5 on the turn. This is not good for Daniel. And there is a lot of black chips in that stack. Lateralis, 1,500 deep. Our boy Skywalker building mountains today. Pocket aces. And we have fireworks, guys. There is a healthy bet by Daniel, of course, thinking this is pure value spot. I just, your opponent, the way this action in this hand has played out, your just pocket kings are solid. You're way good. You're never losing this pot. this $450 wager by Daniel is such value town that he is going to get the bad news here. And there's an incoming all-in by our boy Skywalker. Daniel never going anywhere on this board. Sticks it in. Unfortunately, he is going to see the bad news here. And we have a massive pot here going Skywalker's way at the moment. $3,300 pot in a 1-3 1K cap game. Aces versus kings. Let's see if he can get it.
You ready, guys?
10. Helping nobody. Aces hold. Skywalker poker. $5,000 in his stack after this one, having a phenomenal day, and more chips are just piling over to this guy. Welcome to Red Star Luke. Skywalker poker, just some days you just hit everything, and this game is your best friend, and we love it. Other days are so painful, as Daniel is going to step up. Take a small break here. It's painful, Lateralus, and some days when this is happening, you know, it is best just to walk away, but we'll find out shortly what he decides to do here. What a cooler, and
How much you buying it for? $750.
please reach out to us if you guys ever want to play on this game. If you have not, thank you guys for tuning in, and if you have not been to Red Star, it's Burn It in 183 in Austin, Texas. Beautiful little room. We've got sweep machines. We've got poker. We've got action. Live stream 2 days a week. We've got things work in the works too, guys. It's a really poppin' little spot, and I invite all of you to come check it out. Ask for me. I'm here most days, and right along to the action, we got flat white in the auto $10 straddle. I wouldn't be surprised if our boy Skywalker starts to get in the restraddle game with the tower that he's built today.
Live 20.
Oh, and Murph did make it in the game. Gotta love it, buddy. Good to see you.
7 folds.
Been a little more accurate these last couple folds.
8 raises.
Philly Murph joining the action. He is getting chips. We are a little busy out there, so give him 1 second, and he will join the action here. And we do have Skywalker in the restraddle of $20 now, getting in the mix. 8-5 of clubs, not going anywhere. Garrett again, my notorious favorite hand, 7-5 suited. And we're off. And we've got action, folks. Both players hit a pair and have the same 5. Lots of chopportunity in this one. Garrett going to stick out $75 here. Back over to Skywalker. Essentially, we can see the players, essentially have the same hand. Skywalker does pick up a lot more equity right now with the top pair, but in never situation in poker are you ever dead. Now, that is a beautiful card for our boy Garrett here, picking up a flush draw on the turn. We've got action. Now, Garrett might pile these chips in here. $280 pot. You've got a pair, open-ender, and a flush draw. And there is a big wager by Garrett in this situation, betting $200. But with the piles that Skywalker has built today, he ain't going nowhere. Top pair. Grab the 200. Put it in there, sir. Heads up to the turn. Good luck, guys. 5. Really bad card for Garrett. Really bad card for both players.
4 checks.
As Skywalker decides to check it back over to Garrett. Oh, Garrett. You could have gone for it, I think, right there.
It's in 5.
Skywalker continues to not miss anything. Stack size almost approaching $6,000, sir, today. Hope you're having fun, buddy. Philly Murph in there. Got some chips in his hands. See some winnings today. That's so Gabe, negative 2,000. Lateralus also negative 2,000. Professor had a rough day, the guys. Garrett right there. He's been floating even all day. Philly Murph, first hand dealt.
Some guy did a video on it where he bought a sub a year ago, bought the same sub, and like you could see the meter, it was like half of what it used to be. It cost $2 more.
Philly Murph. Ace Queen coming in hot, first hand. 40 bucks. Gotta love it. Garrett coming off a rough one. Raises 125. Action over to Henry. Henry has been pretty card dead the last little bit here, but this game is not going anywhere, guys. Lock in. Grab your popcorn. There's a lot of chips on this table. We are here to stay. In the middle of this knit game, just started. Skywalker first to lose his knit button. And we have got some action. Skywalker with a raise. Looks like Philly Murph just decides to grip it and rip it. Garrett with a $500 stack. Also gripping it and ripping it. We've got action, folks. Now, over to Skywalker. Philly Murph, I believe, bought in for either $750 or $800. Very first hand decides to come in and some would call it blackjack, but it's a premium. We're not here. We're here to gamble. We're not here just to sit and fold. Let's go.
Last time I did that, I lost it. Ace jack.
Yeah, last time I did that.
Did that same exact call. It'd be only fair if I hit it.
3 to the middle.
Let this dealer get this pot right, guys, and we'll be 3 to this flop. Philly Murph not afraid to gamble on the first hand in. Garrett all in as well. King, Queen, Ace, Queen, and I believe Skywalker made this call as well. So we have a massive pot 3 ways here. Pocket 8s. If Skywalker can hold this hand, it would be incredible.
Get back to you soon.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 73 is in the main.
Some would say that, hey, color up the chips, and I've heard it all, but one thing that I love is when I win a massive pot like this and it takes me a while to stack it, it's just so fun. Vicky does a great job here. Production team doing a great job here. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Massive flop today. Deuce, deuce, 5, helping nobody. Skywalker still in the lead, pocket 8s. 5, helping nobody. Skywalker, can he do it? And he does. Skywalker, pocket 8s hold in a massive 3-way all in. Another $2,200 going Skywalker's way at Skywalker Poker. Look at these accumulative winnings, guys. Skywalker Poker, $7,000 in his stack, up $4,800. TJ up a cool 100 or 1,000. Flat White also up 1,000. And we have 4 players in the red because of that man right there. Skywalker Poker, guys. Gotta love it.
750, another 750.
I mean, it's amazing when the deck just slaps you in the face and you hold pocket 8s against both of those 2 hands. I mean, it's your day, buddy. On this Sunday, as it is forced to put Philly Murph, put more money in this table, good buddy. This Sunday, this game ain't going anywhere. That was unfortunate. Sometimes you can't do anything about it. When the player's hitting every card in the deck, you just, Philly Murph, love you, buddy. Get back in the game. Let's go. That's so Gabe picking up pocket 10s here. I believe under the gun, and Philly Murph is in the $10 straddle. Nico in the chat, give me pocket eights. Hey, pocket eights. Some people have aces and favorite hands and stuff. I mean, a pair's a pair, and it's hard to beat a pair. And we do have a raise from our boy Gabe with the pocket tens. Henry picking up ace queen does decide to bet 175, and Andrew Stein, there they are, the Cowboys. They're back out. Strap in. We are going to have another massive one back to back. Andrew getting in the mix here. I believe Philly Murph cannot call this hand and is out. Back over to Gabe. What do you want to do, buddy? Good luck. Those motions, and that motion looks like those chips are going to be put in the middle as they are. With the knit game in progress, we have another massive one. All in from Gabe for around 700. Henry and Andrew both in a side pot, as the dealer has got to do a lot of work today. She's doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Vicky. Because the Red Star, the pots here they're massive. The action's good. It requires some big skills by these dealers to get these pots correct. As Skywalker just building a fortress around his figurine there.
Okay, so 7 is in my main. Okay, this is you, right?
Yeah.
This is you. Okay, ace king.
9 has kings.
At kings and c2. So this is for the outside.
We are three ways. Welcome if you're just tuning in. We have another massive one here in the Red Star live stream. $4,000 in the middle. Here we go. And there it is. A 10 on the flop for our boy. That's so Gabe in this situation. It's unfortunate for Andrew. Queen on the turn for Henry. Everybody's getting a piece of this. And king on the river. Oh my God. Andrew spiking the Cowboy. $4,000 pot going Andrew's way. Buddy, sometimes you hit these rivers and it's just your day two. Look at that. 2 back-to-back pots here. $4,000 going Andrew Stein's way on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. We've got knit games and all-in buttons and all kinds of buttons out. We've got fireworks, so strap in. This game is just getting started, guys. We have a crew of production here ready to keep this thing rolling, and Vicky is doing a wonderful job here as Andrew picks up another massive back-to-back pot up $2,900, and Skywalker both are just piling in the chips. They've brought their shovels today. All right, guys, there is 45 of you tuned in today. I do appreciate it. Let's hit that share button right now, and let's show these poker players around that this table is action, that this stream is, it's one of a kind. It is a 1K cap, and these players aren't really afraid to just gamble with each other, and it's creating, look at these stack sizes. We're only, 3 hours into this game, and I mean, this is one of the biggest stacks that we've had yet on this Sunday, and it's, last Sunday, I think we ran about a 40% all-in rate on Sunday. So nonetheless, if you do want to join us on this live stream at Red Star, if you want to get in the action, reach out to our boy Cameron Mixon at Mixon Poker. He will get you in the lineups. You can always reach out to me, Sean O'Brien. Red Star, there's a few different ways to get a hold of us. Get your names on that list, as we've got the $10 straddle, TJ in the auto 20 straddle. Looks like our boy Henry decides to call and get in this one, as Skywalker picks up ace jack and piles. Does elect to raise. We have a $230 wager by Skywalker and Garrett with King Queen offsuit in the straddle. Going to pile in some chips here. Does decide to make the call. $230 over to TJ. Ace 10 off. He's had that hand a lot today. I agree, Kat. Nice job. Nice pot for Andrew. Henry here. Little frustrated probably from the last one. Sticking it in there. We've seen this before. No one has a pair, though. You never know. Henry's cards are live. 21% equity. I don't mind it. Any two. Get them in there. Skywalker. We'll just call him the bulldozer today or something. Jeez. Not going anywhere. I think the all-in from Henry was about $550. Garrett, of course, after he stuck $230 in there, is going nowhere. And we have three massive all-ins in a row. Another $2,200 pot here, as Vicky has to do more work in these pots ready. Three-way all-in. We have fireworks, folks. If you're just tuning in, guys, this is Red Star Live on a Sunday. We have another three-way massive all-in. The blinds are 1-3, and here we do always have a $10 straddle. I believe these guys have been accustomed to knit games and all-in buttons, and we have fireworks just flying around the table. Welcome if you're just tuning in. Here we go. Another all-in, three ways to the flop. 5-5-7 rainbow helps nobody. Skywalker's still in the lead. And that is going to be a bad card for Henry as it takes the threes away from his being outs. And 10 and only 10 will save Henry. 4, that'll do it. Skywalker still shoveling chips his way. Picks up another $2,500 pot. Three-way all in. And that might be it for our boy Henry. Skywalker, I don't know what to say, buddy. You are, it's hard to miss for you. Welcome. As our production team does another nice job here with some camera work. Again, I love watching this game. I love these guys. Sometimes there's fireworks. Sometimes poker does go your way and not. I'm going to tune the table back in for just 1 second, and I will be right back.
135. 9 folds.
I feel like we need
2
to
folds.
in this game on Sundays.
3 folds. 6 folds.
If we have 18 people show up and we say, hey, we're having a bus move and you guys are okay halftime, why are you waiting for them to do? I think we should have this game business.
Yeah, halftime, plus move.
Or for the-
Yeah, of course. You want to, you don't want this ever to die.
Good for the room.
Yeah.
Dealers get
Get
actual
extra,
bounce.
yeah.
Small blind.
And
Blind my 10.
Who's gonna say?
4
I
of
think you
these
just move your
straddles
stack
for
in here
20.
because it's the same game. You don't have to worry about people coming in for the winning half.
Nice
Right.
pick.
Yeah, actually, you should probably talk about that.
I'm gonna talk to Sean.
No.
6 folds. 8 folds.
Post.
I don't know. It's nothing. 9 folds. 120. 2 raises. 65. 3 folds. 4 calls. Heads up. 2 bets. 50.
This is what we game tonight. Chicago to get it done.
4 fold. Okay.
I kind of want the Bears to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing them get
No,
done.
that's not it.
Caleb Williams pisses off so many older football fans that I think it'd be really funny.
Yeah. I agree.
But they also have a really good team.
They do. Like, they do. Ben Johnson is for real.
I was really hoping that the Steelers and the Bears would play at some point, so the Bears could bury Aaron
6
Rodgers.
fold. 8 fold.
Because if he gets sacked in that game, they're gonna hit him with a discount double check.
Oh, 100%.
2 raises. 4 0. 3 folds. 4 folds. Thank you.
It looks like he just took his uniform off and threw it in the weather.
I was saying it looks like Ice T-esque.
Ice Cube son?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ice Cube.
Shaggy or whatever.
Yeah. Like if he was wearing a flat brim
Hey,
hat.
there we
Oh my
go.
God. Kelly!
That's a flyer. Keller.
Oh, God.
Pick your
That
pocket.
ended
Hey,
the table.
God.
No, come on, free money.
20's on.
That side, bro. Over there.
That's a 20 on.
Over there, somewhere.
Yeah, right my way over here.
Five
It's only 10,
20.
by the way.
Were you in the booth? Who was? I still don't know who's been in the booth though. this whole
Today?
time. Yeah, barely.
Today I
know
think
one.
Sean is.
Oh, we didn't
Oh,
hear
really?
anybody.
Yeah, I was in the booth Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible.
With me.
Yeah, me and TJ were in the booth.
65.
Worst
Yeah,
comment.
I heard that
Oh,
Stein.
you
I heard that Stein.
2 fold. 3 fold. 65.
I was just hoping that you were gonna give me some shit back for making fun of what I said the other day.
Dude, that was a
I mean,
topic.
Yeah.
It was a topic.
You gotta build a storyline. It's a good one. It's a really good one, actually.
No, we were having fun in the
Your
booth.
buddies are calling you Heisen.
We're having a lot of fun.
Heisenkeller is
That's
great.
fun.
That's Heisenkeller is great. No, I hopped in the chat today, fresh off the Texans losing on Max
3
Till.
player.
I could barely hear Sean. I was just like, lean into the mic, bucko. Fucking pipe up.
He does lean back.
4 checks. 6 checks.
Mr. Skywalker, it seems like all that you're saying.
9 bets. 115. 4 folds.
Oh, no, I
6
checked.
folds.
I was gonna say, it seems like you're winning some pots down there.
He hasn't lost a pot, Kelly.
Yeah.
Pretty full way all in.
He's lost the pot, bro.
I had to rebuy twice.
I was gonna say, he's lost the pot, dude. Don't say that.
I was in for 2,600 before I started winning. So.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So just keep gambling is what you're saying. Just keep gambling? That's the moral of the story today?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
You're you're the 10.
No,
You're
20.
the
I was gonna say, I don't think you're the 10.
It's all skill.
You gotta reach out for 20 and see
Just
it.
shit his pants, bro.
Yeah.
That's great.
We're talking
Yeah.
black.
20 on it, bro.
We don't.
Like 20 CDs.
Whoa, it's you.
Pause,
No,
pause,
smells
guys,
it,
pause.
no,
It
bro.
smells like a protein one,
No,
actually.
bro.
And it takes a
Yeah,
while to
we're
get through
pausing
what I
for a
got
second.
going on.
Not me,
Point it
bro.
right there. Are we ready?
Elevator music.
Okay, we're ready.
Fold.
Clock,
9
dude.
folds,
Jeez.
Keller?
2 folds,
Keller.
I love you, bro.
We're
Texans are about as bad as
3 folds,
You're what?
7 dudes for
4
20.
folds,
I think that's a dumb.
That's standard. That's a Red Star standard.
But sometimes it's 10, so
how much?
I would say.
6 raises to 65.
I actually won the last
Seven
knee game
folds.
heads up with 7 dudes.
That's like double whammy.
Henry folded pre-flop to my. He like limped and I raised and just folds.
This is crazy. So y'all dusted Henry and the professor?
Sorry, no, got
And
that.
Lateralus.
And when I was in your seat, you know, like 4 people just go bye-bye.
And Gabe, yeah.
Gabe, yeah.
There's been some blood today.
Golly.
Clearly,
two,
he has like
Three,
$8,000.
four. Yeah, he's got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he's got 8. Golly.
85.
You got a magnet over the chip magnet? God.
He's used the force.
Game flops to 10,
The force.
and then he rivers the king.
He turned a queen.
Yeah.
I was like, I saw the pain. I was like, God damn it, he got there.
Oh, shit.
What a six.
Sean's in the booth tonight?
I believe so. He hit me up to commentate. I was like, sorry, bro, I gotta watch the Texans. And then I watched the Texans, and now I'm
just got in the booth.
now I'm sad. Yeah, so
I mean,
so
that's like the sloppiest game you'll ever see.
I'm apologizing in advance, boys.
9, 10.
I'm sauced and on tilt, so I'm gonna be chatty.
So, like normal.
Is what it is, bro. It was a good. It was a good season, man. Season.
9 raises to
You're playing against the
35.
best team in football.
The Patriots are elite, bro. That's just O-line, D-line, O-line, D-line,
It
bro.
looked like CJ broke his finger.
6 folds,
His middle finger's
7
messed up
folds,
right now.
8 folds.
No!
I wish
How are
we
you gonna throw in that weapon?
Damn it.
It's terrible.
I wish we put Mills in at halftime, bro.
I know he was
Just
thinking the same thing.
Run a wildcat the entire game.
Said what?
Run a wildcat.
Yeah. I mean, it
Because
can't be any worse than what we were
You
doing.
can throw the ball. Just run it.
It can't be any worse than what we were doing.
4 interceptions.
Yeah. 5, I
Looking
think.
like Josh Allen out there.
I think it's gonna be Patriots,
Seahawks.
Seahawks.
Quite the astute observation there.
Seahawks looked very good last night. Just roasted everybody that
3 folds,
I told you, bro. I'm on tilt. I'm on tilt, Murray.
35.
Sat down, bro.
45.
Yes, pizza poker. This is a bloodbath today. I am back. Here we are.
Landon Tyson.
Get locked in. Hi, there's Keller. Welcome, Keller, to the action. I do have a couple players on the way. We will continue this. We've had a bloodbath today, boys. We have piles of chips on the table. I don't even know if we have enough racks for our boy Skywalker today on this beautiful Sunday. Andrew in the under the gun spot for now, as we have a couple players on their way in the $10 straddle. Lock up your seats, boys. This is going to be action. Coming to you live from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. Thank you guys for tuning in. We've been over about 30 people watching. At one point, we had around 50 to 55 people watching. I thank you guys for tuning in. We have 17 likes today and growing. I set my goal today at 30. Let's see if we can get a few more likes, as Vicky's doing a great job in the box keeping this game going.
He misspoke and then I missed.
The nickname was created that day, so you're not. It's no disrespect.
It was so funny, bro.
Bro, really?
2 raises to 40.
Someone told me that. One of my buddies from home was watching. He told me about that.
I'm gonna check and let you hang yourself.
Go Texans.
And I do have the table mics turned on. We do want to try to listen in to these players communicate a little bit today, but as we continue to grow and get better, I will have some player mics soon. As Andrew is going to continue this bloodbath, putting in $40. Action going over to TJ. Didn't hit anything on that flop. Has to let it go. Andrew Stein picking up another one. And he has had a healthy stack shoveled his way as well today, stack size approaching the $4,500 mark. And we've got straddles continuing to go out. Skywalker putting out the restraddle.
Switching's worse shorthanded. Like, I don't know
Depends
your
how you
reason.
define worse, but
Well, no, I'm happy to play it.
I'm happy to play it.
So are you
I
gonna
can't.
tell
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
lose
The same methodology is why I don't want to play the nickname
Right? And then, but you
shorthanded
can
with people.
gain
I was just pointing that out. But I don't care. I mean, I'll agree to any game you guys want to play.
6 folds,
play the small one.
7 folds.
We should play the small blind key
Eight
game
bigs.
without Lateralus. Just
Yeah,
that
small,
would make
small one's good. $5 a hand.
That's the one he all backed in. He's all like,
We don't play the small
all
ones
game.
pushing it.
We're just like, in addition to the 7 deuce mid game.
9 raises,
You know, we're trying to
175
create
all
some
day.
action because there hasn't been any of that.
Right.
2 folds.
Starting win with 7 deuce.
Heads up in the dig game as well.
Right.
To just an open over 2 limps.
3 raises to 500. 4 folds.
It's like, fuck your flat tire comment.
8 folds.
You folded mine.
Oh, yeah, 7 deuce. Yeah, I knew it too. I wasn't full. I was like pretty sure he had 7 deuce. Or aces. You
Love
get
the
on
hurt, love the
you.
hurt.
What are you gonna have? What are you gonna have?
Soul read of the century, TJ.
You just got me.
What do you have? What do you have?
He didn't show.
Did you show, buddy?
No, he didn't show.
I was gonna call those things.
I'm pretty sure mine was that.
I mean, his have been stuck. I don't know. Do y'all want to check
Yeah,
the
I
number?
think
Rock,
they.
paper, scissors, squirt.
Listen, we'll watch it in 15 minutes. If I owe you $30, I owe you $30. But I'm pretty sure they are mine.
I think they
How are you watching?
You're winning enough. No, I'm kidding. If I owe you $30, I'll for sure pay it.
Mine's a
We'll just finish.
Bro, did you read my soul there? It was like something, or did you pick up ace king again?
It's all on stream.
If a man calls my hand, I will tell him.
Ace.
6
Ace king.
folds.
Ace king? Fair.
7 calls.
Only if you
Eight
call the
folds.
exact hand, which you did.
9 folds.
Here we go, boys.
You said if a man calls your exact hand, what if a woman or a non-binary calls your hand?
So if you called it, he just was.
Oh, okay.
Is anybody opposed to
3
moving to
raises.
6-5 so I can watch this
Eight.
game?
Yes.
Yeah, after Henry did it on the one stream and then
Yeah.
tripled up, they're like no more seafood.
Professor was having a conniption.
He absolutely.
That's why I asked, right? The only reason is to watch TV. I care less about. Yeah.
I mean, he might be able to put it on this one too. Or it's just.
They can't even get it connected to
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
Like, start the stream, I'd ask.
You may want to turn the audio off on the TV though.
Oh, that's outside.
That's out there.
That's out there.
I was gonna say this is yeah. This is.
2 folds. We're heads up. Three bets, 125. 4 calls. 3 checks.
Oh wow. Oh dude.
Four
Forward.
Smart. First and goal.
Yeah, we pump fake that dude out of
3
the
checks.
Yes,
Hey,
but the ground's also frozen.
Ace, big.
Stafford's
you
not
know-
really a mobile.
Yeah, you know how hard it is to get tackled on that.
He just gets slammed to the ground.
Yeah.
Place to bet.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think when I shifted, it just stuck in that corner that very earlier. Yeah.
I'm gonna move her this way so you can.
Everybody, yeah.
You wanna color up? You wanna color up or you like it?
No, I'd rather color up.
Okay, can we get a color up to your
Bring all your
C4?
one kids.
I don't care if it's purple, it's a purple on table.
Do you even have one
Get
kids?
rid of some of this
Yeah,
red,
I
probably
know.
get rid of 5 in red. And
So dumb.
I think
You're good.
I was trying to
I don't
bet
know.
Rams to cover 4 and then fucking timed out when the game started.
yeah.
If you have more than one, it's fine.
yeah, chip up.
I
Chip up,
guarantee
like this.
Five
Play
for
back.
I'm running.
5 purple. Yeah, 5 purple.
For sure. They're gonna end up winning by 2 touchdowns, no sweat.
Yeah. Just because you think you got it.
Yeah, just I couldn't get my
Oh, that's a face mask. Jeez.
It's also a touchdown ball.
7 folds. 8 folds.
What if I can live bet it?
It ain't gonna be
2 folds.
No, it's probably not.
45.
3 raises to 45.
Fire Scott's shitty ass book. Juice that.
4 folds.
Definitely not gonna be good at it.
That is a big fraction.
6 folds.
There's a red line.
I'm not a shark, bro. Ross is. I'm not.
That makes sense. He got flagged.
I don't know much about that shit. Full disclosure to you, CJ. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
That's just my boy from a long time. He's like, hey, I'm trying to bet. You know, and I'm like, yeah, I know a lot of people who play cards. I know a lot of bookers. He's like,
So
what's
every
going on? I'm
Tuesday,
like,
Keller, every Tuesday I see you in TCH, and I always yell at you, and then you just walk the
Keller,
other way,
you're
like you
like
haven't
10.
seen, like, I didn't hear. I know. I know. I was yelling at you.
If I
for
saw
a
you, I would
fucker.
say what's up,
25
bro.
or 20?
If I saw you, I would say
20
what's
is
up.
on in seat 8.
It's like we're both there waiting for the a game to run, and sometimes it doesn't go, and then we're just like, all right.
9 folds. 2 folds. 3 folds. 20 is a live 20. 4 calls 20.
I'm all in.
6 folds. 7 is all in. 8 folds.
Just beat me down, bro. You're running so hot. How would you lose? How could you possibly?
Careful what you wish for.
Nah,
Okay, I'm gonna get a count.
nah, he's a cool guy, bro. I mean, I'm not hating.
I'm not hating. I got aces.
Nah, I'm ahead, but I'm not gonna be when the river comes.
No, he did not have 1,000. Abbreviate 500. 300 and 316. 316. No worries. Alright. Hey guys. Here it comes.
Good luck, Keller. You can do it.
I appreciate that, sneaky boy.
Yeah, dude, no, I agree.
Get one of these.
No, fuck no. He was good from the get go, bro. I was never gonna win this
4
game.
hearts.
I get it in good, get it in bad, it doesn't matter. I'm dead by the river here.
Yeah.
Enjoy it, boys. Good to see you guys.
I'm in
Yep. Fuck yeah.
Figure it all out.
Alright, color is out.
I love him. I roll for him in every single spot.
It is. Look at.
Color is
You
gone.
cannot be wrong
Thank
against
you.
it.
Thank you.
Fucking good. Have to have to stop. And still hope.
Yeah. He asked for the call, didn't he?
Yeah, it's good. Like the way that went down.
You're gonna be big blind because there's no big big. I mean, he did just restraddle for 20, but he's not straddling for. It's just kind of weird with that auto shark because he didn't get a chance to auto for 10, but he's big blind now.
He's okay.
It's alright. It's fine. He restraddled for 20.
He
It's
put
happened a
20
bunch
on
of times.
twice.
Okay.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times where someone gets filtered and they can't do it.
Alright, life 10, life 10. 2 folds.
35.
3 raises to 35.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Call 35. 4 calls 35. 6 calls 35. Turn down. 8 raises to 160 all day.
Bro! I thought I was gonna see a fucking fun one, but no, this guy has to go get all
Only
up.
160. Why are you blowing up?
I got a $35 hand.
To some.
9 folds. 3
Not
folds.
bad.
160 all day. No. Four's gonna fold.
There's my dog hand though. Whatever.
Worth the extra $100 to ship it. Oh,
Suited
shit,
up
I
with-
needed you to call with that one.
I wasn't calling.
Yeah.
Pocket fours.
Thanks.
$35 hand.
You could have called, you would have been ahead.
We'll tell you what, bro. Do something.
20 is on, right? 20 and
Jack
2
high.
30.
It was the best jack high ever.
And Jack is suited.
My favorite hand.
Diamonds?
I'll never
Not
say.
suits
I'll never tell my secrets.
Alright,
Close.
520.
Very close.
The other black
4
ones.
folds.
What are the other red ones? It's like a
6
50-50.
folds.
Or
8
it's double
raises
suited,
to
you have 2 plus stress.
0, 60. 9 folds. 2 folds.
Come on, Caleb. Oh.
3
Oh my
raises.
God.
That's not on them.
$2
Come on, Lovely.
225.
Ball.
I feel like all these games would have been so much better if they were inside.
I do.
Like, I get the elements make it so defense is better, but
8 folds.
Jiggities?
Oh yeah.
One overcard.
Thank you. Oh, and we're dividing that. Yeah, you just reside. And 4 reshuttles for 20.
it's a nice catch. That ball must be really hard to catch right
It's
now.
gotta be like a rock, bro.
Yeah. Hey,
920.
deflate that shit. Where's the Patriots? Where's Tom
Right.
Brady?
Soften them up.
6 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 2 folds.
Raise.
3 raises to 100. Straight. 4 calls. We are heads up.
They're used to playing in the cold.
Yes, they are. Definitely bodes well for the game today.
There's a song from Frozen that talks about that, right?
3 checks.
Song from Frozen that talks
4
about that.
checks. 3 bet 75.
DeAndre Swifty.
4 calls. 3 checks. 4 checks. 6s and 9s
Replay.
and 8s. 8s and 9s.
That's it.
And he lost something.
That needs to make him
Thank
bleed
you,
just a
thank
little
you.
bit. So then we know he's fucking evil.
It's not cool to run off while
7
you're
set
playing.
the Rams. I have to read the reflection on the TV in front of me.
We took a vote.
You're never really out back.
Yeah.
Well, and I told Sean that I'd play today because I'm out for the next 2 weeks. What was your question? I don't know if anyone answered.
The score is 7 zip Rams.
You all heard
list
it.
of plays
Like,
you
you
used.
Right,
take all the
here.
money and run, yeah.
I had the reflection.
My daughter's having surgery this week and then I just stay home.
Whoops.
This flash, the 3 of diamonds is in the mud, guys.
Damn, they're just bouncing off guys. Nobody
9
tackle
raises,
their arms.
35. 2 folds.
Good call.
3 calls,
When did the
35.
Eagles
What do
play?
you got? Anything good?
The
Don't answer that,
Rams?
bro. There's multiple people in the hand.
Hey,
Four
who
pairs,
the
4
fuck's
How much time
small.
was allowed out of the player? I know the
3
Oh,
4
it's
At least they went out last week and
Jack
didn't get
6-4,
blown by
one time.
70. You think the 49ers could have?
fuck them. Fuck the Eagles.
3 checks.
I bet.
4 checks.
That team
9
has been
bets.
coached since like week 10.
45.
And they knew it.
Every year we
Fold.
start off hot as shit. Oh, the Eagles, best team in the league.
Good call. What do you got? Or heads up, you can tell me.
Got a hand.
Four checks.
160.
9 bets, 106.
Damn it!
Four
I have a
folds.
set of fours.
Hi-ya.
Way ahead.
Jack. Call for it. That's why I came.
King.
Look at that.
Yeah,
I can see
yeah,
all the
yeah,
numbers
perfect,
in the right
perfect.
spot and everything.
That may have been a
Let's
much
keep
better
off.
line.
Alright, I got a raise shadow for 20 in the 8.
You probably made the parking lot with like the icebreaker.
What?
Dude, Professor was
Oh,
hot.
I'm glad
Hot.
Oh,
He was a little
So,
on edge.
I just know from playing with him the
Nice
shit he's
swing,
saying,
nice swing.
so even though it's muted, I can still
Fuck
tell.
you, fuck
Yeah.
you, fuck you.
When he just
You're not
shifts it,
cool.
when he shifts it into him, he's got the flush, he's got just ace king. Fucking kid, how do you always have it?
I don't, and then
Why do you wait for him to hit
bluff,
it?
9
overbet
folds.
bluff.
They're in round. So.
Two guys
raises
coming?
to
Yeah.
60.
I'll build back up.
Alright. I mean, it's, yeah, I'll play it.
4, 3 folds.
Oh, God, give me
4
something
calls,
more
60.
fucking... That ain't it.
6 folds. 8 calls, 60. 3
Thanks, dog.
I always make sure.
Definitely.
4 checks.
I'm gonna go hit my bait.
8 checks. 2 bets. 85. 4 folds. 8 folds. No.
Is it bad that I know exactly like there's so much of the fucking hop and pop, I know what's going on.
That you played so much of that? Oh, don't do that.
The progressives,
player.
you need to watch them, but
The ones that are like over 5,000. I know.
when it hits like 16, then you should
I know. But I lost 400 sitting there at $6 to spin fucking over a string.
like yeah, you gotta bet six. You can't go lower than that. Because then you get all the straw houses and you're like, man, I'm getting like 3 bets.
9 folds. 2 folds.
Yeah, it sucks. The first time I ever really played, I got the mansion bonus, and then I
Four
realized how good it was. And you hit the mansion bonus for 1192
6 folds.
in Vegas.
I had one less
It's
than
like the perfect number.
Yeah, that's good.
No hand pay.
Let's go. You know, he just will swing juice. It's right.
Yes.
Because they raised it.
It's too good.
Yeah.
It should be fine. Especially if you're betting more than $20 to spend it.
Yeah.
Should not. If you're getting a line pay that's like 2 lines and it's more than 1,500, like,
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
They don't win enough for what they're betting, those guys that bet like 20, 40 a spin.
well,
Like excited to win 2K. I won 2K on $3 bets. A ton of them.
2 folds.
When you only win it on 40, it's like,
the guys that are playing bigger are usually shared pool anyways. If it's like
Well, yeah.
4
2 or 3
raises,
people.
35.
TJ's very
6 folds. 8 raises to 100. 9 folds. 4 calls.
Like you see, like guys like they
Heads
spend
up.
will literally run $500,000 in a video if you're machine. It's just like, what he's doing. You know how many people this could feed?
it was actually a crusher, which is hard to say for like with the table
Eight
game
check.
tennis slots. DQ. DQ is actually a crusher. DQ
Four
is,
check.
he is. I'm telling you. You see
bet
insane
60.
because I spent probably 20K between winning and losing, ended up losing like 7,000 on the trip, and I only got to Prime, which is like 2,500 points, and I just got there. You have to do 25,000 to get to the offer. So to do that in 8 days is insane.
Just locks in.
Yeah, he's max betting every slot he plays. He's max betting every single game he plays. He loves Ultimate.
I'm sure they're a bit stricter the higher you get with Ultimate.
Dude, the 2-5 on the boat is so good, and the whole trip I ran like
8
half
for
of it.
100. 8 bets
I mean, yeah, the race didn't kill
145.
you.
Well, it's 2-5 and everybody's buying for 300, and they're just calling you with anything. I'm like, oh god, please.
Race like what, $15 a hand?
I don't know if it was that much. It was,
145.
it'll get you.
At least 10.
It'll get you.
Ace jack.
The show here. 145.
I dated a woman who played poker, and anytime she sent donation, she would roll over like the strongest fucking hand. Always win. 9 times out. Just quads. But her, she meant it. Like, she genuinely meant like donation, but she would to her 9 times out of 10.
Donation to her.
Like, you gotta
Oh, they
stop
scored?
doing that.
Let's go.
DJ Moore!
Lucky. And he gets choked out.
DJ Moore!
I would not want to be the Bears kicker in this
20
game.
is on in C3. 520.
The Bears have such a bad history of kicking the ball in playoff games.
4 folds.
It's
6 calls 20. 8 folds. 9 calls. 2 folds. 3 checks. 3 players. 9 checks. 3 checks. 6 bets 30. 9 folds. 3 folds.
Yeah, you're gonna get shot to order some food.
What do you want?
I mean, if we're gonna be here, you could probably just order wings.
Well, wings and cards don't really,
You could afford
Yeah.
like at least 20
20
different
is on
friends I
in
played with from
C4.
last week.
520.
Yeah, we'll just get wings and get ribs.
Put some
tacos in there.
Black card.
I really want like some shitty Chinese food.
6 folds. 8 folds.
Shitty Chinese food?
Yeah, like
9 raises to
Shitty
100.
walk?
still better than Panda Express, but like not quite as good as like
Panda Express.
2 folds.
a 5-star restaurant.
3 folds.
Dude, I fuck with some
100.
Panda.
I hate Panda. Hate it.
I eat
When people
Panda and
work-
Chipotle every day.
People say at work, let's get Chinese for lunch, and then they say Panda, I want to try
run
it.
right into it. That's
Yeah,
why
it's
I go down
American.
by
It's
it.
American.
It's mall food. It's not even Chinese.
Although some malls have
The chow mein
Chinese.
is
Nice, man.
The chow mein could choke you to death.
Dude, we need to stop with all the cabbage. Like, just give me the noodles. Nobody wants the cabbage. Absolutely nobody. Just give me the noodles. We call it spaghetti. I don't care. The fried rice is good if you get it when it's fresh. If it's been sitting there at all, though, it's gonna clog your throat. Orange chicken's good, and then the teriyaki chicken. Teriyaki chicken
6
slaps.
raises to 40. 9 calls 40. 2 folds. 3 folds.
We're fucked.
Can't just let us have one.
We're fucked, bro. Bro, he wins.
Yeah, just let us chop up
Don't
your
you-
5. Don't you want my money in there? No.
No!
No. No.
You see how fast I folded?
I was 1,000,000% ahead of him. My bad. Now I'm fucked.
A million percent?
1,000,000% ahead of you.
Like that, huh?
4 checks. 6 bets. 50.
Now I'm
5
sitting
when they first came out, they were kind of old, but then they took off like real.
I've got so many fucking damn page rack
9
mods.
folds, 2
Them,
folds,
piggy bank and all those. I don't have any.
3 folds, 4 raises to 65. 6 folds, 8 folds.
Look at that. Ooh. That's funny.
Yeah, thank you.
So I just hit these 8 folds.
I feel like trying to do that.
Probably it's like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
Had him last stream twice and got him in health hold every time.
Live chant.
So I knew yours were gonna hold.
9 folds, 2 folds, 3 folds.
Stein, you're locking it up, huh? Yeah, I know.
4
I would
raises
too.
to 30.
Yeah, I bet you at ace 7 off. Or like, raise your limp.
6 calls 30.
Ooh,
Fold.
that's so out there.
I mean, I did flop a pair. And I had the ace of hearts too. I had like all of it. Like that was like a great board.
I'm just giving you shit.
Somehow my hands are worse than his hands, and his hands are trash.
4 bets,
Like at least the last 2 or 3 of them. It's always nice when you like muck ahead and you're like, oh, well, all my outs are right there.
Right, right.
That one.
Thank you, thank you.
So Daniel was saying that we should do a high versus drunk stream.
Yeah. I don't know if that was him. Someone else, I think, mentioned it.
A high versus
Last
drunk
on this
tag
idea.
That's what.
I think what you really need to do, you need to have 2 teams of 4, and then you need to have 1 sober person as like the control group, but they can't like.
As the
There's got to be some caveats
You
to what
need-
hands they can play.
You also need one person that's drunk and hot.
Correct.
And
It's
I'm-
crossfade.
And I'm your guy.
I
don't
join
get-
you.
I don't really get crossfaded
2
anymore. I
folds.
mean, but I
3
mean, you could
raises
call it
to
that.
35. 4
Yours are
folds,
destroying your
6
brain cells
folds,
to that effect.
8 folds.
Really great cat.
Nice.
Actions on you.
I'm on team drunk.
This is
Thank you,
purely
sir.
for my fans.
Hell yeah.
9
Your
calls
fans?
35.
Fan service.
Oh no. We should have the control person be on like Adderall.
Oh god, just
So,
laser.
so
laser
they're
focus.
in like the 5 seat, and everybody else is just taking forever.
We just put Westlake in the 5
You
staring
win.
at everybody.
Another 90.
We were- That's why we gotta get mic'd up.
I have the spades.
Matches that will go with the
And my 9.
The 9 deuce. What is the story behind that?
It's not. I was just talking.
Oh shit, I like it.
San Fran couldn't even
We
score a
gotta
touchdown.
retry on this. We
No.
gotta try to
No, I can't believe
They got beat within the
You did
first
that to
13
Gabe.
seconds of the game.
They almost were down 2 scores within the first 20.
I know.
First pass from what's his face was almost a pick 6.
5
Quarterbacks have been struggling this week. All of them.
4 calls 20. 6 calls. 8 folds. 9 raises to 200. 200. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds.
So card headed.
Looks pretty up.
Yeah, so so
Good race.
6 folds.
The discard.
I had the 20 right.
Ace queen.
Ace king.
that was a
Jake.
big up.
Yeah, it's got a big cut.
Um,
No bueno.
The 20
we
right.
have a,
These cards are not cheap.
yeah, we need, we have a cut card. Do y'all hear me? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me guys?
Different if,
Sorry.
It's okay.
I feel it.
No, I
Somebody
agree.
else, you know.
For sure.
Say what?
Yeah, and it's like hanging.
Yeah,
I
know
guess
that.
It's
not
standing
fixed,
up.
but yeah,
Flipping
it's
or
flipping straight up.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, I agree. Like half
turned it, he didn't have a hat on. I said, how crazy would it be if you got that tattoo on your head and you don't know how to play? He was like, you know how to play. I was kidding.
UFC tattoo?
Yeah.
That
He
dude,
didn't like it.
Okay.
Huh?
the dude's gonna end up somewhere.
Oh, sure. But
Slow healing coming.
I played them for like 3 weeks to watch, and they were terrible, and everybody knew what was going on.
I knew it was going on.
But they were playing No Limit.
They were standing at the bar together, and every time they would say seat open for just one of them, they would say no. They want to sit together. It's too obvious. It shouldn't have taken Coach whoever fucking was to bring it up.
Well, I mean, management a lot. It's not exactly.
It wasn't good before either.
No, I mean like. Yeah, what's your beef with Vince?
They too. Fuck Vince. That's why I'm mad. Fuck Vince. I never mind.
Say it louder.
See, I gotta watch what I say because somebody's over here now. Yeah. Anyway, I'll put it out there.
I gotta reach out for 20 and the 40.
Who?
Watch that. It took him 3 years too long to get rid of the rate guys. Tell you rid of Jake and John. They should have been gone like within a year. Jake's just an idiot who has money. Doesn't have a clue about what he's doing. That's sort of the biggest poker room in Texas.
Live 20.
This is Texas. It's not fucking.
Alright.
6 folds.
Yeah, and then on.
8 folds.
If we play super fast, we can line them out.
Yeah, do it.
Yes. 9 calls 20. Okay.
My bad.
2 folds. 3 folds. 4
Me and the
jack.
professional?
Heads up.
Gosh dang, nice hand, bro. Alright, I'm gonna check.
9 checks.
Alright, I might have to check.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna bet $20. See if I can get one through.
9 bets 20.
Alright,
Almost exactly the same as this.
Four calls.
alright, I'm gonna bet $20. Maybe I have to bet some.
Well, we're not losing any business, so we should follow.
I just have one bet.
1 call.
Smaller the player pools.
Okay.
Not yet.
If you want to play first, like, place to play
I got Sean goes, I got 2 guys coming us as well.
Oh,
Could be quick one.
and
$25.
bust is good.
You don't always wait for them to go take my bus.
Very much.
Like, some private game.
Cards will play how the cards will play.
You guys have won in the match, like, all of you won this year. Of course, the guys
I
who
forgot you were the one who told him.
Alright, good night guys, thank you very much.
Oh, about lost them. Okay.
About my actual.
Oh yes, your kids. Yeah.
No, about
Yeah.
my.
Oh, you read about it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I guess that's.
So, when the lodge, the newer opened,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Did you take the cut card?
for about 6 to 7 months there.
Knocked down the routine. All the new off the car. Not a single airbag.
Not good.
It's so funny. So he was in a stream that everyone tagged on today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the only reason that the one reason
I'm good. It's been 2 years now.
the
Almost
two
2
probably
back
know
on
is
the
because
golf.
you get some guys want
Yeah.
to deal with balance. That's the only difference. Literally.
I don't know what I do.
But they saw,
It's my getaway.
Like you just I still can't feel my hips right. And when I stand, my
I mean,
torso
the
is
buttons,
off
the
way.
buttons are slightly smaller, but
So
if
like
you're matched
now
out,
because my hips are this way a little bit, as I go to turn, I'm like extra turn back, so it's hard to clear. But thanks a lot.
Once the Vegas has took over, we're going to change the Vegas poker. Nobody wants that. Nobody in Texas wants the Vegas poker.
Try to get a drive range, but you can't punch the ball. Sweat.
You're saying match the stack kills.
No, what they did, they put a 500 cap on the 1-2. No,
The hand with the
always
Henry,
looks so good.
the hand with that Henry goes all I mean, Henry goes all in.
Play 80 grand now. I don't understand why Gabe's running to do that there.
Ten straddle.
The Gabe doesn't like it happens a lot where a couple guys are
20
flying
straddle.
from
You got a green straddle for
America.
20 seat 8.
And I'm like, man, we're only one table going. We're only one table going because you're here.
Nine
You have
raise.
no tables going.
Two folds. Three folds.
The whole poker ecosystem.
Four folds.
All those are good too. Like me, I moved away.
Six folds.
It's like all like
8 calls.
Some
Go
Win or
ahead.
lose.
What you got?
Win or lose.
Is
It's
that-
always right.
no
Let's
matter
show
what
us
skill
down
level
low.
you were at in playing games, hopefully people that
8 10.
the higher you go, the worse it gets. But,
That's 40.
but I found myself multiple times in comedy. Yeah, on piece of shit again. Like I am selfish, you know. And, that's not a great way to learn, but it's how I
Good
learn.
call. You got anything good?
I don't
You got
really
a
know how
call?
to. Good call. You don't know how to put it. Like it. I've always been confused as to why the 1, 3, 2, 5.
You got a check?
It's just because
You're 100, make
5, 10 used to be.
That's 100.
5, 5, 5,
Yeah.
most any 5, 10 I've played here is mandatory 20, and then it effectively plays like a 20, 40 game. So depending on which higher those seats are.
And a fold.
Yeah, like because anytime I played, I was playing 2 5s, and a couple people show up, they wanna help me. So it's always been public when I played it, like sporadic.
Cinnamon also does players. Cinnamon is small-minded here because we would have a 1-3 going every morning, and if Cinnamon was running a game in the bag, he would start 2 or 3 hours after. He would just snipe the win, just straight the course, and then he wouldn't allow any of us to get in the game. He just
10
walked us out.
straddle.
He Jerry Moore.
9 folds.
We could not get into that game.
2 folds.
You know, I'm not saying we have the lowest to play back and forth, but take shots, play it, it's a long term.
4 raises to 30.
Just getting in the hands.
6 folds.
So much power.
7
And
calls
it's
30.
like
Or
right
8
now,
calls
he's
30.
running those bullshit games over there, trying to steal whatever he can from the stage
Heads up.
on Thursdays, where he's trying to find it now at TCH. I saw it on the board.
4 check.
It's a good game that you go because if you show up, you can buy $100 worth of time for $300.
8 that's 25.
That's a great deal. I
You
would
got a
show
call?
play that game. Yeah, you play just when you sit down. And you get, I think it's 25% off food. And then I usually press about a percentage because it just won't
4
be
check.
And that one's public. Yeah. You just need to talk to the mayor, be like, hey, I'd like to play. It starts at 5 on this. Sometimes. Yeah.
8 that's 125. And we got a fold.
He's gonna tell you how it is every time.
Thank you.
But I know a guy named Garrett who lives up here. He got me unknowingly got me into like Delaware. Possible.
Well, you're gonna have to just sit there, though. You actually play.
So did not show up. And Doug sat at the game for 2 hours. Which like, oh, dude.
10
I mean, it's not
straddle.
bad.
Definitely not when he's playing like 2 5s, but it was like 80 on. It
2
was
raises to
literally
30.
80 every single.
3 folds. 4 folds.
The post scoring poker is
6 calls 30. Seat 8 raises to 150.
Why would we do? I feel
9
like he's better
folds.
than me.
Two folds.
Might have been good because there's a gentleman named Patches. I know Patches. Patches got well,
We got
exceptionally
an all
drunk.
in.
And
who's on the strategy, doesn't he?
I don't know. I know he does a
750.
lot of things in poker.
Yeah, he does the social media for
Yeah.
And looks like we got a call.
Yeah, he's the man.
There's
And
no pair.
you're good. But he was.
So he had the old king queen again. You would think about
that's what I
folding
had.
it.
I was like, is he gonna call a 10? Maybe he can trap a 10 sometimes.
I had the king queen also.
Yeah, the Quang?
If he's not behind me, we just run it.
7,
What's up? If he's not behind, then we just get on.
729.
I might fold. If he's 4 bet, I might fold.
I know.
I wish you would have.
I mean, And obviously, if I have a
You
better
say
hand,
that now, but then
if I have tens plus
One time?
nine, sure. Unless you want to do it twice, but once is fine.
One time? Okay.
in the window.
Give him a spade first, right?
Seven of spades.
Uh-oh.
More outs.
I would rather a spade.
Oh, I thought that was it.
I'm calling it. Playing it.
Sweet, right.
Garrett.
An 8 of clubs.
GG, Garrett.
Alright, bro.
$30 kilo bomb pot and call it.
There's
We
two
have
guys.
two players on
There's
the
two
way.
guys coming.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Cool.
Yeah. You got it corrected? Y'all are good? Okay.
This is happening. Okay, this is happening a lot. Where like there has been an exceptional
I just
amount
wanted
of
to watch
KOs.
the
Sure.
There's been a lot of KOs.
I'll let them know I'm moving to.
Yeah, people
Uh,
should hang out. Yeah.
Steve, now you're gonna move to 8 or 7? 8 today?
I've never
I
seen
think
it.
my
Yeah, he's good.
Okay, 8.
But like,
We just moved
that's
over
just
so you
gonna
can watch the TV.
Yeah, I'm surprised Professor too. He must have. Oh, we were
yeah,
streaming that.
Professor
Just
was
tired
tilting
right there.
himself, though. He was tilting himself.
He was tilted. Like, instantly. Single big? Yeah.
Okay.
It's a solo big. Yeah, it's good.
That's fine. Oh,
Uh-oh.
you can't change seats, dude.
Then cash me out. Like,
I think I watched the
I'll
full
break
game.
the
Don't
game,
break
no
the game.
problem.
Alright, we got
You're not breaking the game. I'll give you my seat.
Right, like,
Steve, 3 raises to 35.
Should we just turn the table around for you?
Okay. One player is 5 minutes out, guys. C4 calls 35.
I got one player 5 minutes out, one player 2 minutes out.
Alright.
good, you got 10 minutes.
Hope we make it.
Yeah.
You got 10 minutes, bro.
C6
I was
calls
worried.
35.
Yeah, when he's like, we got a seat open,
Fold.
bring it after 5. I was like, I thought they only played till like 7.
And C3 folds. 3 players. Oh, okay, actually. Got it? Okay. C3 bets 50. 4 calls 50. C6 calls 50.
Swift is running good tonight.
It's running Swift.
There's checks.
But he's happy enough to be on the Eagles.
Oh, hell yeah.
4 checks.
Although, they're probably in Cancun right now.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be the best game of the week.
Oh, yeah.
No, the Bills game. The Bills game was the best game.
6 bets 160.
That interception was so bullshit.
Bullshit.
Like, I absolutely, like
3 folds.
that's as bad as Des Bryant
4
catch.
folds.
Yeah.
Good flop, good turn.
Yeah.
You're small blind, TJ.
Alright, we got a reshot of 24. The dealer button's a dead dealer button.
You did get stuff right there.
No, the Bears are playing. Go for it.
Van Johnson for sure.
The straddles a
They're like a
24,
midfielder, right?
20. Yep. Alright, C6 fold. C8 call. 2 fold. 3 call.
Recommendation, go for it.
And 4 checks his
Yeah,
option.
yeah. It's a little bit too far
like, it feels counterintuitive to me,
Two
but
folds,
I think it's just
apparently they do.
a lie.
three
I
folds,
read it somewhere.
It's a
four
conspiracy
check
theory.
the top.
It's just like how carrots are supposed to give you night vision. Okay, alright.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I was told when I was younger.
That's Minecraft.
If you had like a wound or something on your leg and your dog came up to lick it, just leave them alone, not lick it. 'Cause
Four
they have
checks.
healing stuff in their tongue.
8 checks
Yeah.
down.
I'm like, okay. Like bacteria? Okay.
Is that real? Like, if you have a
I've heard it
wound?
from so many people over my life.
Deuces.
That
They
dogs
always
have like
deuces.
healing stuff in their saliva if they come up with like a wound or something.
Well, the whole carrot
That's
thing
awesome.
with dark thing was actually the British started that because their pilots who fly at night, they just developed sonar, like some sort of guidance program for night vision.
Oh.
So they just spread a rumor that all their pilots are eating carrots. So
Really?
the Germans didn't catch on.
Like, a real psyop about carrots?
Like actually, you know how many like
Yeah.
guys I know that were
Six
born in like
straddle.
the 30s, 40s, 50s would tell you that as a kid. Oh yeah, you gotta eat your carrots. You'll be able to see at night.
I actually had no idea.
2 folds,
Those are from like
3 folds.
Virginians.
I would take a walk.
Fuck your work.
4
Pretty much,
reduced to
right?
30.
Alright, you know what? Fuck 'em. You deserve to lose, man.
6 costs 30.
Lateralus would be steaming right now having a Starbucks come up on the screen.
What's
He
that?
hates it that much?
No, he likes the nitro cold brews.
Yeah, he had one.
Four
He
checks.
was dying for one the other day.
6 bets, 25.
Oh, the other stream, that's why he didn't have one? He didn't bring one the other stream?
No, he was having the frappuccino, like the
Yeah,
glass
yeah.
frappuccino.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look, a Chicago dog. I never understood that. Why not just have
I
a
like
salad?
them. They're really good, bro.
Why not just
4
have a salad?
checks.
And put a hot dog in the hot dog.
6 bets, 65.
I hate to say it, the best chili cheese dog I've ever had though, under the stairs at a place in Vegas on Fremont Street. Like, it shouldn't have been that good for how much it was and like where it was.
Yeah.
C4 call 65.
It's like $5 and like
What time of night and how inebriated were you?
1 a.m. and stones over.
Alright, well, fair
4
enough.
checks. And a check
I don't
back.
really get too crazy in Vegas. I'll have a drink at dinner, but that's about it.
I mean, no, I feel you. It sort of depends on if I have a friend out there or not. Because typically, if I have a friend out there, he's not a poker player. That's when I'll have fun. I'm out there playing poker.
Most of the time I'm out there as a work trip.
I will have some wine, though.
I'll have like one drink at the end of the night to like chill out. But I've also got to walk back to where I'm going because I was taking a cab or
It adds
if
up.
I stay on strip.
Usually stay in
Yes.
Garrett's because that's the only place I can get a
Straddle 10 seated.
I have to Uber to a lot of places.
Stayed in the Link and a Harris for
2
55 days this
folds,
summer. 56?
3 raises
The
to
link.
35.
They're like
Yeah, that's like literally
they're
right
center,
beside
they're
it.
center strip, so like, I mean, I don't mind staying there because there's also on the other side of the Harris, there's Chipotle and there's Pan Express, so I know I'm gonna
My
get
spot,
food.
right?
Like I'm gonna get quality food, like Chipotle,
McDonald's.
I hated the link, but that was the only thing. You go downstairs and out back, you were that alley with everything there.
3 bets, 25.
You look like an In-N-Out guy.
Huh? An In-N-Out guy?
Yeah.
No, I actually hate it. I hate it. What do they call them? Carnivore fries or something?
Animal fries.
Animal fries.
Their fries are so bad. If it wasn't for the animal stuff on it,
I disagree.
I ate one of their burgers one time. I didn't realize how much onion they put on it. I opened it up. It was not like, it was like a whole slice.
Yeah.
Every ring in that slice.
If you like In-N-Out,
I was burping onions. for
Pete
3 hours.
Terry's here is what In-N-Out is.
I've never had
Yes.
that either.
Pete Terry's is the shit. There's
good?
one right around the
I got
It
one
is
next to my
very
work.
good.
Just go, if you're hungry after this, go to the one. It's just like, you go out here and you just take a right at the light, and it's right there. It'll blow your mind.
Yeah, I'm at
It's
Cameron
cheap.
and 290 my work, and it's one block up.
Yeah,
I need to try it.
It's the best.
It's just
I do
there's a
enjoy
huge
some
line.
PJs.
There's not a single bad thing on the menu.
There's a huge line every day. I want that stuff.
Straddle 20, C3.
They're fast with it though.
We got that. I had never had a tea cloud until
They're okay. They're a little dry. You need to like butter and mayonnaise and
I get it.
mustard.
20 straddle.
Oh wow.
4 folds.
Did Stafford just run?
No,
Oh, yeah,
he tried to pass the ball, it got blocked.
8 folds.
He caught it.
Not blocked.
Tipped.
Yeah.
said it was 5. I gave him 10.
Yeah. He's got to be outside doing
Got
donuts.
call. Their heads up. C2 bet 75. And we got a fold. Thank you.
Yeah, they can't hold on screen yet.
Isn't it though?
Again, Tony G.
We got a straddle 20.
Tony G. filled out
C4.
Of course I like Phil. It's poker.
Professional play? Play like this?
6 fold.
60.
Oh, yeah.
8 raises to 60.
Get off your bike, go home.
Was that the first track? I can't remember. It's a really good track. It was Ralph Perry, I think, like some Russian guy. Because he's like, bring on more Russians. Yeah. That game got me with that YouTube.
If we don't get a player by 7,
He's probably trying to find parking.
Yeah.
okay, I'm just letting you know.
Where'd you park, Mark? Did you park close?
There's more available now. It's,
Okay.
yeah.
Because like when it started, I parked like
Yeah, I'm
all the way around the corner.
No, I'm in the second
I had to walk like half a mile to get here.
Oh, no.
I got lucky there. I got
Never had to park.
I see Henry just like going up and down the lanes. I'm like, I'm not gonna be Henry in the game. I've got to park. He's gonna get the first spot. I gotta. You know what?
Fold. 8 fold. 2 fold. 3 raises to 40. 4 call. No heads up. Three check. 4 bets 25. We got a raise of 125.
Nine, at least me and you conquered the 7 dish.
10. 4
What'd you
fold.
say?
Oh.
You just had to say something.
What'd you say?
This fucking guy.
I mean, everybody already told it. It was happening regardless.
Add it to that. Thank you.
I
Thank
might have to
you.
think 3 times if I sat down. I haven't been able to get through.
I also dusted 175 to 7 deuce. He had ace king.
Everyone just paid
If you'd seen his hand, you would have stuck it in.
20 bucks
Yeah.
for the
I mean,
second.
that's what happened with me and Henry. Or was it Henry? No, it was you.
Yeah, I just had 225 dollars. And there's like
It's a
one,
hundred and
there's
60
so
if
much.
you just
I'm a
win.
triple up. Yeah, I'm a triple up if I.
There's dead money in there too.
Yeah. I went from 225 to over 600. After
Oh
that.
boy, there you go. Oh, dude, some of the hits these guys take, they just stand up like it's nothing.
Flat white, I am happy to pay. What is your actual name, bud?
Finally made it happen.
Will.
Will, what's up? What was your actual
yeah,
name?
Will.
Will. I'm TJ, man.
Pleasure, TJ.
Yes, sir.
I loved your commentary the other day.
Oh, you went back and watched
Yeah,
some
of
of it?
course. As
Alright,
soon as I
cool.
heard you talk, I was like, that's the guy.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're. I hope I did well.
Of course, dude. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Way better than Chris. No.
Yeah, man, I enjoy the game, right?
Three
Which
checks.
makes it really easy to
6 check.
talk about it. I don't know. I tried to find
That's 40.
more layman terms.
about it for 5 hours, though.
Towards the end of it, I was definitely like, me and Keller were
You're like
both
reaching.
running out of things to talk about because it was like, it's like this, right? Like, these aren't exciting hands, right? It's not a bunch of money getting piled in and, you know,
Heads
we
up.
talked about
Check.
Super Bowl already, we talked about a bunch of shit already, and it's just like,
100.
You fortunately had a couple of people in the game giving some entertainment.
oh, 100%. Definitely makes my life a little easier.
Folds 100. Now we got a check.
vote. Not him.
Thank you.
The SIBO theorem, people do not fold votes.
10 shadow. Two raises to 30.
In Vegas this summer, I was
Three folds.
You're saying
Four
you
folds,
take the
30.
dumb line where you just check,
Six
raise,
folds.
whatever, and they fold the second vote every single time. And then you just show it in the face, because they're never going to call anyways. So, like,
Yeah, that check raise river on that vortex was like scary.
Four check.
although you got to make sure they don't know you're from Texas, so like,
Right.
don't have the ID on.
I met Gary Blackwood and I had a law chat and I like made his vlog and he's like, this gentleman from Texas. I was like, oh, he just thought I was the fucking worst player. He already thought that for other
I
reasons.
love it.
And two folds.
Gary was such a fucking din on the stream the other day.
Gary, I'm sure. He's a Euro. I don't know, I like his vlog
He
a
had
lot.
like a
Yeah, I like his
16% VPIP on a live stream. He was getting it in when he had it. It's just, you know, he's playing a Corey game and like throwing the nines free for him.
I only watched the vlog, I didn't watch the,
Oh yeah, because his vlogs are
stream.
gonna make him look great.
Right.
There's one thing to be like card debt. I mean, card distribution is a thing.
Yeah.
But we're not folding nines in a game like that, right?
You should be folding like ace jack suited for your entire stack in that game.
Yeah.
Four calls.
Corey's gonna stick 30k in if he gets two fire checks every time.
Six calls.
I think he's making a big mistake over here. I think he's gonna go bust out.
Well, you know, the homeless population can always
Use the spike.
Two calls.
I mean, the dude, he
Option
gets
check.
crushed on the stream and then he decides to go play, you know, the little basketball game at the arcade against crypto, loses 1,700. That's it.
Four players.
A kiss.
Playing a basketball game?
You
The
know,
little-
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Wish you would have called me. I'd run that shit.
Two bets 50. Three folds. Four folds. Six calls 50. Go ahead, Zach.
Is he making money on content now?
I mean, he's doing alright.
He switched over to Ultimate Bet on YouTube.
Six check.
Ultimate Hold'em?
Two bets 125.
More of an audience?
Easier game, you don't have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
I do like his style of block though.
And we have
A lot of emotions.
The reason why people talk about him, yeah, it's like, what I like about it is it's watching somebody like journey through poker.
Yeah.
But the reason you kind of root for him to lose, or at least like, not that I root for him to lose, the reason I get like a kick out of it is because it's watching somebody objectively play bad sometimes.
Same reason you look at a card.
You know,
He, I mean, the dude's playing with his net worth on the table where
Really
7 out of 8 other people.
that's what drives me nuts.
10 strong.
He's made up an imaginary bankroll for his like bluffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he.
Four calls.
You're telling me a white kid from New Hampshire
Six
doesn't
raises
have a
to
trust fund?
55.
Damn. He,
Eight
I don't know.
folds.
Do you think phone calls are set up too, where people are like lending them money?
I mean, he
Two
probably
calls
does collab with
65.
him.
Huh?
Probably does a
Three
collab with
folds.
him.
Yeah, but Chase Somerville.
Four calls.
I mean, there's guys that take a vested interest in like.
Three pairs.
Regardless if it shots his bankroll or not.
I mean, you see
I
Alan
just-
Keating giving him like 25k just to fucking fire off an 8 tournament.
Regardless of his poker though, he's done a really good job networking and
Yeah,
getting
it's
into the right
business.
circles.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's a
stuff.
business.
As a
Happy poker
businessman,
face.
he's done great,
Yeah.
right? So like,
I agree.
I can't say anything against him on that front. You know?
Three
I can
bets,
bitch
or
about
four
his
bets
poker
eight.
all day long, but
Be like, WTF. Oh.
sometimes,
Like-
but I think he's the man for the like putting himself out there. You know, it's kind of like hard to root for him to win at the poker table sometimes for many reasons.
Yeah.
6 calls, 80,
He's also got Abbey Poker working for him.
2 folds.
There you go.
The whole like, oh, we're not dating, but we're sharing a hotel room on trips.
Yeah. Alright. So you're not dating, you're just screwing. Get it.
I mean, good for each of you. Like, you
Yeah.
seem like you're happy.
For sure.
8, 4, 150. And we got a fold.
Show the bluff.
Show the bluff. Still for the game.
You're still ahead. Yeah.
Motherfucker, I had the other 2 sixes.
You win.
Holy.
I had a feeling.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I had the other two
Loaded
with
sixes.
King Queen.
Diamond club.
Okay.
You know what they say when two players play a hand, they have the same hand, right? Guess who wins? The better player. Make a joke.
If that's your stand-up routine, you just sit down.
Well, he was laughing. He thought it was fun.
He's being nice.
Real good chemistry between all of us at the beginning of the stream. A lot of laughs. A lot of us were being
So
really
what you're saying
silly.
is I have a target audience.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go.
I'm looking forward to improvements on the stream when we have the players mic'd up. I'm pretty sure that's coming sometime in the future. It'll be an interesting development when it does.
Ooh, this is good, huh? Lit.
I was right.
You got 5 more minutes.
Production is asking me to reintroduce myself. This is the Professor. You can also call me Chris
Yeah.
if you bump into me in the card rooms, but this is the Professor on the mic with you right now. Possibly when I introduced myself earlier, it didn't come through or some such thing. So, what the hell, 3 times. This is the Professor calling the action on the Red Star social stream coming to you from Austin, Texas. And I played on this stream earlier today. I got off to a hot start. I thought I was going to win today. Nope. Nope. I think I booked my 4th loss in a row on this stream. They're just not letting me win right now. The opposition is too tough. The cards are too cold. The vibes are wrong. I'm not winning. I'm not winning right now. I'm not winning in January. I'm not winning on Red Star. I'm not winning in tournaments. I forgot how to win. It's not fun. I liked it better when I couldn't lose. And man, the end of last year, for a while there, I couldn't lose. Poker, it's never medium difficulty. I find it's either the easiest thing in the world or impossible. Enough about me. Andrew with the very strong ace-queen, 5-handed. Now, an interesting thing that we're not seeing a lot of here is you can 3-bet so much lighter in this 5-handed configuration. These players should be finding a lot of 3-bet bluffs. Right now, I don't think they're doing much of that from the few hands that I've seen here since picking up the mic. You know, TJ's hander is a good example. I mean, I'm not trying to call anyone specifically out, but if you're going to play that hand, come in for a 3-bet. Easy for me to say when I'm done playing. But something for us to think about as we're watching this. 5-handed, you have so many fewer players to get through. Ranges can be so much wider. If your hand has some synergy, if it's suited, if the cards go together in a way that can maybe make some straights, you get more board coverage if your opponent comes along on all kinds of boards. You know, just shorthanded in general, you're going to be much more wide open. And a lot of players don't adjust to that, or they don't fully adjust to it. They make some adjustment, but they don't realize how much wider your ranges have to be 5-handed, how much more aggression you can have 5-handed. So far, I'm not seeing that. So far, I'm seeing a little bit of passivity in this configuration. Flat white checks his option in the straddle with a hand that is a mystery to us. Skywalker on the button with Jack-5 of hearts. Flops pretty well, top pair, and a backdoor flush draw. Flat white has, we just don't know. He checks it and folds to a c-bet. He could not have had much. It was a very small c-bet at that. So yeah, I would like to, you know, now having seen about a dozen hands in this configuration, I would like to see these players finding more 3-bets pre-flop.
Delay of game. Chicago's gonna delay a game, stop the
Just what I
clock,
think.
and gives them extra yards.
Yeah, this one's supposed to be at least 6 to 7.
I wasn't told that. I wasn't told that either.
They usually play to about.
Skywalker has an unplayable hand under the gun here.
She's gonna find out.
I repeat, unplayable, and he agrees. For a second there, I thought he might be playing it. Jack 10 on the button is extremely playable. Murph coming in for the limp. You know what? It's more fun if I just give my Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't come in for a limp. I was going to trash the limp, but no, he came in for 35. All right, well, I can get on board with that. Stein with the same hand calling from the big blind, so we've got a battle of the same hand. Jack 10 offsuit. And they both flop top pair, but Stein is free rolling with the 10 of spades.
Toast for me. I'll literally be back in 30 seconds. Stepping out the door.
Yeah, 6, that's 40.
Stein check calls a c-bet from Murph. Murph c-bet is never going to take that hand down on the flop, given the cards they hold. Queen on the turn is likely to slow the players down a little bit. Nevertheless, after Stein checks, Murph bets the turn and Stein calls. And the spade on the end should give this hand to Stein almost certainly. It's probably going to go check, check. It looks like it did. And Stein is going to drag a $320 pot.
Just free roll my life. Fucking free roll.
You've got the application of chapstick. You've got flat white having a walk. And we've got a 4-handed configuration for this hand. Chapstick's very important, in my opinion. I use it every day. How do people get by without it? Are there people who don't use chapstick? It's hard to imagine. Double straddle, and TJ folds the button. Small blind folds. Flat white is absent, so looks like a walk for Murph.
Jack 3, he had 3-9.
With the queen tray.
I had Jack 9, or Jack 3, he had Jack 5. You're just, you see a flop, you're cool.
Man, talking about short-handed gets me thinking about how long it's been since I played heads up. I played several heads up matches last year. It's been a while since I had one. I got a couple people say they want to battle, but so far haven't gotten it to happen in 2026. Playing 4-handed for the moment. TJ King Queen. Standard raise, called by Skywalker with King 9 suited, standard call. Murphy with Queen 9 suited, I think a standard call, he agrees. And we have the King Jack 5 flop with 2 spades. TJ nicely in the lead with King Queen. Bets it for value. Looks like he bet pretty small, real small. Curious why he would choose that size. He gets called in both spots. Queen on the turn. On the one hand, if you're TJ, your hand improves. On the other hand, that brings in some draws, and you have to wonder if you might not have the best hand. I mean, you can bet it for value, but you don't want to get raised. There are some hands that could raise you that you're comfortably ahead of, but if you're getting raised, you're probably facing a hand that has got you in a little difficulty. He bets and gets called by Skywalker with King 9. Skywalker probably thinks his 2 pair outs are good. They're not, but it doesn't matter because he just gets there. And, I mean, it really is the best tactic if you can execute it, getting there. Now, he's got to think about whether he can bet for value. He probably should have, but he elects to check Doesn't have the nut straight. He's losing to any ace. He probably should have put a bet out there for some value. And Skywalker brings his stack up to $8,457. Let me repeat. $8,457 in a game with a $1,000 cap. Not bad. And you might say to yourself, that's 8.5 buy-ins. Except, you could even look at it. You know what? It is 8.5 buy-ins. We always have the $10 stride on. It's 8.5 buy-ins, which is destruction. Assuming you're not in for 5 or 6 buy-ins, which I know he's not. If you have 8.5 buy-ins on the table, you are probably kicking ass. For a moment there, I thought TJ might be leaving, but maybe he just needed to stretch his legs. Andrew opens the ace-9 of hearts under the gun to 30. And it folds to TJ with the lowest possible hand and a fold.
Like even like trading card trailers or like that are like taking off. The price of Magic went up.
Yeah, TJ's on the move, but it looks like he's staying in the game, so maybe he just needs to stretch his legs. Visit the men's room, who knows. But we are still 5-handed. We'll be 4-handed for this particular hand. I think after this hand, I might pop in there and let them know I'm on the mic. It'll only take me a moment to do that. I won't spend a lot of time in there. But I think I want to let them know I'm here. All right, in this hand, Skywalker limping on the button. We've got at least the third time here since I've been commentating in this short interval that we have 2 players with the same hand, Jack-9 offsuit. Looks like Queen Jack went in the muck. Did I see that right? 4-handed? Maybe. Maybe I misread it. Andrew's in there with ace-10, way in the lead on 7-6-6. Queen on the turn. Checks around. And 3 on the river. Andrew should take this when it checks around.
Shetty got into a hardcore beast.
That's wild.
Yeah. So
I was
looking for like a 10K card now.
Yeah, Pikachu.
Or raises to 35.
Yeah, but he had a card yesterday that he bought for $9,000. I know Chad's got his plus a good amount of stuff.
Trying to get my kid into it, and he ripped a bunch of good shit like 20.
I'm back, folks. I'm back. Stopped in there. Chatted with my buddies, including Flat White, who picked up my laundry. Which is one of the reasons I had to come back here. Lest I have to go naked tomorrow. I probably wouldn't go naked. I'd probably find something around my home to wear, but now I'll get to wear something nice and clean, and I'll have some choices. It's good to have choices.
A lot of Blue Eyes White Dragons is out in the fucking ether right now because of my mom.
In the meantime, because when I'm in the booth, I'm seeing what happened 15, 20, 30 minutes ago. When I stepped in there, I saw we have a new player, Daniel, to look forward to. Stein flopping trips. Flat White, not with enough to continue. friend Flat White. He's visiting from South Carolina. Been in town for a little while. I was thrilled to see him and our buddy Art come to town. We've been out to do some things socially, including get coffee. And both times we've been out to nice coffee places in Austin. The gentleman has ordered a Flat White. And I said, if you play on stream, your name is going to be Flat White. And he thought it was as funny as I did. And so there you have it. Flat White folds the small blind Skywalker with a call. Skywalker quite fond of just calling, limping pre-flop. Not the way I approach the game, but he has $8,400 on the felt, and I have negative $2,000 on the felt in this game. So limping is pimping or something? I don't know. I don't get it. But it's working for him. Also, turning the best hand and gaining 89% equity works for him, giving him an easy check call in this spot. Pretty easy. And the 7 of clubs comes in. Could be a nice bluff card, but it's very scary to bluff someone who's winning as much as Skywalker is, because it's so much easier for someone who's up $6,500 in a 1-3-10 game to just shrug and say, I got second pair, I call. Very hard to bluff the guy who's running turbo hot. You're always afraid they're going to call. Stein with the ace-6 of clubs under the gun. Again, I remind us, 5-handed if you're under the gun in a full ring. And you can fold this, but not 5-handed. Bumps it up to 30. Gets the call from dominated clubs in the big blind, and TJ also comes along with king deuce of diamonds. Flop ace tray, 2 spades, nothing for anybody. Turn 8. I'll take this opportunity to quickly mention I would love to be seeing what's going on in chat right now, but I don't have it in front of me. So if anyone's trying to get my attention in chat, I'm not purposefully ignoring you. I just don't have a device showing chat at the moment. My coming onto the mic was an impromptu thing, not a planful thing. Here we see Daniel, young man, coming in to this short-handed game, making it 6-handed. Daniel's a fine player. I've played with him 2 or 3 times now. I think he's very good, if I remember correctly, especially for as young as he is. Andrew Stein somehow has ace-6 of clubs under the gun for the 2nd time in a row. That's hard to do. It's hard to even be under the gun 2 hands in a row, let alone have the exact same hand. Flat white, just a call with king 9 suited. Skywalker with the ace-7 offsuit on the button, call. And here, Murph coming in for the call. Here's where I like to see a squeeze in this short-handed configuration. Comes in just for the call with king queen. Tuition Dan just for the call. What is this? Is this a 1-2 game? These guys call. Come on, boys. Find some raises. Start squeezing. 6-handed. Looks like Stein flops best, pairing his 6. And he's now got a nice full house. Not one that's going to get a lot of value from any of these hands, but one that he can expect is the best hand a nice percentage of the time. He checks it. Flat white bites for $50. Pretty sure Stein is checking, hoping exactly this kind of thing happens. Murph with the... Ooh, what? Murph with the adventurous call. Now, I understand Stein seeing 2 players back there want to put chips in, make him think he could beat by pocket 7s, pocket 8s, but surprised me a little bit with the fold there. Stein, a pretty cautious player. I don't mean, notice I didn't say a nitty player. I said cautious. He's thinking about what hands could be out there that beat him, and he can be an aggressive player when he needs to be. He can make light calls when he needs to be, when he needs to do it. But he's also alert to the fact that he could be beat there. And I think if there was just one player putting in chips there, he'd check calls. But when there's a bet and a call, he reasons, I might be drawing kind of dead here. Interesting. You know, earlier today, Lateralus was saying that those of us who've been in the booth, meaning me, Stein, TJ's been in the booth, Keller's on stream that he's been in the booth. He basically was saying, like, you guys have been so gentle. You guys never say anything mean or critical. And he was kind of, you know, pushing us to do more of that, maybe for comedy. He might have a point. You know, when I'm commentating, part of me wants to be critical of plays, but also part of me doesn't want to be critical of these players who I like and respect. But as I'm saying that, Stein finds what I've been asking for, which is a lightish 3-bet. Not that light, but you understand what I'm saying. Finds a 3-bet to force TJ to fold a hand that is equally strong as his. So you really need to find more aggression when the game is shorthanded, especially when it's significantly shorthanded. I mean, 6 players is way fewer than 9 when you're thinking about table dynamics. Way fewer. Hand strengths go down a lot. But as I was saying, you know, it's a funny tension between wanting to be funny and controversial on the mic, critical, analytical, but also, you know, not wanting to disrespect people who I like, people who are my friends, people whose play I respect, even when it differs from mine. Murflop's top pair in this hand, flat white, somehow in here with the 8 tray, and he's got nothing and finds the fold. He must have been in the straddle and called a min raise or something like that. I missed it. It doesn't matter. It's a small pot. We don't need to capture that action. We're looking for the big pots. And, you know, since I've been back on the mic here, we haven't seen the big pots. Possibly the players are pillow fighting a little bit because several of the stacks are very deep. This can have the effect of tamping down action. You know, these players maybe are a little reluctant, 6-handed, to play really big pots. It's harder to range people short-handed. It's scarier to put lots and lots of chips at risk. You know, there's been some discussion from players behind the scenes about, you know, should we do a stream where we uncap the game, or, you know, in the second half of the stream, should we lift the cap, and so on. And look, there's pros and cons to that, but one of the things I've pointed out, I advocate for the cap in this game for the most part, and my reason for that is, look at the history of this stream. We've had bananas action in this game, right? 40% of the hands played as all-ins, sky-high VPIPs, people stacking $4, $5, $6, $7, $8,000 on the felt in a 1-3 game with a $10 straddle. We might play some uncapped games in the future, but it's not like we are struggling to get action in this game. And, you know, to that point, now that we've got some pretty big stacks here, we actually might, for that reason, understandably, be seeing a diminution of action. We're not seeing the 3 bets. We're not seeing 4 bets. If we get the right hands, we'll see them, but we're not seeing them. And, you know, as I'm saying this, I'm a little disappointed in myself for not sticking with this game. I mean, I made the decision that I was not having fun, that I was very tilted, and I think one of my strengths as a poker player is recognizing when I'm tilted and quitting. But part of me wishes I'd stuck with this game because I quite like playing short-handed configurations, and I think I would be finding some 3 and 4 bets that some of these players maybe aren't finding. Tuition Dan, new to our game, coming in for a raise here. We don't know what cards he has yet. We don't know what cards anyone has yet. All right, so apparently TJ limped under the gun with Big Slick. Twish and Dan raising the suited ace. I like it. It's not going to do great against Big Slick, but TJ's Big Slick elects to stay hidden. I think if you're going to limp it, I think calling with it is in some ways better than finding a limp re-raise. The limp re-raise is generally a pretty narrow assortment of cards. And TJ limp check calling the ace-king on Jack 5 tray. Twish and Dan is kind of liking that flop because he's got a deuce for a gutter. Recognize he may even have the best hand a lot of the time. Gets the deuce on the river. Bang! Now, what is he targeting when TJ checks? I think... What do you do here? What are you targeting? Well, you know, it doesn't matter. He bets $160 and TJ snap calls with the ultimate no pair bluff catcher, and Twish and Dan gets the maximum. Now, given how fast TJ called and the benefit of hindsight, looks like Twish and Dan could have gone a lot bigger and gotten called, but I think in Twish and Dan's seat, it's very hard to know what your opponent has given how the hand was played. The limp call under the gun, and then the jack high flop goes check call. Does your opponent have a jack? I mean, it's very hard to know what they have, so it's hard to know what hands you're targeting on the river. And with that, TJ calls an end to his session. I didn't see how he did. We'll see it when the results come up later, when we have our remarkably accurate, remarkably precise Red Star Social table of results come up. It's never off by even $1. Never, ever. We'll get some guess as to how TJ did. All right, look, I'm being a smart ass. Sometimes the results are off because this is complicated, especially when you've got the Nick games and the 7 deuce in there, and you've got tipping that doesn't get accounted for necessarily, and we don't always have the most precise figures, I'm sorry to say. Philly Murph in the lead here with bottom pair. Well, it's not bottom pair on the turn, but you know what I mean. Looked like we had a jack on the river there. The graphics are a little bit out of sync with the way the cards are falling, but if I read that correctly, Murph has 2 pair on the river. All right, I'm very confused because Twish and Dan is betting and he's not even showing up on the graphics, so yeah, I don't know what happened in that hand. We'll just forget about that hand. We'll just forget about that hand. You know, I was talking about the table of results. Maybe that's another way in which the table of results gets a little bit of imprecision blended into it. All right, back to position. Flat white folding 7-5 offsuit under the gun. You know, you can open a lot of hands in the short-handed, but a hand like that under the gun, you got to let it go. Skywalker finds the raise to 30 with a pair of 4s. Murph calls with the queen 10 of clubs from the small blind. I'm not a fan of calling from the small blind, but Murph disagrees, misses completely. He's probably going to have to check fold here if Skywalker c-bets, which I think he should, given we're short-handed. Check call with the queen 10 of clubs, I guess thinking about backdoor clubs. Neither player will like this turn, and I think we might have another hand here where Skywalker is bluffing with the best hand and is going to win. Shows the 4s, thinking he's showing a bluff maybe. It's not a bluff. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with thinking you're bluffing when you're actually value betting. It's just a thing that's going to happen. Yeah, the longer I'm in here and the longer amount of time I have from when I was on tilt, the more I wish I was in game. And the truth is I could go in there and get in game right now. They would allow me to do that. But I think the stream is better served with me on the mic right now. So I'll just stick with it here. I'm thinking about maybe going out for a little pizza later with my buddy Flat White. He said he's on board for it. It's not always the easiest for me to find places to go out to eat with my friends because I'm a little picky. I have some limitations as to where I want to eat, restrictions. I won't bore you with the details at the moment, but there's a place I want to go to that's open tonight, and we might end up there. Now, Tuition Dan is exemplifying, personifying what I was talking about earlier. He's going to find the aggressive raises in this shorthand configuration. And, you know, maybe these other players have gotten a little somnolent 4 or 5 hours into the stream. They're not finding the aggression in the same ways that they could. But Tuition Dan is coming in fresh to the game, fresh with the vitality of youth, and is finding raises using aggression. This, I don't think Tuition Dan has limps in his game. I think he and I are alike in that way. We don't limp in. If we're coming in for a raise.
Short term.
Now, we've got a blind on blind battle. Skywalker coming in for the call and getting raised by the player in the straddle, by Murph. And he comes along. We don't know their hands yet. Monotone ace-high flop. Interestingly, I don't know if you noticed that, Skywalker immediately capped his cards after seeing that flop. Could be a tell that he likes his hand. Checks. Murph with a continuation bet of 100. Skywalker check calling. Now, he might have just capped his hand because he was going to cap his hand, but if I was in this hand, I would have noticed that, and I would have added a little smidge of strength to his range when he does that. The turn 3 of spades goes check, check, and now we're on the river, and Skywalker is going to bet. Looks like he's betting 200 into a pot of about 400, I think. And Murph is not folding right away. And here with the magic of time travel, we see me talking to these gentlemen. So I was in there for that hand. Murph finds a raise. Interesting. It would be nice to know what these hands are, but it's also fun to watch them without knowing what they are. Murph raising to 500. And Skywalker not folding right away. Calls. And finds out he's beat. Yeah, he flopped a flush. So look, I'm proud of myself for having spotted a tell there. I mean, the flop came all spades, and he immediately reached for the Star Wars figurine and capped his cards. And I think that was a tell. Man, I shouldn't be saying this because he's going to watch that, and then he's going to be alert to it. And that's going to hurt me in the long run as one of his opponents, but this is the price of doing commentary, I suppose. Murph had the king of spades for the nut flush draw in his hand and got there. He checked the turn, which got him some value on the river, not just value. His opponent bet, and he got to raise. And Skywalker, if I may, sorry Skywalker, but Skywalker makes a bad call with what looked like an 8 high flush there. I mean, I don't think when the hand plays that line that your flopped flush, which is now a measly 1 card 8 high flush, is good on the river. But it's hard to fold when you're winning as much as he is. It's also harder to fold when you flop what is effectively the nuts. and then the turn downgrades your hand. That can make it harder. It's frustrating. Skywalker is in there this next hand, flops top on 9-8-4-2 spades, checks it over to Stein, who bets his sixes no spade, and gets check called by Skywalker. Queen of clubs is not a card that should concern either of these players very much. Check, check. And Skywalker makes the trip nines. Now we again have the targeting question. What are you trying to get value from here? An 8, perhaps? Maybe a turned queen, because if Stein turned a queen, I do think he might check it some of the time. Maybe not as much given there's a flush draw on the flop, but maybe. So you're targeting an 8, pocket 7s, pocket 6s, worse 9s. I mean, I guess Stein could have, yeah, king 9, jack 9. Be bad if he has queen 9, but he doesn't. Skywalker puts out the 250, and Andrew is in the tank wondering, can he pick off a bluff here? Missed spades. Skywalker is a player who hasn't bluffed a lot on this stream, but he does get called here and is going to get paid. And brings his stack nearly to $9,000. He is $99 short of $9,000 on the felt in what is ostensibly a 1-3 game. $9,000. I'm almost certain this is the biggest stack we have seen on the Red Star social stream. So kudos to Skywalker for piling the chips. Here we have our results. I was wondering earlier if TJ booked a win. It looked like he did. They had him up about $400. There is no chance that that's inaccurate. I mean, if the Red Star results table says you won $431.18, you won $431.18. Just take it to the bank. There's no need to do an audit. It is guaranteed 100% dead on accurate. It has never happened that I've lost $700 and the table has said I won $700. Never happened. The rumors are false. I should stop being a smartass and pay attention to the action. Looks like we've got a 4-way hand. We don't know what the opponent's card, what the player's cards are. We don't need to know that. We know we have an all-red 9-6-4 flop, and flat white is taking a bite. He is getting called by Murph. And what is Dan going to do? Dan finds a fold. So, what do they have? We don't know. But the deuce of clubs on the turn should be the blankest of blanks. Unless flat white is bluffing with pocket deuces and just got there. Very unlikely, but not impossible. Check, check. 6 of spades on the river. Does either player have anything? We don't know. But Murph is going to say, I've got something. 125. What have you got, flat white? Looks like flat white snap calls with a hand I couldn't quite see. Does he have quad 9s? 8-9? No, he wouldn't. Oh, yeah, he called the quad 9s. Right. Yeah, duh. Yeah, I think we can rule out quads. I think we can rule out quads. Be a tight just call with quads, flat white. Nice hand. Flat white finds a hand he wants to make $35 under the gun. Skywalker, unsurprisingly, finds a hand he can call with on the button. Murph finds a hand he can call with from the small blind. I said it before, I don't like calls from the small blind. But when it's your money, you can do as you please. Tuition Dan finds a call from the big blind. Where is the 3-betting, fellas. Stop playing like blue-haired grandmas. Do it for the stream. Do it for the stream. Light 3 bets. Come on, guys. Come on. In any case, we don't know what their cards are. So maybe no one has a hand that they want to 3-bet. 5, 4, 3, 2 hearts. Check, 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 check.
All the way around. You get that?
3 of hearts. Quads possible. Straight flush possible. I don't think any of these players have it. Tuition Dan says, oh yeah, I do. $60. Skywalker. If I was Skywalker, I would be so tempted to try to get my stack over 9,000. Which is a dumb way to think. But I'm dumb sometimes. More often than I care to admit. More often than I would care to admit. Such as speeding out of here without picking up my laundry that I asked my friend to pick up on the way here for me. That was dumb. Jamming the 10 of hearts turn for my whole stack when it's the worst card in the deck. Also dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. Players having a laugh. I'd love to hear what they're saying. Clearly having a good time. Tanya in on it. Murph calling on the button. And Tuition Dan coming to my rescue with the raise. Putting the aggression in. Pretty small raise out of position. Is he out of position? Am I mistaken? Maybe he's the button. Yeah, yeah, he is out of position. That was a small raise. And maybe I have the... the graphics are telling me I have the action wrong. I don't know at this point. I don't even know for sure. I thought I saw what I saw. I thought the raise came from Tuition Dan. What I do know is that Murph is betting on the button when he flops his king high flush draw, as one should. Tuition Dan with the fold. Skywalker would have a very adventurous continue here. He decides the force is not with him and folds. The force has been with him plenty today, though. Plenty. Plenty. I don't know a lot about his background. I don't know what size games he's played or how long he's played. So I don't know if this is his biggest win. I think there's a good chance that it's his biggest win, but I don't know. It's possible he's had bigger wins. But it's got to be one of his best days. I mean, any day you're winning 7+ buy-ins, you're having a good session. You can't do that very often. So don't know if it's his biggest day dollar-wise, but it's got to be one of his best days in poker. Tuition Dan folding the 7-6-0 on the button. A disciplined fold. I wouldn't have been able to resist it. I would have been like, it's 5-handed. I'm on the button. Come and get me. But he folds flat white, raising the king tray of clubs. Skywalker calling in position with the ace-10-0. An easy, sensible call in position. Check, check. Deuce on the turn. What will flat white here? He'll decide, I still have some showdown value. But will he call when Skywalker bets? Now, what is Skywalker representing here? If you think about it, nothing, I think. There's no hand that wants to check this flop and then bet this turn. Almost none. I mean, you can never say never. But flat white agrees with me and says, I'll call. Now, once again, Skywalker bluffing with the best hand. And if flat white thinks to himself, I got king high here, I can have the best hand, he's going to get bad news. But he decides that 2 bets means something different than the first bet on the turn and saves himself a nice little chunk of money. Well played. But yeah, I don't know what hand you're repping when you bet that turn. I guess maybe like small pocket pair that's now protecting 5, 6s. Those things would make some sense. But not a lot. There's not a lot you're repping when you do that. Tuition Dan, I believe, is a UT student.
What are you studying?
Hence the name. Skywalker raising the Jack 4 suited from the big blind when it folds to him. Murph calling with the 10-6 offsuit in position from the straddle. Some very adventurous hands here.
We were talking about Vlad the Impaler the other night.
And would you believe it, Skywalker flops top pair. Check, check. He won't like that turn, but he doesn't dislike it enough to throw in a little bet. Murph shouldn't have a lot of kings as played.
Garrett. I don't know why. Garrett knows how to get them. I haven't eaten today.
Skywalker appears to have a customized Skywalker poker hat. In fact, is that an Instagram handle? It could be. I didn't get a good close-up look at it, but if Instagram's your thing, maybe check and see if Skywalker Poker is an Instagram account. Might be. Stein with the Poker Pro pose, hand on his shoulder, across his body. Puts in the raise, ace-10, flat white, calls, pocket sixes. Skywalker, small blind. He's going to have to find a raise here. Does raise very small, 80. Out of position over an open and a call. Personally, I don't understand that sizing. But again, Skywalker's doing more than $10,000 better than me today, so maybe I should be taking some notes. Flops best with the ace, checks it. I'd have been putting in a C-bet there most of the time. But as I said, he's $10,000 ahead of me today. Now with the second check, no, he doesn't make a second check. Now he just gets a fold from the sixes when he bets the turn. And don't misunderstand me. There's nothing wrong with checking top pair. It's a good thing to have in your repertoire. So I'm not condemning that across the board. I think in that exact hand and the way those things were going, I likely would have C-bet. In the meantime, production has hooked me up with an additional screen so that I can read the chat. And my buddy Lee Orts is in chat. Says, I hope you guys are doing well at Red Star. Howdy, Professor. Howdy to you, Lee Orts. We're ready to have you back on the stream anytime you like. He says, where did Skywalker get all those chips? Well, he got many of them from me and from the other opponents in this game, many of whom are just a smoldering cinder left in an empty chair because he has cut through us like a Jedi, just wrecked us. So he got them from everyone. Everyone. So glad to be able to see the chat. Skywalker with over 9,000, according to the never mistaken, legendarily accurate Red Star Social cumulative winnings table. Philly Murph limps the button with 10-8 of clubs. Tuition Dan, ace-jack of clubs. He raises it. No surprise there. Makes it 45. Andrew Stein finds the call with ace-deuce of spades. Call's fine. He can raise this. Takes the safer route with just a call. Philly Murph calls with dominated clubs on the button. To a flop of ace, queen, 6. Tuition Dan well in the lead. Now, we were just talking about the fact that you can check top pairs, but he elects for a smallish c-bet here. I like it. It makes sense. He's got top pair. He almost certainly is the best hand. Strong kicker. Backdoor flush draw if he needs to improve, which he almost certainly doesn't. He's going to get called by anyone who has an ace, and Stein shows us that's the case. The turn case ace is interesting. Now, how do you continue in this hand as Tuition Dan? You want to build the pot, but how do you do it? He checks, and we get a check. Backdoor hearts come in. Slightly problematic. You at least need to have an awareness of the fact when the backdoor flush draws come in. You can't ignore that. You can't lose sight of it, lest you get raised at an inopportune moment. But clear bet for value here. Looks like he's going 275. Looked like 200 to me, but I guess I counted the chips wrong. 275. Pretty big bet. He's targeting an ace here. I feel like Tuition Dan and I think about some of these hands in the same way, which is pretty neat to watch. He's betting here targeting an ace. He's figured out that his opponent likely has an ace. Very hard to fold an ace here, but if anyone can, Stein is excellent in these spots. Earlier I was saying he's a bit of a cautious player. Sounds like a put down. It's not. In fact, it's one of the greatest sort of strengths to have in poker, to be able to find folds like that one. You can't do it all the time. But there are some players who can never find those folds, and it's a huge leak, whereas he's able to figure out, I'm probably beat here even with 3 aces. Lee Ort's paying me a nice compliment, saying he loves the perspective that I give into hands as a player. Much appreciated. You know, it's really interesting. I think I have good perspectives on some hands, but as you're giving commentary, you also find yourself wondering, like, is this the best perspective? And also you're thinking about, wow, some of my opponents are out there listening now. I think about these hands. So it's a very interesting thing. It's a very interesting thing. I'm enjoying getting the commentary experience. If anyone else in the commentary has anything to say about my perspective, good, bad, or neutral, please do. I mean that. If you've got something negative to say, come at me. I'll take the engagement. Folds the Skywalker on the big blind, who raises a small amount to 30. It's enough to get the 10-5 to fold. Who are the big losers today? Lateralus, Henry. It says here I lost 1626. Rumor is I lost exactly 2,000. But if the Red Star table says I lost 1626, who can argue with that? Stein opening king 5 diamonds, four-handed temporarily, so he's effectively the button, 230. Philly Murph calling with a ragged ace from the big blind. Ace high flop. Really nothing out there for Stein. He can bluff at it, of course, which he does. And unsurprisingly, Philly Murph check call with his ragged ace. Now, the short-handed nature of this makes it harder for Andrew to bluff here. In a full ring game, you might reason that your opponent has a janky ace, and if you think they're capable of folding, you might fire a second and even a third barrel to get them to fold it. It should be harder to get players to fold short-handed because players who are aware know that the ranges are wider. So that's an interesting aspect to this. It actually makes continuing that bluff on the turn harder, less likely to succeed, in my humble opinion. Where's flat white? You got 20% of the current players missing from this lineup. Blank flop for both of these hands. Andrew with a king high hand with some showdown value elects to check it. He'll like this turn. Gives him the confidence to bet with his king high, knowing he's got likely many outs if he needs them. Not many, but several, let's say.
Between that and 6 timeouts in the fourth quarter, 2-minute warning, we'll be out of here by 11. No big deal. Nobody's got to wake up at 5 a.m. like I do, do they? Just stay up. I've done that before, actually. I played till 5:30 in the morning one night. Went home through work clothes one day. I had to go to a job meeting. Provided out. Did the walkthrough and a meeting. Also not happy. Well, you every person said $20. We all had 7 deuce while you're playing.
Can I wait for the stream to catch up so I
Yeah, verify it.
know?
Yeah, verify it. We'll hold it till make sure the story checks out.
Double straddle is on. Players are trying to generate as much static electricity with their guards as they can to get them scanned in. I'm not sure jiggling them has any effect whatsoever. Flat white with the natural raise, king jack of hearts. Skywalker folds the Jack-8 offsuit, and Murph folds the Ace-6. Besides, a janky ace is not good enough to come along. A little tight. Little tight. Little tight. Five-handed. You've got an ace. Five-handed. You're in position. You're getting a discount with the straddle. Yeah, you know what? Too tight. Too tight. There. I'm going to give my verdict. I'm just going to give it straight up, raw, unfiltered, too tight. Stein ace-jack offsuit on the button. Five-handed. A 100% open. And now Murph calling out a position with king 7 suited. He's got the suitedness. Doesn't flop much. Stein, meanwhile, top 2. Can see bet smallish for value. He bets 40%, takes it down. I think it can. His bet sizing's fine. I think it can also be fun to bet real small there. Checking's not good. You can also bet real big there, hoping your opponent has an ace. And by real big, I mean 75%, 85%, 115%. You know, just because the books or the solver or your friend who's an expert says you ought to do a certain thing, there is room for creativity, especially deep stacked. And that goes double for deep stacked and short-handed. And you might be saying to yourself, Professor, you got wrecked for the 4th time in a row. You're so bad, you're not even in this game, you're on the mic. Should we really be taking advice from you? And you'd have a point. You'd have a point. But I think there's plenty of room for creativity when you're deep and short-handed. Tuition Dan calling in position. Once again, we have 2 of the same hands up against each other. Ace-9 versus Ace-9 on the Ace-7-5 Jack. Check on the turn. Not really sure what either player's afraid of here. But after the check on the turn, Murph is going to bet his ace for value, and Tuition Dan is never going to fold. I think it's a square call, although it looks like he could be thinking about a raise. I like his creativity. I like his aggression. I don't think a raise with this hand makes any sense. And he says, yeah, we covered this in the commentary. The professor doesn't know what he's talking about. How about 175? I'd be interested to know his inner thought. He gets called by the Ace-9, and they're going to chop. Little mini slow roll from Murph. Not much of a slow roll, but, you know, a little bit for a little fun. Like, haha, that's no good. I have the same hand. Chop it up. Chop it up. One of the most hackney phrases in all of poker. I never say it. I know I just said it. I never say it at the table. I don't think I've ever said it at the table. Chop it up. I go my whole life without hearing chop it up. Triple straddle? Triple straddle? Move your head, flat white. I think I saw Skywalker put the triple straddle out there, which is why action is starting on Murph. Folds a small blind. And the young man, the energetic player that is Tuition Dan, just calling with kings. I thought it was suspicious that he was calling from that position, and it is. It's sus. Flat white says, I don't care. I got presto. I'm in there. And Skywalker checks. The ace-3 of spades on the button. And honestly, a slightly scary flop for the kings. Tuition Dan agrees. Checks it. Yeah, you probably have the best hand, but when you continue, what turn cards are you going to like? There's a lot of cards you're not going to like. Your opponents are going to make all kinds of 2 pairs on many turns, and some flushes are going to come in, maybe. Tuition Dan, even further in the lead now, but is not going to realize it, and now puts out a bet. It's a bit of a feeler bet. It's for value, but you don't want to get raised, and Skywalker is calling? What? Okay, I don't know. I don't know how ace-3 of spades calls there, but it does. If I'm Tuition Dan, I don't know where I'm at now. I think I check call, even though I likely have the best hand, because I don't know what I'm up against. I'm probably up against a singular heart in Skywalker's hand. So yeah, more I'm thinking about bet for value here. 45. Trying to get thin value from like a jack. Yeah, your opponent can have jack 9 with the 9 of hearts. That makes sense. Not just that hand, but hands like it. Skywalker thinking about bluff catching? Thinking about bluffing? He is thinking about bluffing. This is interesting. I don't think it's going to work. It does not. Tuition Dan gets kind of the maximum here with a nice line. Music Finance in the chat says, I think the important question is, how does Greenland feel about your opinion on poker, Professor? I think that's what it says. There's a little icon over that word, so I can't read it, but I guess what, you know, I don't know. I don't know how Greenland, I wonder what the poker scene is like in Greenland. I genuinely do. That would be, I'd like to know that. I'm betting it's not much, but I don't know. Garrett and I were talking a lot about visiting Greenland when we were playing earlier, hours ago when I was a poker player and not a commentator. Music Finance. I think Music Finance is Lateralus. If I can see the tiny, 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 tiny picture. Plus, I know he's into music and business, so that's probably Lateralus. Greenland, yeah. Maybe I'll go. Murph raises a hand that we don't get to find out about on the button. Drag some chips. Drags some chips. Drag some chips.
Oh, interesting story. He's the one who gave us all COVID. He was in there, he was in the old room getting a massage. We were playing one.
Action starting on Murph here. Skywalker in the straddle, but I don't think he's put it out yet. Oh, no, there it is. It's out there. And Murph with the call. Murph. It's 5-handed. 5-handed, sir. Coming for a raise. Stein says, I'll raise it. 50. Murph check calling with Presto. Andrew is representing King Queen here. And by representing, I don't mean in poker sense. I mean, it's his client. He says, I believe in you. I'll put some money in the pot. I'll c-bet on this ace-high flop. Put a hand like 5-5 in a tricky spot. Probably need to check call with 5-5, 5-handed. Can maybe raises a bluff? Nope, just a call. $55 with the 5-5 on A7-3. It is the best hand. It will not hate the deuce on the turn. Picks up some straight outs with the 4. Also doesn't lose to anything that is just paired on that turn. Check, check. Queen on the river. gives Stein the best hand. $220 pot goes to Stein. Music Finance in the chat confirming that that is in fact Lateralus. How did Lateralus do today? Minus $2,089. That's a very precise amount. And as you know, the cumulative winnings table here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas is never wrong. So we know that Lateralus lost precisely $2,089. He'll be back. He is a battler. He will be back. Earlier I said I am thinking about some heads-up matches. Both of my friends who've interacted with me here in the chat are players who've said they will play me heads up. Lee Orts and Lateralus have said they will battle. And I welcome those battles. Skywalker coming in for a raise with the 7 deuce. I like it. 7 deuce game is on. He stands to win 80 extra bucks if he can win this hand and show the 7 deuce. Philly Murph says 9-5 of spades is worth a call. Short-handed. In position. He would especially think that if he saw his opponent's hand. But now what? I guess it went check on the flop, and now Murph makes the best hand, but Skywalker is open-ended and has a heart, has plenty of equity in this hand. Also, probably needs to start bluffing if he wants to get the 7 deuce bonus. If his bluff doesn't work, he can still get there many ways. He gets called by Murph. Not surprisingly, when he turns top pair. And for once on this Sunday night, Skywalker misses. What will he do? Will he blast his way out? He can fire the blasters, but if he's in the garbage disposal, it may ricochet and kill him. He bets $500 into the $630 pot. And Murph with top pair is in hell. What does he beat? He loses to flushes. He loses to straights. He loses to a 6. He loses to better 9s. He loses to overpairs. There shouldn't be any overpairs as played. But sometimes when you're facing the bet, you forget these things. And he may think he's just beaten by everything. How do you call the guy who's winning every hand? He does, though. He calls the guy who hardly bluffs and is correct and wins an $1,100 pot. Skywalker firing the blaster in the garbage disposal. Gets hit by his own blaster fire. I'm aware Luke Skywalker didn't fire blasters in Star Wars, but look, you got to give me something to work with here. Dangerous. Oh my God, Skywalker up a paltry 56-53 after that misstep. I'd trade places with him. Kudos to him for going for it there. I like it. It's a good play. Honestly, I think it should have worked, even against Murph's hand. But Murph is like, nope, nope. I'm not going to have it. Hasn't even finished stacking his chips yet. It's like, I have top pair. We're in Texas. I call. Why did the blaster ricochet in the garbage disposal? What kind of technology did they have in there? If you had that technology, wouldn't you coat the outside of your ships with it? Why would you coat the garbage disposal for blaster fire? I've never thought about this before. Anyway, the whole premise of Star Wars doesn't make any sense. I mean, there's no resource problems in that universe. What are they fighting over?
I never had any type of depression before this, like never ever. And now I even get like if it gets dark and rainy,
Still a fun movie.
not like hurt yourself depressed. I haven't had
Still a fun movie. Don't know about the later ones, but the original's pretty good.
Having COVID, or did it come from getting back? Okay.
yeah, because I've never had any issues with my phone.
Everybody misses on QQ8,
And like I said, you know, your brain
Rainbow.
but I was legit worried.
There's a little glitch in the matrix here. There we go. QQ88. Stein says, I'll rep it. Skywalker says, no, you won't. I'll call with ace high. Correctly. Deuce changes nothing. Stein gives up. Skywalker will check and win. Little smile of satisfaction detected on Skywalker. I would be pleased too. Well done.
It didn't fry me out.
I agree with that. I've fried myself.
It didn't fry me out. It's just that it's weird how it fucks with your emotions. Like I said, I never ever was depressed about anything in my life. I always looked at the brighter side, and now even weather can bring me down.
Dude, run from poker, man. What are you doing playing
The
poker?
lowest VPIP, 30%. VPIPs are naturally going to go up when the game gets shorthanded, but nevertheless, for the lowest VPIP to be 30% and for the highest to be approaching 70%, there is no shortage of action given the way we've structured this game. 1-3-10,000 cap just promotes action. I'm convinced of it. Now, there's not a lot of action limping 4-deuce under the gun. I don't understand it, but it's happened. Flat white is dominating with 5-4 offsuit. As often happens when these trash hands limp, the board cards come out really high. There's more high cards to come out, and now no one can really rep anything. The first person to take a stab at it wins. Flat white says, that'll be me. I will win with 5 high versus whatever hand limped under the gun, which in this case was 4-deuce. Is Murph wearing shorts? It's January, dude. You're wearing a jacket.
45.
45? Okay, 45?
Injury time now.
10 straddle. 4. 6
Tuition Dan, ace 10 offsuit on the button, $30. Skywalker says not enough. $80 with
Hey, you
With
heard
what?
it on. When he came over, leaning over, talking
What
about,
does he
oh, I
have?
left my laundry. I was like,
Let me take the stand here.
still waiting. What does he have? Tuition Dan's thinking about what he has. We find out he's got queens. Tuition Dan says, I have an ace, I have the button, call.
I do it.
$164 in the pot, coming to a flop of King 4-4. Tuition Dan won't love it. Skywalker checks. I would be c-betting here. We're playing short-handed. 8 on the turn should give Skywalker the green light to start betting. $80. Tuition Dan's position is a little harder now than it would have been on the flop. It's a little easier to fold if your opponent bets the flop, and he feels he's forced to call here. He's way behind. He needs an ace and an ace only, unless he's going to bluff his way out of this, which would be pretty cool. I don't think he'll find that. I don't think he'll want to. Not saying he's not capable of finding it. Just saying I don't think that's the way he's likely to go here, but it'd be pretty neat. 324 in the pot. Skywalker betting for value. About 130 it looks like. And now Tuition Dan has to wonder, is ace high ever good here? The other thing he can wonder is, do I want to rep a 4? Which is, Would be really cool, but it's hard to say you have a 4 here as played.
Can only respect it.
Triple barreled and all in on the river to Garrett. Garrett doesn't get the
But I gotta say, I like the way he thinks in each of these spots. Takes his time. I think he considers, I think he goes for it. Goes for it. Hell yeah. Look, I like this guy in the lineup when I'm commentating. Don't think I like him in the lineup as much when I'm playing. Because he can find this kind of stuff. And even if it doesn't work here, having this kind of stuff in your game is good, is strong, makes life difficult for your opponents, as it's doing here for Skywalker. The problem is Skywalker is just probably thinking, look at all this money I have. I'm going to win forever. Poker's the easiest thing in the world. Might just find the call because, hey, guys, I'm winning. Doesn't love it, though. Doesn't love it and is thinking about a fold. What is he thinking his opponent has? I mean, a king doesn't make a lot of sense in this line. So Skywalker is saying, I have 4s. I have pocket 8s. It works. It works. Tuition Dan has no business being this good at poker at such a young age. Outstanding. Figured out his opponent did not have a king. Said, I think I can get him off of this hand. Doesn't even raise that much. 130 kicks it up to 415, which looks super strong. It looks like he wants to get called. Outstanding play. Scarier to make that play against the guy who cannot lose all day, because a lot of times when players are winning, the way Skywalker's been winning today, they just aren't going to find folds. Now Tuition Dan finds my favorite junky hand, 7-4 suited under the gun. Tuition Dan and I are on the same wavelength. Comes in for a raise. Comes in for a raise with 7-4 of diamonds. Outstanding. Skywalker calls. Queen 9 offsuit. Philly Murph with the exceptionally janky Jack 3 says, nope. 7-4 of diamonds. I love it. Misses, well, pretty completely. I mean, he's open-ended for low straights on a monotone board. Not a great flop. Reps it anyway. Hopes his opponent misses, which his opponent did, and wins again.
Like when I buy baseball cleats, like I have to special order everything. It's so dumb. And like cleats especially, you really need to test them before you buy them. Like they're not all the same. Yeah, wearing spikes was interesting. I never spiked myself, but I definitely got into some players.
The Bears only gonna score.
Six raises to 35.
I should look to see.
I gotta go for it.
I think.
Yeah, you gotta go for it. You really should have leaned into the face mask.
Coming back to the mic, I see we're joined in another battle. 9-8 versus 7-6. Real nice flop for Murph. Flush draw. Gutter to a straight. Likes to bet it. Tuition Dan's hand wants to fold here. I mean, there's just nothing going on with it. He's very creative, as I've said. He's very aggressive, as I've said. 9-8's probably the worst hand to continue with or bluff with here, and he finds a fold. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to call 1 or 2 more hands, and then I'm going to have to hand the mic over probably to Sean or someone else. But yeah, let's commentate one more hand here. The stream is not over yet. It's just going to be over for me. I've got an obligation. Flat white under the gun, 8-5 offsuit. Should be an easy fold. He agrees. Skywalker on the button. Coming in for a raise, a pretty big one it looks like. He's, okay, normal size raise, 35. Ace-8 offsuit, makes sense, shorthanded, no problem. Raising that on the button. Looks like that might be the end of the hand. Well, nope, hold the phone. Stein's got king 10 offsuit for a natural call from the straddle. Flops a gutter. Skywalker's got showdown value, but nothing else. Goes check, check. And the jack on the turn opens the door for some creativity because no one's got a jack, so what can we start repping? Instead, Stein just gets there, the patented get there on the river, and has the best hand. Doesn't get any value for it. Was hoping his opponent would bluff there on the river. He does not, but it's enough to win the pot. You know what? I'm going to call one more hand before I roll out and turn the mic over to the production staff and the house. I want to thank them for giving me the opportunity to call a few hands here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. Red Star Social in Austin, Texas, where you could be playing in this shorthanded game right now if you'd planned ahead, or perhaps next week. Let us know. Let Cameron Mixon Poker on socials know. Let me know if you bump into me at one of the card rooms I spend time at, including here. Let me know. I'll connect you. I'm going to call one more hand, and then I'm going to fly. Four-handed. Tanya gives us a riffle and a cut. Four-handed. Tuition Dan walks away from the button. Tuition Dan must not need that tuition money as badly as he would lead us to believe if he can walk away from the button in a short-handed game, Tuition Dan. Ace on the button, Tuition Dan. That was $14 for you right there. You just left it on the table. All right, I'm out. The stream is not over, folks. The stream is not over, but I am out for now. I look forward to seeing you on another stream soon. Stay with us.
All right, guys, we are back. This is Sean. For the last 10 minutes, I do want to thank Professor for being a team player, coming in on a whim and helping us commentate. He is incredible, is willing to jump in the game and help us in the booth. So thank you, Professor. As we do have a few more hands tonight. Tuition Dan locking up this one with a check mark, hitting a jack on the river. Coming in for the last hour, making a quick 1K towards that tuition, and going to fire out another bet of $95. $120 from Tuition Dan. Back to our boy Skywalker, who has had one incredible day today. He has had a couple, losing hands towards the end of the session, but, to be honest, he put Philly Murph in a $500 blender. Philly Murph had to make an incredible call to get that one through. It was good to see. And it's also fun to see a different dynamic when these guys are playing short-handed, either 5 or 6-handed. You can see a lot more hands getting out in a short amount of time, hand after hand after hand. But nonetheless, we've had incredible action today while chips have been flying around the table. While we finish up these last few hands, I want to thank you guys for tuning in today. It has been an incredible Sunday here at Red Star in Austin, Texas. This is a 1-3 no-limit hold'em game with a $1,000 cap. If you are interested in maybe playing, we are tuned in on Wednesdays at 7 p.m., Sundays at 3 p.m. for now. If you are interested in playing, reach out to myself, Sean O'Brien, or preferably Cameron Mixon at mixonpoker.com or whatever his handles are on the social medias. I don't think he quite has a website yet, but we do wish Mixon the best. I wish you were here and can't wait to see you again this week, buddy. We have Philly Murph with pocket nines and Skywalker continuing to just smash every board, flopping a set of tens, and Philly Murph coming out with the lead saying, I want to see where this guy's at, betting $65. I do not see Skywalker ever letting this one go, but we will see if he is deciding to elect to raise here and how much. He does elect to raise. And before he could get those chips out, I did. Philly Murph chucks his cards into the muck, and we are off to the next while Skywalker picks up another pot. Here tonight, he has had one incredible cash session today. Thank you guys for tuning in today. I again want to thank Professor for help, the studio crew for all their hard work. I know we're dragging these the last couple hours out on them, and it is a mind-boggling, tedious job back there. So a round of applause to the studio crew, and we do get a couple folds here. Andrew picking up some heat in the last few hands of this stream. We've got Ace King bumping it up to $65. Over to Skywalker. 10-3 of spades. When you're hitting every flop, you can just continue to barrel in the chips, flopping a flush draw. Does not seem to want to miss anything today. Skywalker just checks his flush draw. Andrew checking. And Skywalker hits it on the turn. What do you know? What do you know? Takes the lead, betting $55, and Andrew just has to let it go. Nice job, Skywalker. I was charging it.
Oh, is that ours?
Yeah. I'm attempting to use it, but it doesn't want to. All right. We do have Skywalker in the straddle. This game has had an auto $10 straddle the entire time. Philly Murph picking up pocket eights. Building his stack up nicely today to a little over 2,000 at the moment. Getting a couple folds here later on, and I believe Philly Murph just going to take down the blinds. Oh, yep, asking if anyone folded or not. All right, Philly Murph's in the straddle. A few hands left tonight, and I want to thank you guys again for tuning in here at Red Star Social Live. Tuition Dan under the gun. It's hard not to call him Lieutenant Dan, but Tuition Dan. I do enjoy watching this kid play. He's got a lot of spirit in him. Flat white, picking up pocket tens, raises to $40. Skywalker's out of there. Philly Murph letting, believe, pocket eights go in the muck, which is shocking. Don't tell me you're on lockdown, buddy. I don't want to see that. There must be a game on that they are just all watching the last few seconds of. Tuition Dan in the straddle for $10. Over to Andrew, our boy Andrew Stein. Thanks for being a trooper and staying in that seat the entire time, Andrew Stein. Over to Skywalker, bumps it to $35. King 10 offsuit. Getting the boy Tuition Dan to put those cards in the muck and take down yet another pot. This has been Skywalker's day, totaling that stack up to around $8,000 in this 1K cap game. Good job today. All right, here we do have a few more hands left. I do know Andrew Stein in the straddle. We are still pitching those cards. Tanya's done a great job and put a lot of hands out in this last hour. Flat white in the 3-seat, elects to call. Skywalker getting in there. Philly Murph letting it go. And Tuition Dan. Good old ace-5 getting in the mix. And we do have a 4-way all-in, maybe a 3-way or a 4-way flop, maybe a 3-way flop. Little bit for everybody. We do have 2 kings flopped. Andrew and flat white sitting next to each other, which might cause some problems here. Flat white flopping the better of it, having 2 pair. Ooh, I messed this one up. Oops. I do believe the graphics are off, but Andrew is out of here in the graphics, so I do apologize. Flat white, as you can see, has the best of it. 2 pair, flopping king 6. Puts out a bet of 125. I do know Tuition Dan made a fold, and Andrew is still in the hand. Let's see what Andrew decides to do here. In the later parts of the stream, it is tough. Decides to let that one go. Nice job, flat white, taking those chips down. Nice tip to the dealer. Appreciate you for the day. Thanks for coming. It puts flat white in the straddle for the last few hands. Believe we have 1 or 2 remaining. Maybe a third if you're lucky. And thank you guys again for tuning in. This has been 6 hours of a stream. I do think something incredible happened out there on that TV, whatever. We got all of them celebrating. Oh. Touchdown. Not sure which team or who was it, as I've been in the booth nonstop today watching this action, trying to do my best commentating. I know there's been some silence from me and a gap where I was needed all over the place today, so I thank you guys for your all's patience. We've got Andrew Stein bumping this one up to $60 pre-flop. Flat white getting out of there. Skywalker electing to call the $60, and here we go, heads up to the flop. Looks like a bet of $50 by our boy Andrew Stein. And Skywalker, with an incredible day today that he's had, puts his 50 in and says, let's go on the last remaining few hands. A deuce on the turn helps nobody. Skywalker is going to need a help. As you can see, has 6 outs. Needs an ace or a jack to stay alive in this one. A bet from Andrew Stein of 115 is going to be enough. Take this one down, Andrew. Appreciate you, buddy. I am kind of curious of what the events were out there that had happened, but I do. Hey, I'm a team player, willing to do all jobs to bring you this action we have here coming out of Austin, Texas. Red Star Social Live, located at Burnett Road in 183. Please, guys, before the end of this hand or the end of this stream, I believe we have 2 more hands total. If you have not hit that like button tonight and you are still watching, please take a moment and hit that like button for us. We are a growing channel, and we do have a little bit of action here. King 10 versus 9-10 of hearts by Skywalker. Heads up action. Andrew taking the initiative, betting $40. Skywalker getting in there with his pair of 9s, and off to the turn we go. 4 clubs is helping nobody. Andrew Stein's going to check it over to our boy Skywalker. Who does throw a $55 bet out there. Action over to Andrew, does decide to let it go. And I have caught word that I believe this hand right here, hand number 166 today, that is a big number. That's actually the most hands we have put out in a single stream. You know, these guys playing short-handed, letting these dealers just pitch out hand after hand does help. Thank you, Miss Tanya, for coming in and pitching out some fire for the last couple hours, and I really appreciate our other 2 dealers today. We had Vicky, we had Selena. All 3 did a phenomenal job as our boy Tuition Dan takes the lead out on this last hand of the night, betting $30. Skywalker, our boy Luke, no fear, an incredible day. Can't let the last one go, calls his $30. And Philly Murph, you called it, buddy. You showed up. You asked to come in the chat. We got you here. Thank you, Phil. Philly Murph, I appreciate you. Skywalker checking it over. Murph checking it over. Action on Tuition Dan. See what the kid wants to do. Checks it back. And we have a little bit of graphics catching back up. Queen of Hearts on the turn. It's me and the red deck. We do have a wager of $35 from our boy Skywalker. Philly Murph has to let it go. And I do believe we have a call from Skywalker, and Tuition Dan heads up to the river. 6 of clubs. I do not know Tuition Dan's holdings or Skywalker's holdings, as I do believe this last hand is going to go check, check. And the last hand of the night is going Tuition Dan's way. All right, buddy. I also sent one bat signal out, phone call to you, and you showed up, came into the last hour and a half, making a smooth, let's check out these numbers for the end of this stream here. I do believe Tuition Dan was here almost an hour, maybe a little less, making a cool at least $1,000. I will say that better go towards tuition, kid, but I appreciate you, and all you guys that might be still out listening to this, here's some accumulative winnings today. Skywalker, what an incredible day this guy's had for a 1K cap game. Winning a total of $5,500 is quite amazing. You do have Andrew Stein up 2,800. Also another awesome day. Sticking this session out. I appreciate you. Our boy Flat White winning $1,100. Tuition Dan, a cool $1,300. Everyone else in the red. But however, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the players sticking this long one out, the studio crew. Tune in this Wednesday, we do have another action-packed. You'll see a lot of these same players. I have a couple new ones coming in on Wednesday. I believe start time is 7 o'clock for Wednesday. Again, my name's Sean O'Brien here with Red Star Social Live. We have had an incredible bloodbath of a session today. That will conclude our Sunday's session, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you. See you Wednesday.